prophecy states that the evil one poisoned by greed will fall when the princess comes knocking. The Death Alpha has a target on his back. I am not waiting to be destroyed. I am building an army to hunt her down first. The war between light and dark has just begun. Now, the man sworn to destroy her is the only one who can claim her. The woman in his arms smelled like rotting earth, not vanilla and rain. Octavius once feared the prophecy would be his end, but standing beside his mate 5 years later.
Prologue. Long ago, a riddle, well, more of a prophecy, was received by all priests and priestesses all over the globe that hailed from the light side of the realm. This was sent down by the moon goddess herself, demanding that all hear her message. It eventually made its way down to the darker side of the realm by word of mouth. It was a direct threat to the long-ruling Death Alpha, Octavius. It stated, "The evil one who is poisoned by greed and lust for power will fall to his knees when the divine princess comes knocking on his door. He who wants to rule them all will be defeated by the princess and will have half of his power taken away at her mercy." The Death Alpha saw this as a threat, as he was the evil in the world. For the last few centuries, he had been consumed by the desire to control the entire dark realm, taking and destroying for his agenda. Hearing of this prophecy frightened him, as all his hard work would be taken away by a measly princess. Pathetic, he thought. From that day on, he built up his army so that they were stronger and larger in numbers. The day came when the moon goddess and king of the moon announced they had given birth to 2 beautiful baby girls, declaring one would be the next goddess. While she grew, thrived, and matured, the Death Alpha watched carefully. He did not allow any mistakes to be made as he prepared to defend what was his and possibly go to war. He would even eliminate the princess if need be. Then word got to the Death Pack with news of the Moon Princess descending to Earth. From that point on, he has been on high alert and ready for an attack at any moment. Alpha Octavius. Hovering over an alpha, my claws extend and sink into his neck. He slumps to the ground, his eyes becoming foggy and lifeless. He dared defy me? Trying to storm my territory? Me, of all people, he tries to defeat. He should know the size of my army at the moment, as we are awaiting a special visit from the princess herself. Kicking the body so it lies on its stomach, I walk away and eye the army he brought with him. Take them to the cells. If they resist, eliminate them on sight. If anyone will pledge their loyalty and alliance to me, mind link and I'll witness the pledge for myself. I bark out the orders and spit onto the ground. My warriors nod and start shoving the wolves towards the underground holding cells. I'm not letting them go. They crossed my territory, so they are my prisoners. They are trespassers, so I will do with them as I wish, as this is my territory and I am the Alpha. I will decide their fates and punishments. As long as they are on my land, they will pray for my mercy. Alpha. A warrior of mine runs to me yelling. What is it? I ask the breathless young man. She has arrived. She has descended. No, I say in disbelief. It's too soon. I know. The goddess seemed to detect a weak spot and sent her down to attack us at our most vulnerable and strike us then. I didn't need this today. I have a screaming headache. Exactly what I needed today, the worry of losing everything I have worked hard for. I have conquered almost the entire dark realm, achieving my goal in life. Now she has come to take away all my hard work. Those warriors we took in. Force them to pledge their allegiance. We need more bodies for this war to come. We are going to be outnumbered. I growl at the young man, my eyes glowing. He nods. Yes, Alpha. I'll head there right away. Until she arrives, I need to figure out a tactic to cover our weak spot so we don't have so many casualties. Princess Adrianna. Nervous. I am so nervous. My mother has prepared me for this day, but I didn't think it would come so soon. You see, I've been trained my whole life on how to be a proper princess, the expected goddess, and a Luna. All 3 give me the experience to be the best moon goddess possible when it is my turn to reign. As nervous as I was for that day, I was more nervous for this day. Being sent to Earth to fight in a war with an enemy I've never met. Being sent out of my mother's domain and to Earth scared me more than anything. Yes, I've made the occasional visit with my mother, but not alone. Not living alone on a planet I have no clue about. I don't know where anything is, or their culture, or what may offend them. Everyone is different, and obviously, I can't study every single pack and their cultures. So I learned the generic culture of the light side of the realm and the culture of the dark side of the realm. They differed very much, and it intrigued me to become more active during my time here to learn their cultures better. This would help me become a better goddess and be able to work out problems and understand situations better as well. Chapter 1. Alpha Octavius. It has been said I'll lose half my power at the hands of the moon goddess's daughter, the heiress and princess of the moon. It baffles me, as she is the one who bestowed this power upon me. She literally gifted me with this power and position. I was hand-chosen from a large number of past alpha males to have a second chance at life. I trained and went through extremely rough tests to be chosen as Alpha of Death, all for the goddess to take it away? No, not even the goddess herself, but her daughter instead. I don't think so. I earned this position, and she believes so, too, so why is she looking to take away my power? Good question. I am the most powerful alpha in the dark half realm, but I'd argue I am the strongest. I believe I am much stronger than that Alpha King. I have the same power the goddess does, but I am the embodiment of death itself. If I try to use said powers, it drains my energy, and the only way to recharge is to take a life. There is also having a healer heal me, but where's the fun in that? It also poisons my bloodstream, and the only way to heal it from taking over my system and eliminating me or making me sick is to end someone. To take away their life and breathe in their life force. That is one option, or I can have someone of divinity heal me, but I doubt the goddess or her daughter will. They are set on taking away my power and bringing me down from my reign. Although my pack was worried, they were ready for a fight. I oversaw many new trainees who wanted to be a warrior and stand by my side for this war. I was proud of the pack I have created. They are my family after all. This is exactly what an alpha strives for. A pack to come together in the name of saving their pack despite their differences. Scouts went out not too soon after that. They obviously didn't have her scent. They were just looking for anything or anyone out of place and suspicious. My beta informed me that the princess wasn't residing in a pack, therefore, she had to be living on unclaimed territory that had a livable structure. We have many of those around my pack territory and on the border of the two realms. This is where I sent the scouts to scout out these locations to look for signs of life. Luckily, there aren't many of these, so they should be reporting back to me soon on their findings. Alpha, a knock lands on my office door. Enter, I boom, and my beta enters. Levi, how is everything? The scouts left a little while ago. That is the only update on the mission I can provide you. Excellent. I do not understand this whole situation. The prophecy I state in an obvious tone. I understand that part, sir. He sits down before continuing, but as your beta, I see this as an unnecessary use of our resources and, if I may speak freely, a risk to our scouts. It is a waste of money and resources. Intrigued, I rest my elbows on my desk. Elaborate, please. She is the Moon Princess. She isn't residing in a pack, which means she has no interest in attacking. She has no interest in making allies and friends. She didn't seek safety within a pack, which means she has no interest in using their warriors. I mean, she may not be doing any harm. Did you read the prophecy? Only 1,000,001 times over. But how did you interpret it? Many believe she isn't here for your power. Looking back upon every moon goddess, their mates were also death alphas. I doubt that. The princess is said to destroy me and bring an end to my darkness. Levi looks at me and gives me a look that asks, really? All I am saying is we should reconsider attacking her with full force if she is found. She has no army accompanying her. She means no harm. If she wanted to attack, she would have by now, as she knows the location of this pack. Sadly, he had a point. I hated it when he was right and used common sense and logic. I will reconsider, but if she is found, mark my words, I want her brought in alive and breathing. He nods. Can do. I wanted to question her to get her true intentions out of her. Such information could give insight into why her mother had a sudden interest in dethroning me. She is going against the very rules she made, going against her own decision as well. I cannot be dethroned unless I choose to, or if I have committed a serious crime against the realms, in which I haven't. I am simply going by my nature, survival of the fittest. Clearly, regarding the land and packs I have conquered, their alpha was no match against me. Who says the princess will be able to defeat me? I mean, yeah, she has her mother's army, but can she command them? Are they a match against my pack? Who says she can command an army? She is just a princess. Living in a lavish palace with gowns and parties is probably all she knows. She most likely hasn't done a thing for herself ever, helpless and clueless. She probably can't even fight, therefore she is weak. I laugh. I bet the moon goddess is so proud of her sheltered daughter. She is relying on her to save the werewolf population. An inexperienced princess weighs saving her people on her shoulders. If she fails, she'll be an embarrassment to her mother and title. The more I thought about her failure, the more excited I got about defeating her in combat and watching her spiral downwards. I'll win this war and prove not only am I superior and cannot and will not be dethroned, but that her daughter is an embarrassment to her title and people. Chapter 2. Princess Adrianna. The cabin was cute and cozy, but it was buried deep in the woods for my safety. It sat between the two realms, just at the border. I chose this place as I was a child of both light and dark. I wanted to see both cultures of the realms play out and unfold before me. Although I am here on a mission, I looked at it as a research expedition. Meeting people, learning how they lived, and how they presented their cultures. I found it important to know my people, being the next goddess. I strive to be a great goddess, and it starts now, while I am still a princess and in training. By gathering such data and experiences, I could better understand the world around me and how certain problems affected the packs daily. By doing this, I could assess the problem and approach it in the best way possible that favors all parties. Sadly, that wasn't my mission, even though I wish it was. It seems much more interesting than what I have been assigned. Take down the Death Alpha before he causes too much destruction that is unfixable. Basically, I have to either defeat him or extract some of his powers to weaken him. By weakening him, he won't hold as much power that he uses to reign with terror. He won't be able to gain so much land anymore. Even some land may be returned to the rightful packs. It will also weaken his pack so they can't fight as savagely in combat and, in general, lower his standing in the realm. As of right now, he is much more powerful than the king. He sits right under the divine family with the amount of power he holds. Which is a threat, a great threat at that. This is unacceptable. It is dangerous for one to have this much power. My mother fears he may be trying to overthrow her and become the king of all wolves. This is dangerous to give this insane man that much power. He'll cause the population to go into extinction with his spontaneous and reckless actions. The cabin was a 2-story with a wraparound porch and a swing on the porch. It was a beautiful place with groomed greenery and plants out front with a stone wall protecting them. The inside was cozy as well, with a wood-burning stove. Whispering an old chant my mother taught me, I masked the structure so it looked like the woods surrounding it. No one will be able to find it because of this masking spell. It's literally non-existent to the naked and untrained eye unless you are standing right in front of the mask. It's an illusion trick for someone to think it's just woods and no structure. If someone is to walk through the force field, they'll be burned or destroyed. Either or. It depends on the person's strength. Have you gotten settled? My mother's mind links to me. I have, I respond. Did you mask the cabin? She asks. I did. Wonderful. Now remember your mission. I'll be available whenever you need to contact me for advice or help. Just one mind link away. Your father will be available as well. Thank you. We are all counting on you. Talk about being blunt. For the next hour, I settled in, putting away clothes, setting up the bathroom, and putting the food I brought away in the fridge. Truly, I had nothing to worry about, so I didn't understand why my wolf was on the edge. She was pacing and whimpering. She was mumbling something I couldn't make out. Instead, I continued to make my dinner. Before I came to Earth, my tutor taught me how to be a normal werewolf. I was taught how to cook and clean, and I actually quite enjoyed cooking. In the days before I was sent down here, I was always in the kitchen with the cooks. I learned new recipes from them and cooked beside them as well. Speaking of my tutor, he sent me some books so I could continue my education and keep busy while I waited for the perfect time. He also asked me to keep a journal of all my journeys and other miscellaneous things I may learn here on Earth. Mom was excited about this journal since she wanted to know more about her people and their cultures and practices as well. She must be nervous about this sudden change and the weight on her shoulders, I thought. Then her nose perked up and her ears did as well. Alert. Surely the death pack was nearby, but why? I mean, yeah, they were looking for me, but if they are to cross over the border of the two realms without security clearance, they can be in big trouble. It is a law of the two realms to keep unwanted packs out, for example, the death pack, as they are trouble. You need a reasonable excuse to cross, or else they don't allow it. This is the Death Alpha's fault, actually. It is to keep everyone safe in this part of the realm. Without clearance, he can't pass over unless it is illegal or he is not caught. Obviously, if he is trying to cross over with his warriors, he'll be caught. Fear immediately surged through my body. Did he cross the border just to find me? Also, how did he know my exact location and that I arrived here on Earth? All these questions swarmed my head, and right before my eyes, I saw the protective shield come down. My legs felt weak, and I didn't know what to do. I was consumed by my fear. I was never prepared for a direct attack from him, and so quickly. A roar erupts and my ears start to ring from the loud boom. Flames. The house was caught aflame, and the heat was suffocating. Was this my end? My end is at the hands of the Death Alpha. Chapter 3. Alpha Octavius. Everybody has those days when they do not want to get out of bed and work, and I was having that kind of day. For the most part, my day consists of checking in on the scouts to see if they have made progress and calming down the pack. They did not like the idea of the Moon Princess as much as I did. I was hoping to keep the scouts' search for her a secret, but the word got out and only caused more panic. Yet, I cannot go over to the light side of the realm to take over a pack, as it is illegal. I think the same rules should apply here, right? It is the same concept, just a different type of energy and motive. She is a light energy with the motive to save the population and end my reign. While I am a dark energy, I am feeding my power and growing my pack's strength. We are the Death Pack, after all, so we should be powerful and feared. It is the same concept, just different points of view. It is a double standard. She can do it for good while I cannot. I really should bring this up to Serenity, the moon goddess, to point out that she is breaking her own laws and just interpreting them to fit her agenda, as in this situation. Maybe it will do something, maybe it won't, but just putting the word out into the werewolf community will be enough. It is all about acknowledgement and being held accountable. When a knock on the door alerts me, I respond with a groan and cover my head with a pillow. Alpha, someone now yells from the hallway. Enter, I boom, annoyed. I sense the presence of Levi, and now he has captured my attention. This better be good, Levi, I threaten. You have woken me up before my alarm clock, so it better be worth waking me up early. Too early to deal with dumb pack affairs. Oh, it is, sir. I could tell he was excited. Well then, get on with it. I am tired. You won't be tired after this. The scouts have an update. The princess has been found. She is at the northeastern border on the light side of the barrier. Interesting. It was not easy. They said that a scout was running since he caught a scent of a female werewolf. Running through the woods, he bounced off a force field. At first, they thought it was the one between the two realms, but they were already on the light side. He was badly burned, but has since recovered. So it sounds like she used a disguising illusion to mask the cabin so it couldn't be found? It seems so. Smart. Get a mage. We leave in an hour. We will take down the illusion and attack. Can't we just have you do it? I shake my head. That is too much energy for me to use, and you know what happens when I use too much magic. Although I have the same magic as the divines, I cannot simply use it. Since I have a darker energy, Using such light energy gifts poisons my bloodstream. I am immortal, so I do not die, but it is draining, and the only way to regain my lost energy is to take a life or have another divine heal me. Since I do not have access to another divine, I have to resort to taking a life. I do not destroy packs for this. I simply go to the cells and eliminate a criminal from there. It is a win-win situation. I regain my energy, and a criminal is removed and can no longer be a threat. In my opinion, the longer they are alive, the longer they are a threat. I sigh and pull myself up out of bed. I don't bother to change, as we will be shifting and heading to the alleged location of the princess. I'll meet you, for others, and the mage at the border in an hour. I expect you to pick the best warriors. It's going to be quite the fight. So be prepared and tell them to be prepared. And so within an hour, they were at the border and ready to fight. The scout who located her led the way to the border of the two halves of the realm. She was on the light side. Where is she? I asked through the link. There was no cabin here like I was told. The cabin is masked to look like the woods surrounding it. This is an illusion spell, so she couldn't be found, the scout explains. Although it was masked perfectly, once you get close, you can see the flaw. Up close, the illusion kind of vibrated, making the trees look inconsistent. Yet, you could smell a female hiding behind the illusion that was protecting her. Bring it down, I order the mage through the mind link. Yes, Alpha, she responds and starts to bring it down. The cabin was cute and cozy. Obviously, she is here and won't be able to escape from us now. Everyone covers an exit. We are going to smoke her out, I tell them. The mage looks at me. Are we going to burn it down? It is the only way to get her out. What about dragging her out? I shake my head. That won't do. This is how we will do it. If we go in, she'll know we are there and try to escape through a window or something. Burning down the cabin will also make the building cease to exist. This is better. The mage sighs loudly. Well, for your sake, let's hope this works and doesn't start a forest fire, because then we'll be spotted. This is illegal. Not only have we crossed the border without permission, but we are also burning down a building on their side. Then make it a controlled burn and make it quick. I was getting impatient with this mage questioning my orders. Chapter 4. Alpha Octavius. The mage bites her lip, and fire leaves her palm, setting the cabin on fire. The fire rages immediately and consumes the structure. The front door flies open, and the female stumbles out, coughing on the smoke. Her eyes shut, and she holds an arm in front of her face, protecting herself. Instead of fighting us, she drops to the porch with a thud. Unconscious. I shrug at my warriors and scoop up the female, allowing the cabin to collapse in on itself. It is a smoldering pile of debris when we leave, and it has a particular scent to it. One I am all too familiar with, the burning of a house. Let's go, I say, and motion them back to the border. They follow behind me, the wind blowing the smoke to follow us. Passing through the border force field, the cold air immediately hits the small female, and us in my arms shiver. I groan, knowing very well that if she isn't covered soon, she won't make it in these temperatures, and I want her alive when I return to my pack. I cover her in a thick blanket I had brought with us and head back towards my pack's territory. Alpha, what shall we do with the female? My beta, Levi asks. She'll be placed in a cell under high surveillance, and her powers will be restrained with a silver collar, I inform him. Levi nods. But what about the moon goddess? I look at him. Yes, what about her? Don't you think she'll come and try to save or bail her daughter out? I shake my head. She would have done so by now. Her destiny is playing out how the goddess has planned it too. He nods his head, defeated. For the first time in my life, my wolf was at ease and not angry at the world. For a moment, I was confused, but I pretty much figured out why, and that is because the threat of the Moon Princess is gone, and she is our prisoner. That is what soothed him, knowing we had her in our grasp and not out, possibly ruining my life. The threat was gone, and now my pack could rest and not fear becoming homeless or being relocated. My pack would finally feel relief and calmness, which they haven't felt in years. There will never be another threat as dangerous as her. Besides, who would wage such a war with the Death Alpha? An idiot, that's who. Here, take her. You know what to do, I say, and hand off the princess to Levi. Yes, Alpha, he responds and takes her from me. I watch him head towards the underground prison with the princess. I sigh, but not one which is in defeat, but one in relief. I'm going to have to address this with my pack, but not now. Not until she is secured and confirmed as the princess. When she wakes up, I'll be the first one down there to question her on her identity and plans. I'll announce such after she surrenders to me. This is only customary. Once she pledges her surrender, she won't be seen as an enemy or a threat, but a prisoner of the Death Pack. Until then, I am going to go back to bed, and hopefully, she is awake in the morning. Yet, as we moved farther away from the princess, my wolf was protesting. His howls echoed in my head, and his urge to take over was strong, but I was stronger. Eventually, he gave up, and he too went to sleep. Why is he acting so rashly? It's just another female. She wants to take our hard work away. I tried to make him stop, but he kept fighting. The following morning, I got up to a heavy snowstorm. This is the normal weather for this time of year. Although we do see the sun and feel the warmth of spring and summer, it only lasts for a short period of time. After all, we are the darker side of the realm, and it is expected for it to be cold and dreary. Breakfast was served, and I quickly ate since my beta had gotten word that she woke up and that she wasn't in a good mood. Perfect. My feet crunched under the snow as I made my way to the cell she was being kept in. Levi already stood at the entrance of the prison waiting for my arrival. What is the update on the princess, Beta Levi? I ask. Well, as you heard, she isn't in a good mood, he tells me. How do we know this? Let's just say when they were trying to serve her breakfast, she attacked them. He laughs nervously. Wonderful. Just great. She isn't supposed to be a threat now, but how can I not see that as a threat? She threatened a pack member, the exact opposite of what I was hoping for. I was hoping for her to be cooperative, so she could at least maintain what dignity she has left. Surely if this gets out, it won't be good for her, since my pack will still see her as a threat. We stood before her cell. The scent of blood still hung heavy in the air, and sharp, piercing eyes glowed in the corner. They were not the eyes of a human, but the eyes of her wolf. Open the cell, I bark. But, Alpha, a guard protests. I am the Death Alpha. I can take on a measly female. He sighs and listens to my command, opens the cell, and shuts it behind me. My wolf once again howled out. Something was up with him when he is around this female. I squat down and look at the female before me. She came out of the shadows a little. I could see that her long silver hair was knotted, and there was a visible wound from the silver collar around her neck. Although she was dirty and covered in soot and most likely ash, I could still see her features. Her face wasn't too long or too short, it ended in a rounded point. Yet it wasn't too round. Her cheeks were filled out, but her cheekbones were defined. As for her nose, it was small and skinny. Her long lashes seemed to be clumped together, most likely from crying or the soot. She had an unworldly beauty to her. Her sapphire eyes glowed, and she lunged for me. Her nails extended, and her canines were out. Obviously, her wolf was in control, just protecting herself. She didn't know what was about to happen. She was definitely a fighter since the collar should have been burning her. It should be doing so since it's supposed to keep her wolf down and in control, so it can't surface. She's strong and determined. I'll give her that, as her wolf is present, and this collar doesn't seem to faze her. I simply dodge her attack and reach for her. I jump at the sudden feeling of sparks erupting when I touch her forearm. She lets out a yelp at the sudden sensation. The Death Alpha isn't supposed to have a mate. Mates. She attempts to move out of arm's reach. Now, having this knowledge, I wrap my arms around her waist and pull her close, pressing her head towards my neck. Making sure she gets a good smell of my scent. Her body relaxes in my hold. Feisty little one, aren't you? I chuckle. Chapter 5. Princess Adrianna. Although it hurt, my wolf surfaced a few times during my night in captivity. It was for our own protection, though. That male guard was suspicious and was trying to make advances. I didn't feel safe. Yet, when the Death Alpha came into sight, she put her guard up and went into survival mode. We had no clue what he had in store for us, and surely it wouldn't be good. I almost eliminated one of his guards, so obviously, he won't go easy on me. He already hates me as it is, so that'll only add to it. His blue, almost clear eyes stood out under his dark hair. Although I didn't have time to memorize his features, I knew his face was handsome and masculine. His long face was sharp and lean. All angles of his face looked like they could easily cut through me. His hollow cheeks added to his masculine appearance, accentuating his high cheekbones. On either side of his strong nose, those eyes peeked through his hair like a beast hunting its prey, lurking in the brush. Scars peeked through his neckline hem and continued upwards until his eyebrows all varied in length and depth. And yet, being from this side of the realm, he has color to his skin. He was unforgivably handsome. When he entered the cell, I couldn't help but lunge at him. Fear is taking complete control over my actions. My entire body froze when I felt his hand wrap around my forearm and force me into his lap. Yet, an involuntary yelp leaves my mouth at the feeling of his touch. His arms were like snakes, squeezing the air out of me with a tight grip. My body flushed against his, and a hand came up and pushed my head into his neck. His masculine scent floods my senses, and my wolf backs down and retreats to the back of my mind. She knew exactly who he is to us and stopped fighting. I hated it when my body instinctively relaxed in his hold, and I stopped fighting him, giving in to this mysterious and dangerous male. Mine, he growls. The dominance and protectiveness hung heavy in the air and were insufferable. It was hard to breathe, and I could practically taste it. It was suffocating me. What are you idiots doing? Get me the key to remove this collar. The guards scramble, and one enters the cell with a shaky hand, grasping the key ring. It's like a breath of fresh air when the collar thuds to the ground. My senses return, and my neck starts to heal slowly. My wolf is finally unrestricted as well. For a moment, I allow myself to relax against him. When an alpha male finds his mate, he is at his most hostile. They are very unpredictable once they is found and could lash out at the other males in the room. Although they are not a threat, the alpha male may mistake them for one. Many stand down and allow their alpha to do what he needs with no interference. His urge to claim his female is strong, but many fight the urge and wait. Unless it is too strong to fight, and they mark them on the spot. They become blinded by a strong urge of protectiveness and possessiveness and act on instinct and impulse. They quite literally return to our primitive state. I hope that isn't my situation, as my neck is already burned from the silver collar. Of course, I know this as I have been through this before. The sparks are all too familiar. I missed how they erupted when we touched. Yet, this isn't who I wished it was with. That relationship ended long ago. A horrible ending to a relationship, really. I hope I get to witness his karma when it hits him. The same goes for his new mate. Readjusting his hold on me, he wraps a cloak around me and walks out of the cells. Everyone presses themselves as close to the wall as possible, not wanting to get in his way. Probably hoping they'd dissolve into the wall. He'd end them if they did get in the way. Get the pack doctor, immediately. He growls out the order before we leave the prison. The sound is making my whole body vibrate. The walk to the Alpha Fortress was short, but felt like forever. It was cold, and the snow was crunching with his footsteps. As much as I hated the man, I buried my face in his chest to stop myself from getting windburn. The doors open, and the maids and butlers are there when we enter. They bow as he heads for the staircase that sits in the middle of the foyer. He enters his bedroom, which is a contrast between light and dark grays and black. He sets me down on his heavenly soft black sheets before he begins pacing in front of the lengthy fireplace. I am assuming he was impatiently waiting for the pack doctor to arrive. He stops pacing when the door rattles with a knock. Enter, he booms. Alpha, I heard you summoned me, the doctor states in a nervous tone as he enters. He nods. I have. I would like you to perform a checkup on the princess, he orders and gestures to me on the bed. The princess. He nods. Yes, my mate. Please examine her wounds and prescribe a medication or heal them. He barks out the order in an alpha tone. He nods and rushes over to me scared. He lowers himself into a bow before asking, "Your Highness, do I have permission to perform a checkup and any other further examination or tests if need be?" I nod. "Yes, you have my permission." The doctor lays out his medical bag on the bed and puts on gloves. The cold latex comes in contact with the burn on my neck, making me jump. A small growl comes from the Death Alpha, seeing the pain a small touch caused. He grabs a small tube and puts some on his fingers. "Now, Your Highness, I am going to apply this to the burn. It is going to be cold. It should help it heal. I'll leave a tube here with the Alpha so you can apply it twice daily until the burn goes away. I suggest applying it in the morning and before you go to bed at night." The cream was soothing and sent a cold shock throughout my body. It was actually quite nice and made my burn stop stinging. It cooled it down. It was a relieving feeling. "Thank you," I sigh in contentment. "It is my job, Princess." Before he leaves the room, he hands the Alpha a tube of the cream before bowing. I take my leave, he states, and leaves. He follows the doctor out and sees him to the front door. I sit patiently waiting for the Alpha to return, and when he does, he isn't at ease. His eyes are black, and he stands before me in an intimidating manner. "I want to mark you," he growls out, and his index finger goes under my chin, tilting it up. His thumb caresses my lips, making me shiver. His head goes into my neck, but he doesn't mark me. It rests there with his warm breath fanning the burn. "But I will hold back as you are injured." I let out a breath of relief. "But when the time comes, I will not hold back." He stated it as a threat, a promise. Chapter 6. Alpha Octavius. Why me? Why? Why would the goddess pair me with her daughter? Is she crazy? Clearly she is, as she just gave me her daughter. I am not supposed to have a mate, me of all alphas. The most merciless Death Alpha, and she just gives me her daughter. There are so many other alpha males out there that her daughter could be paired with. Many well-to-do males, unlike myself. Yet I am mated to her daughter, to a princess, the future moon goddess. It makes you wonder what she is trying to do. Does she expect me to repay her kindness? Do I owe her now? She had better not expect anything in return. She decided to mate me with her daughter. Sitting in my office, I run my hands through my hair, stressed and conflicted. This female would be my downfall. There is a light knock on the door, and I permit them to enter. My general enters. "The head of the prison guards has informed me that you removed the princess from her holding cell this morning." "Why is that?" he asks. "That is none of your business, General," I inform him. "I think it is. The prison is under my command, so I have the right to know why an inmate was removed without my permission. Once again, I don't have to explain anything to you. I am your alpha, and you are stepping out of line. But if you think about it, I am in command as I am alpha. You are just taking commands from me, your superior, and passing them on to them. I am not trying to question or challenge you, but I have the right to know, and you should have informed me. Once again, I do not have to inform you of anything, and if I were you, I'd stop questioning your alpha's authority. Remember who put you in your position, because I can take it back as fast as I gave it to you. Are we clear?" His eyes glow before he shuts them and takes in a deep breath. "No, Alpha. We aren't." "Excuse me. I said we aren't clear, Alpha. This will get out." I shake my head. "It certainly will not unless someone leaks it. In which case, it won't. I cannot guarantee that." I stand from my desk fuming. "So help you, goddess, if you release this information, I will see to it personally that you are executed. You seem very protective of this princess. Certainly, there is a deeper meaning to your releasing her. Maybe a certain bond." My eyes glow, and I round my desk, looming over him. "Don't you dare go there." He smirks. "I believe I have. I'm not scared of you, Alpha." "Oh, you will be. This is all a game. You want to rile me up, so when you go to the pack, you have proof behind your claim." My eyes glow when I grab the collar of his shirt. "Don't you say a word. No promises." I saw this as a threat, and he was potentially hinting at leaking this information. He'd be responsible for an uprising. I did what any alpha would do to protect his mate and pack. "Levi," I yell. Without a second to waste, Levi is in my study. "Yes, Alpha. Please take the general to the basement," I order. He grins. What shall I do with him? Ensure he can never speak again. Make it look like an accident. Take him back to his home and lay him at the bottom of the stairs to make it look like a fall. Also, while you're at it, disable his hands so he can't write. The general's eyes widen. No, please. I thought you weren't afraid of me? You threatened me and the peace in the pack. You must pay for your actions. Please, I'll do anything, just don't. I shake my head. I'm not doing it. It was an accident. You fell down the stairs and bit your tongue. Break his hands too, so he can't write. I grin at Levi and continue. Don't stitch him up. Let him lie there so when his mate gets home, it looks more genuine. Levi nods and motions for the executioner to come. He doesn't only do executions. He executes punishments such as this. Oh, and don't let the princess see, I add. Please, he cries as he's being dragged out. Levi stays behind and shuts the door once he is cleared out of the room. He furrows his brows and approaches my desk, to which I return. What was that all about, he asks. He was threatening the newfound calmness in the pack, I state. With what? He was going to leak that I released the princess from her cell, which the pack could see as a potential threat and see me as an unqualified alpha. He nods. I see. But may I ask what is going on between the princess and yourself? I was going to tell you eventually, but I guess now is the best time. It seems that Princess Adrianna is my mate. You're joking, right? Silence. Right? I shake my head. Nope, it seems the moon goddess paired me with her daughter. So he was going to potentially release this information to the pack, which could threaten the future Luna? I nod. I was only protecting my mate. If this got out, the pack could become disorderly and potentially become a threat to her. More than they already are. As you know, some members of this pack are very loyal to me and could feel betrayed. They'd see me as a traitor and inadequate alpha. That I was a liar and couldn't be trusted. That the princess is controlling me or something. That I'm sleeping with the enemy. We'd have riots on our hands and potentially be overthrown. I don't need that, and I certainly don't need my mate in danger. I completely understand, so what are we going to do? Show them she can be trusted. I am going to perform all our ceremonies in private, and once the public trusts her, I'll do one for the pack. Understandable. Until then, I need you to listen closely around the pack. I'll do the same and pass this information on to Gamma Victor. We need a new general, and I want guards around my fortress 24/7. I'll get right on that. Oh, and Levi, don't tell anyone why we are amping up security. It's a secret just between us, FYI. I'm aware, Alpha. With that, he leaves. I don't like scaring my second and third in command, but right now I can't trust anyone. I don't trust anyone with my mate's life. I only trust myself in protecting her. Obviously, I can trust my second and third, but I am paranoid after the general threatened to go public. Although the general can no longer communicate at all, I'm still a little on edge. Can I trust my beta and gamma, or will they want to overthrow me and take my position? I doubt it, but one can never be too careful. The goddess obviously made a mistake, but I feel like she is also testing me. Testing my trust in my closest friends and trusted high-ranking officials. She is making me reconsider everything. I feel like she paired me with her daughter so I could see their true colors before it got too late. Chapter 7. Princess Adrianna. Although many would be disturbed or worried by hearing screams throughout the fortress early in the morning, I wasn't fazed. Although it was a shock, as I have never heard such distress, this is the death pack, after all, and the alpha is awake. He is most likely handing out a punishment, and the person isn't happy with it and is scared of said punishment. Once the screaming protests died down, I carried on with my day, applying the healing cream and getting dressed before heading downstairs. It seems Octavius had someone get some clothes for me last night. Enough clothes for now being until I can go out shopping safely. Although the fortress was busy with maids and butlers, there were no chefs. Luckily, my mother taught me how to cook, since she knew I'd be on my own for a while. While making my breakfast, a scent enters the kitchen. His scent. My body freezes up a little, and my wolf cries out, giving him our undivided attention. What are you up to, princess? The alpha asks. Making breakfast. And what are you up to? I retort. He snickers. watching my feisty little mate make breakfast. Hopefully, she made enough to share. I shake my head, catching on to his playfulness. I did. Wonderful, because if you didn't, I'd have to eat something else. My eyes widen at the sudden suggestion, and I feel my cheeks redden. I made French toast, eggs, and the bacon is in the oven so it stays warm. Sounds good. He purses his lips and asks, have you applied the cream to your burn this morning? I nod. I did. Satisfied, he states, yeah, it's looking much better, princess. I nod again. Do you even know my name? I ask, but I couldn't help but laugh. He nods. Yes, Adrianna. May I ask why you call me princess then? Respect? It's cute and endearing too, but do you know mine? I nod. Of course, Octavius. There is a low rumble from Octavius. I like it when you say my name. And yet the blush on my face has yet to die down. It was odd how casual he was right after most likely sentencing someone. Then again, he is desensitized to these things as it's been his life for centuries. Obviously, sending someone to their end wouldn't bother him, as it's his lifestyle. As for me, I don't think I'd be able to do that. I have compassion and I am sensitive to death. I would most likely take it hard if I were responsible for someone's passing. So, do you have any plans for today? I ask. He shakes his head. Nope, just hanging out and getting to know my female better. When my former mate would claim me as his female, it would make butterflies erupt in my stomach. This isn't the same effect I get from Octavius. I can see his excitement about having a mate, and I don't want to ruin that. You'd think I'd want to feel something after my first pairing wasn't a success, but that isn't it. I guess I never had closure and haven't gotten over my previous mate. Maybe that is why I am having a hard time accepting this and feeling the same feelings that Octavius has for me. I can't deny the bond much longer, as it's consuming me when he's near. Octavius knows this since whenever he is around, he only amplifies the bond. He lets off his scent and allows his wolf to communicate with mine. This only strengthens our wolves' bond, which makes ours stronger. I see, I say and set the breakfast on the table. He licks his lips. Damn, this looks delicious, and coming from a princess is unbelievable. My mother taught me how to cook before I left, since I wouldn't have a chef at my beck and call when I was in the cabin. It's only natural for my mother to teach me as I'd be on my own. Understandable. The rest of breakfast was quiet, as we both enjoyed our meal. He seemed ecstatic, especially since it looks like he doesn't have a chef come to the house. I can only imagine how he cooked before I came along. Judging by how much he is eating and his eyes lighting up, I'd say he wasn't a good cook. I look up when I hear the clang of the fork hitting the plate, and he cleans his face with the napkin. How tall are you? He asks out of the blue. About 5'4", 5'5"-ish. Why? I ask. You'll be living here, so you need a cloak to keep yourself warm when you go outside. It's not that cold, there is no need to. He raises a brow and laughs. If I get cold from going outside, you definitely will. In all honesty, I didn't want gifts. I didn't want to be here, and I didn't want to be his mate. I don't want gifts, as they will have ties to him if something is to happen with this bond that he doesn't intend to happen, like breaking it off. I don't see myself doing that, as it was a painful process, but I don't know what the future holds for me, and it may have to happen. I don't want a reminder of him. I actually wanted to talk to you about something. He nods. Go ahead. I've heard of the horrible conditions my mother's moon temple is in. I was wondering, once I become Luna, could that be one of the projects I oversee? That would be wonderful. I permit you to do so. I'll just be cleaning it up and restoring it. Nothing else. I'll gladly give you the funds, and I'll inform the pack elders so they aren't alarmed. Thank you, Octavius. He nods. Although I haven't been to the moon temple here, I know for a fact it's in rough shape. As for my father's temple, it is in great shape. I've seen it, actually, a few times, but I've never been inside it. I'll eventually step foot inside when I need to make contact with my parents. Considering he is the closest, I'll obviously venture to his temple and not to my mother's. Hers is located outside the pack's territory, but the Death Pack is still responsible for it. Chapter 8. Princess Adrianna. A few days later, a cloak was gifted to me. Octavius had it commissioned. It was a light gray cloak with armholes, so I could use my hands without getting cold. The cloak was fur-lined as well, so I wouldn't freeze. He seemed to worry the most about that since I was small. Within the next few days, I also got permission from the council here to start working on the Moon Goddess Temple. I was heading there now to meet with some architects and contractors. I was also assigned a guard for my protection when Octavius couldn't be beside me. Like now, he was in a meeting, so my guard was joining me for the first look at the temple. Thankfully, I was given such a beautiful gift, as it was brutal today. It was the peak of the winter season here, anyway. My princess, the Moon Goddess Temple is off the southeast border, my head guard, Brooklyn, tells me. Wonderful, I respond and step into the snow, hearing that fresh snow crunch. So, what are you looking to do with it? Tear it down. I laugh. Goddess, no. I am simply repairing it so it can be used again. Obviously, I wouldn't be tearing it down. Just curious. A lot of members of this pack see it as a threat and have tried to tear it down in the years past. Why? Because of you, my princess. When they heard you were descending to Earth, they thought you would use the temples as beacons. Believing in this, they tried to burn it down so you couldn't teleport here or something like that. They thought as long as they had one nearby, you'd visit it and destroy the pack. Like how a moth is drawn to a flame, you'd be drawn to the temple as you know where they all are. If we didn't have a temple, you couldn't find us. Oh, that is quite unsettling, but if that is their theory, my father has one within the pack. I'd be able to find said pack with or without a Moon Goddess temple. She laughs. I mean, duh. Obviously, conspiracies are made up out of fear and trying to get others to conform to their way of thinking. Who started it? She shakes her head. We will never know. All I know is that the reason the Alpha has given you so many guards is that he is scared they have a large following and that they will attack you. He believes the leader of this group is within the pack. So a domestic threat. She nods. Yes, that's what we are assuming. Sadly, this is what the Alpha fears, as it could be a threat to you. It could be a threat to the pack as well, as there could be an uprising on our hands. That is not what I wanted. None of us do, but the Alpha will figure out a way for the pack to welcome and accept you as their Luna. Let's hope that works. I don't know what they'd do. She nods sadly. None of us do. It could be a good thing or a really bad thing. I was already made aware of him being overthrown or the pack trying to replace me. Both choices are impossible. Correct. You are bound to him as he is bound to this pack. Neither of you can be removed. But we can eliminate you, a gruff voice barks. My eyes widen in alert, as do the eyes of the head of my guard. Swirling around, we find the source of the voice. A male who is part of my guard, with others who are also part of my guard, standing beside him. I gulp, horrified. Betrayed by my own guards. What should we do? I whisper. I've already alerted the Alpha, but we may need to fight until he and reinforcements arrive, Brooklyn tells me. Without hesitation, we both shift into our wolves. Hers was a common gray wolf and a tad bigger than mine. My wolf was the color of my hair, silver platinum. This definitely confirmed to the attackers that I was who they thought I was. As we shifted, they followed and started to attack, forming a circle and surrounding us. No one could leave or enter. Protect the princess at all costs, Brooklyn orders through the mind link. They nod and form a circle around me so I am protected at all angles. Within seconds of this protective wall, the sound of bones breaking and flesh being ripped is heard. Whether it be my protectors or the traitors, it came from all around me. It scared me, but this wasn't a time to be scared. I had to be strong and help them fight. Not for me, but for the ones protecting me. I need to show them their sacrifices weren't in vain and that I intend to stand my ground. Hopefully Octavius arrives soon. Never did I think I'd be thinking those words and hoping for them to be true. This wasn't the first time this group has made an appearance in the werewolf community. The Moon Goddess has always dealt with this hate group. It's popped up many times in our history as these wolves want to get rid of us. They don't want their lives predetermined and dictated by the Moon Goddess. They want to choose their own lives and own partners. They really hate when their Alpha of Death is paired with the Moon Heiress. This hate group first hailed from this pack when the second moon goddess claimed the first death alpha as her mate. So it only makes sense that they hail from this pack and this side of the realm, as the light side worships her. From behind, I feel my hind leg being bitten, and I'm dragged through the snow. A large male wolf stands over me and tries to sink his teeth into my neck. I dodge his attack and use my hind legs to launch him across the field. When he regains his footing, we both end up charging at each other, but he quickly dodges me. Digging my heels into the ground, I come to a stop and turn to him. He was already right behind me and clawed all the way down my back. I howl out in pain. The pain consumes me. I was weak and couldn't fight back. The wound was deep, and I let out a whimper. Lifting my head, I was expecting him to finish me off, but he is bulldozed off by a large black wolf. Octavius's wolf stands over him and rips into his neck. He shifts and treads over to me and kneels with a sigh. Gather up all the traitors and take them to separate wings in the prison. We don't need them communicating with one another. Also, make sure they can't talk. I don't need them to start spreading rumors and making plans. I don't need them to conspire and recruit more individuals into this group. I don't know if there are more traitors, but this is for the princess's safety. Yes, Alpha. Also, take the injured members of the princess's guard to the hospital so their injuries can be tended to. I'll be doing the same with the princess. I yelp a little when Octavius picks me up. My back was stinging in pain, and the cold didn't help. I had crimson running down my fur, staining it. I'm sorry I couldn't get here sooner, and now you're injured. I am so sorry. You just got over an injury. It's okay, but now we have a domestic threat to deal with. That hate group, I tell him through our mind link, which I'll protect you from. I'll eliminate my entire pack if I have to keep you safe. I can only shake my head. I wouldn't expect you to do that. We just have to address the threat to the pack and announce the arrival of the Luna. He sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose. Yes, now I have to address that the once threatening Moon Princess is not only my mate, but the future Luna. Wonderful. This is just the beginning of this uprising. They have finally shown themselves and made it known they are here and won't put up with having me as their Luna. It doesn't help Octavius, and I are still trying to work on our relationship. This will only make it harder. Chapter 9. Alpha Octavius. A few minutes later, we arrive at the hospital. Adrianna's back was bleeding badly and was staining my clothes. I didn't mind. My only thought was getting my mate help, as I could feel the pain she was in. That and getting her here before losing a significant amount of blood. That wouldn't be good since I don't even know her blood type, and she could lose consciousness. Follow me, the nurse tells us urgently. Get the pack doctor. The Moon Princess is injured, she tells another nurse passing by. Again. My wolf reminds me. I wasn't looking forward to making a statement about today's events and addressing the pack about their newfound Luna. I don't know how they'll feel about the female they were told to hate becoming their alpha female. I mean, if I can accept her as my mate, the pack should accept her as the Luna. I just hope they don't react as these traitors did, and I have an uprising on my hands. I don't need to be overthrown because they don't trust my judgment on Adrianna being Luna. Most likely, these traitors want to overthrow me to avoid Adrianna being their Luna. They are probably afraid of her bringing her traditions and practices to the pack. They don't want someone from the other realm coming and being in charge. They just don't like the idea of a light-sided being with a pure aura running the death pack. The doctor enters the room and inspects Adrianna's back, now in her human form. She flinches when he touches it, making my wolf growl. I'm going to hook her up 2 and 4. In a few hours, she should have enough fluids in her system so her body can heal itself on its own, he tells us. So she won't need a blood transfusion? I ask. He shakes his head. Correct. She has lost a significant amount of blood, but she's healing quite nicely and quickly. I am not too concerned about that. I would be concerned if it scars. If it scars, I'm going to end the traitor. I let out a low snarl, hearing that, to which Adrianna reacts quickly and starts rubbing my bicep. I take my leave. I hope you feel better soon, my princess. The door clicks shut and we are alone. I let out a deep sigh and rest my forehead on Adrianna's. Goddess, you scared me. I thought they had you for a moment. I thought they were going to take you, I mumble. She shakes her head. But they didn't. Don't worry about something that didn't happen. I can't help it. It could have happened. I wasn't thinking. If only I had gotten there sooner, you wouldn't be injured. If I just accompanied you, none of this would have happened. But it did, she tells me softly. And I'm thankful it did. Yes, I got injured, but we now know who some of the traitors are. I will never be able to forgive myself. You are now injured because of my ignorance. She shakes her head. I could have lost you. They could have taken you hostage and ended you. I was trusted by your mother to be your mate. An opportunity not many Death Alphas get, and I messed it up. I literally showed why I don't deserve a mate, let alone you being my mate. I'm such an idiot for not seeing this. Adrianna's hand comes up and makes me look at her. I was lost in her eyes. She was trying to tell me something. My eyes never left hers, and my forehead rested against hers again. I was taken aback when I felt her lips on mine. I wouldn't call it a kiss, but before she could pull away, I pulled her back in. It didn't take me long to respond to the kiss and deepen it. My hands wrap around her waist, being careful not to touch her injury. Her hands caress my arms and roam up and down my biceps. Pulling away, we are both breathless and I am shocked. I'm sorry, I cut her off by crashing my lips upon hers again. I pull her body flush against mine, addicted to her lips, to her taste. She seemed to feel the same since her hands dug into my hair and pulled at the ends of it. She presses closer to me, and I place my hands on her cheeks. The kiss was intense, passionate, and demanding. Yet, it was comforting knowing this wasn't a dream, but she was safe in my arms. I had to pull away from the kiss earlier than I wanted to, since I could feel my wolf, Apollo, starting to surface. Octavius, Adrianna says, alarmed. I know. I'm sorry. Your eyes, she points out. Goddess, I groan. She then points to her mouth, signaling that my canines have extended too. I need a minute. Excuse me. She nods and watches as I leave her room. I curse myself and my wolf. I wanted her so bad, and knowing what little progress we have made these past weeks has made me ecstatic. The slow process over the weeks has led up to that kiss, and now I can't control my wolf. He knows she has finally accepted us, and now he wants more. So much more. He wants to claim her completely, even though he knows it's not safe to tell the pack yet. He's selfish. Yet, he understands her safety comes first, and he'll wait impatiently for the right time. Until then, I'll most likely be going everywhere with her. If I'm not available to do so, then she can't do what she has to do. This is just the way it'll have to be. She'll just have to be placed under my lock and key for her own protection and safety. A lot of alphas do this, as they feel their lunas are always a target, and they are. That they're in constant danger. Any enemy would love to get their hands on their Luna, as she is a weakness. That's why alphas do so for her and their own safety. Sadly, it's not an enemy I'm protecting her from, but her own pack. Chapter 10. Princess Adrianna. I watch Octavius leave the room quickly in hopes of controlling and quieting his wolf. While he tried to quiet his and stop him from surfacing, I was dealing with a wolf howling and purring with pleasure. I know both of our wolves wanted to mark and mate, but we are in the hospital, and I am in no shape for that. That, and I am not ready for that step in this relationship. Baby steps, Adrianna. Baby steps. My face was still warm from the blush that took over my body, and my lips were a little swollen from the kiss. My fingers grazed my lips in shock and disbelief. Did I seriously just do that? When did I get so bold and needy? I couldn't believe myself and the person I was turning into. This alpha was making me feel different things, and not things I felt when I was with my past mate. I've never experienced these emotions until now, and to be honest, it scared me. When Octavius re-enters the room, he is calm and collected and sits down beside me on the bed's edge. Are you all better? I tease. He grins over at me. Somewhat. You took my wolf and me by surprise. That is the last thing I'd expect from you. I wouldn't expect you to make the first move. My face reddens. I took myself by surprise, too. I laugh and push my hair out of my face. How's your back doing? You should be able to get discharged tonight if it fully heals. It's healing nicely. Will it be healed by tonight? I nod, looking over my shoulder at my back. It should be. He sighs. What a relief. I would have slept here if you weren't. I don't trust anyone alone with you right now. I shake my head. I would not have expected you to do that. He shakes his head, not listening to what I have to say and not wanting to argue either. A few moments later, dinner is brought in by a nurse who sets it down on my table. Octavius looks skeptical and takes the food before I can reach it. Is this poisoned? He asks harshly. The nurse shrugs. I do not know, Alpha. I was just ordered to deliver the meals to all the patients, she tells him. I understand the concern, but there is no guarantee that this exact soup was prepared by the chef with the intention to harm me. There is no guarantee that this exact one with poison would be delivered to me. Then try it, he orders with glowing eyes. Of course, Alpha, she complies and takes a spoonful of the tomato soup. See? It is fine. He still doesn't trust it and orders another nurse into the room, who is fine with the soup too. After all the fuss, he brings it up to his nose to smell for anything. Seeming satisfied, he sets it down in front of me and allows me to eat my dinner. Once my meal was finished and taken away, the doctor arrived to check on my back again. I turn around, and he lifts the back of my gown. His fingers were cold as he grazed my skin. A small growl erupted from Octavius when he saw me shiver from his cold touch. Her back healed nicely, and I believe she can be discharged. I'll bring up the discharge papers and get you all set to go on your way, he tells us and leaves the room. Great, Octavius declares. Did you bring me a change of clothes? I ask. Nope, I didn't even think of it. I am sorry. You'll just have to wear the clothes you had on before you shifted. That's fine, at least I have clothes, I tease. When the discharge papers are brought in, we fill out the paperwork and I am signed out. Upon returning to the fortress, I stand before the mirror and look at my back. There was a scar, but it was so faint it could barely be seen if you weren't looking for it. Knowing the alpha male I am living with, he'll forever be looking for it and be ticked off that it is there. It's literally invisible at one glance. The skin wasn't even raised either, barely a dent, just 4 soft, thin lines. Octavius, on the other hand, is probably punishing this injury that many wouldn't know was there if they didn't look hard enough. Yet, the warriors who betrayed us need to be held accountable for their actions today. They were successful in their little stunt, which shows their other members of this cult how easy it is to breach our system, my safety. How easy it is to have access to me. My safety is Octavius's #1 priority right now, and that little breach and safety being put at stake and being overlooked will surely infuriate him. How my safety was overlooked will surely anger him, and how they were so careless won't sit right with him. I look over my shoulder quickly when I hear the door open and Octavius enters. I let out a breath of relief. I was scared someone would enter to attack me. It is done, Octavius tells me. What is? I ask. I have sentenced the 5 traitors and announced that you are my mate and future Luna. You did what? My jaw drops. The pack now knows that you are their future Luna. Aren't you worried about the current situation the pack is in? He nods. I am, but it is better if they hear it from me rather than a rumor. I have also put out a warning for those who have the intention to try and harm you. How did you do that? He sighs. The traitors will be executed tomorrow morning. Some pack members will be in attendance, and I am expecting you to be as well. I nod. Okay. You understand why I did this, right? I do. I will be expected to show I can withstand what being Luna requires in this pack. That includes being present during an execution, even if it's against everything I am. They want to see if I can handle such issues like this. If I am seen taking execution well, maybe that'll be enough for them to accept me and see that I am not here to ruin the pack. That I am not here to push my beliefs, traditions, culture, or practices onto them. I would never do such a thing. My tutor wanted me to learn more about the packs and their beliefs, traditions, culture, and practices while I am here. It'll be good for when I become Moon Goddess, as I'll understand the packs better. The Death Pack is a completely different realm and a completely different breed of werewolves. Their practices will differ from others since they mainly praise my father rather than my mother. Chapter 11. Princess Adrianna. To say I was nervous was an understatement. I felt like I was going to throw up with how nervous I was. My stomach was turning, and I really didn't want to go and watch people die. Everything I am against is being forced upon me because of my bond to the Death Alpha. If it were up to me, I wouldn't sentence them to death, just a lifetime in jail or something. This is my mother's work, her creations are her children, and they will eventually be mine to look over. Knowing that one is dying at the hands of my mate because of me is unsettling. Honestly, their punishment will be much harsher in the afterlife once my father gets his hands on them anyway. Considering the execution is just another act of torture to add to their eternity of suffering, it doesn't bother me as much. Once they get there and my father is informed of what they have done, executed or not, they'll get the same treatment. He'll gladly torture them until the sun's light fades and the earth goes cold. I wish it didn't have to be this way, but it is. Octavius must show who is in power and keep the pack fearing him. He is doing this to put fear into those who are going against him and trying to harm me. That my safety is important and that I am the Luna, and my power isn't to be questioned either. That I will not fear a little group who wants to hurt me because of my parentage. They don't even really know me, just heard rumors about me, and that's what they're going off of. I am their future Luna, and trying to harm me will be seen as a serious crime by the Alpha and me. You don't mess with the Death Alpha or his mate. Nothing good will come from attempting these stunts. When morning arrived, I was in bed by myself, and I heard the water running in the bathroom. Octavius was getting ready for today's festivities. To him, this is fun and festive, but to me, this is horrible and sickening. I have to do this to gain their trust and loyalty, though. My title won't mean anything to them unless I prove I am worthy of it. I have to earn it in their eyes. My title is enough for Octavius, his beta, his gamma, and the warriors assigned to protect me. Princess, a voice calls from the bathroom. Octavius, I respond. Are you getting ready? I can't start getting ready until someone gets out of the shower. The door opens and Octavius stands there, dripping wet still and a towel around his waist. My eyes wander over his body. Goddess, he was hot. I could see everything from his broad shoulders and strong chest to the V of his hips leading down into his towel, to his strong legs. Across his chest was one long scar, and smaller ones could also be seen on his torso. My eyes are tracing each tattoo and each scar. I just couldn't help myself. I couldn't take my eyes off his body. The male was built like a bodybuilder. He was insanely strong and large. Like the gods saw fit to craft his body so well. He smirks and pads towards me and catches my chin. You can continue to ogle my body later, my love. We have more than enough time for you to get to know my body better. Right now, we have to execute these fuckers who tried to eliminate you, he tells me, kisses the crown of my head, and heads into the closet. I could literally feel the heat take over my face, and I didn't dare look in the mirror since I knew my face was brighter than a tomato. I just nod and don't look back at him as I head into the bathroom, passing by him quickly and not daring a glance back, knowing very well he was sporting a prideful grin. After I got out, I had a dress chosen for me for the event. It was a black gown, and a black cloak lined with black fur was also laid next to it. This one, too, had a cutout for my arms to go through. Also, a new pair of snow boots sat on the floor under the bench. I was waiting to put the cloak on until we were leaving, since it was already warm in here to begin with. Same with the gloves. I didn't want to overheat. I didn't want to get cold, so I left my hair down but added some loose curls to it. Well, except for one side that was pulled to the back of my head and secured with a comb. It was a comb with clear quartz and a crescent moon in the front and center of it. Octavius wore something to keep him warmer, unlike me. With a warm, bulky sweater, jeans, and boots. I wore this as it is expected of females to dress more formally for these events. Like, would you expect the Alpha to wear a suit and tie to an execution? No. But for the Luna, yes. It is expected of her to get dressed up for this occasion. I'm not the one wielding the weapon. Since he is, he must wear clothes to allow easy movement. I am the soon-to-be Luna and Moon Princess, therefore, this is expected. You look beautiful, he tells me. Like, goddess. I should tell you, you have to dress like this more often for events, because by the goddess, you look amazing. I laugh. Thank you, and you don't clean up bad yourself. "Shall we?" he asks and offers me his arm, which I take. My cloak was put on, as well as the gloves. I really did feel like a princess again in this gown. I really don't dress like this anymore, so being able to dress up again made me feel more comfortable. Is it weird to say it gives me confidence dressing like this? The bitter air hits my face right away. The cold air was biting at my skin, but Octavius seemed used to it. It'll take me a while to get used to this cold. He didn't flinch for a second when the cold air swooped in. The fresh snow crunched under our boots, leaving a trail behind us. There was already a crowd forming around the execution platform. The 5 traitors stood cuffed, awaiting their death. Literally being walked to their death and waiting for their turn. Little clothed them, exposing them to the harsh conditions. Their teeth chattering and their skin paling. Frostbite is most likely setting in. Good morning, my fellow pack members. Today, these 5 traitors stand before you. They have been found guilty of conspiring to kill the Moon Princess, premeditated murder, masquerading as the princess's guards, and attacking the princess, Octavius informs the crowd. Today, you will witness their deaths by execution. I know he is doing this in hopes of scaring others from following. This is what all alphas do, as it is a commonly used technique that works most of the time. Strike fear into them and show how they will be punished if they follow in their footsteps. To scare those who have stepped out of line, to get back in line, or they'll face the same fate. This is why he gathers a crowd so they may relay the word to others who weren't in attendance. Also, so they can see their deaths, see their pain, and fear that fate. Genuine fear is a tactic when wolves relay messages or tell stories. Their listener picks up on that fear and knows that what happened is true and to heed their words. That they aren't lying or making up the story. Today, the Moon Princess Adrianna is in attendance at this execution, as she was the one attacked. May she rest soundly now, knowing her attackers no longer walk this earth. Also, as you all know, about the statement I made last night. She will continue to be in attendance for this event and all events in the future. She is your future Luna, and I expect you all to give her the same respect as you've given me. She is my mate, and I will not tolerate any disrespect. Disrespect her, you disrespect me. She is my equal in every way. My attackers stood there with wide eyes as they heard that announcement. Octavius motions forward the 4 executioners as he stood before the one who attacked and injured me. He smirks, showing his dangerous canines. And I'll be the last face you see. The god of the dead won't treat you so well in the afterlife as it was his daughter you hurt, but tell him I said hi, would ya? I felt sick hearing the skin rip and the bones crack and watching the blood stream out like a waterfall, but I had to continue to watch to show I could handle their cruel practices. And so I did. Chapter 12. Alpha Octavius. The execution was over. Their lifeless bodies lay on the raised platform, staining the wood and the snow. The pack stood and watched in fear, looking upon the scene. Their bodies lay limp on the wood. Adrianna, I could tell, was zoning out. Her face was facing the way of the execution, but her eyes told me she was somewhere else. I couldn't care less, as long as it looked like she was watching. Which it did. After cleaning myself up, I went and retrieved Adrianna, shaking her out of her trance. She jumped a little. We have a meeting, I tell her softly. She nods, not saying a word, and wraps her arm around mine. You did wonderfully, princess. She just nods again. What is wrong? I think you have traumatized me, she tells me, her voice barely above a whisper, trying to laugh it off. I am sorry. I understand, but sadly, that doesn't cut it. I was the same after my first execution, too. You will get used to it. If you want the respect of the pack as the soon-to-be Luna, you need to show that you can take on the responsibilities. As time goes on, maybe you'll find that you are desensitized to it. Yet, you won't always have to attend these since you'll be Luna and you'll be expected to see to other duties. So I won't always have to go? I shake my head. No, but until you are crowned Luna you will. It shows you can handle such formalities. Once you are Luna, you'll have other duties to see to and other places you are expected to be. So, no, you won't be expected at all executions. I'll have to attend some though? I nod. Yes, only for those who have committed high crimes against the realm or the pack. Those you'll be expected at. The big and important executions. Okay, she breathes. She went silent, hence ending the conversation. Naturally, I left her alone to be in her thoughts for the rest of the walk to where the meeting would be held. I felt her grip on me tighten once we stood at the foot of the hotel. "Oh, Alpha," the receptionist at the desk exclaims once we enter. "I didn't expect you to arrive so early. They are already waiting for you upstairs." "Wonderful, we'll be heading up," I tell her. The council already sat waiting around the table once we arrived in the meeting room. I help Adrianna out of her cloak before taking my seat at the front of the table. Adrianna takes her seat to my right. I could tell she was nervous as she was twisting her gloves in her lap. I place my hand on hers to try and soothe her anxiety. "Shall we begin?" I ask. There is a collective yes, and I nod. Before me sat 6 Werewolf Council members. Well, 7 if you include Adrianna. All with a different skill set and importance to me. As you know, regarding the recent events that have taken place, we are having a rise in domestic threats. It seems they are targeting the princess, but it is too early to say why. I don't want to assume, but after looking into the history of the pack, it is clear why. They feel threatened by the princess as they believe she can and will disrupt the flow of the pack, I state. So, what are we going to do about them? We can't keep executing them, my general tells me. I nod. Yes, this is just the first step. I believe we should move in stages. The first being public executions. I don't know what the next stages are, but we will know what to do when the time arrives. So, what are we going to do about the princess? You know, for protection-wise and her safety, of course. We can't have a ton of guards with her 24/7, the priestess chimes in. Yes, I agree. Until it is safe, she won't be allowed to leave unless I am with her. She can't be trusted with her own guard. What does that say? So unless I am available, she won't be allowed to leave. Therefore, her project on fixing the moon goddess temple will be put on the back burner until I can guarantee her safety. Adrianna nods with a frown. I'm sorry, but it is for your own safety. You are to be the Luna, and these threats will be taken seriously. I know, she says softly. It just sucks I'm going to be too stuck inside. You won't be stuck inside all the time. She gives me a pointed look. The priestess laughs. She does have a point. You're very busy and barely have any free time on your schedule. I just huff, seeing her point. Okay, back to the traitors, I advise. We don't know who they are or who their leader is. Obviously, we won't figure out who they are if you keep executing them, an advisor barks. It was just those 5 to make a point and scare them back into line so they could see what would happen to them if they did the same. Yeah, that will work for a few weeks, but then they'll be back at it once the pack has calmed and forgotten about it. I shake my head. The thing is, I won't be forgetting about it. I am going to be on high alert all day long. Maybe I'll start bringing Adrianna to meetings with me, as the workers in my mansion may try to hurt her as well. She sighs. Lucky me. I smirk. Indeed, lucky you. You'll get to see your man at work. I know she was trying to make light of the situation by being sarcastic and making jokes. It's how she calms herself down in these situations, diverting the tension into something more lighthearted. The next few hours, we sat and strategized for what our next steps will be, since I am no longer allowed to eliminate them. So, we had to think of other ways to approach this situation. If we approached it wrong, it could only anger them more, which we don't want. I found it harder to come up with different types of punishments rather than elimination. Personally, I think punishing them in front of the pack is the best tactic to scare the pack and put them back in their place. They need to know their place. Yet, the council didn't see that as the best approach. So we came up with punishments, public or not, and interrogation methods. Once we find their leader, then I can handle them. I want to be the one to deal with their leader. But I hired this council for a reason, and that is to advise me in the right direction, and elimination isn't the right direction. They aren't as merciless as I, but they aren't the ones in charge. I do what I believe is the best approach to the situation, and sometimes that is execution. This is the death pack we are talking about, and I am the Alpha. It is in my veins to seek vengeance. Chapter 13. Alpha Octavius. Adrianna sat quietly as she didn't know what the next part of this meeting was about. I didn't tell her, obviously, as she is afraid to move fast and isn't sure about her position as Luna just yet. She is going to be Luna, but I know she is unaware of the pack's stance on that. She also doesn't want to seem like a threat to the pack. She just wants them to accept her, and luckily, the people at this meeting. My trusted Beta, Gamma, and the people who promise to guard her accept her. Truly, I don't care what they think about her. She's my mate and will be Luna one way or another. She's mine. They should be proud and happy that the Alpha now has his mate. Now the pack will grow and thrive more than ever before. Adrianna looks at me confused. What now? She asks softly. My council wants to touch on how you will become the Luna with this domestic hate group out there. We want a peaceful addition of power. We don't want to cause you any harm, I tell her. She nods. I have already shown them I am open to your traditions. The Death Priestess smiles with a nod. And what a wonderful first step you took. By showing them you can handle that, it does indeed show you are open to our traditions. Not only that, it shows you don't want to change them or stop them altogether. Some may already see you as the Luna, as that may have been enough for some. Adrianna nods. And those who don't? You must try a little harder, show you mean no harm, and that you just want to be the Luna. That you can be trusted with the pack in your hands, and this isn't a mistake with them trusting you. Show them who you are, show them that you take after your father a little. She winks. Adrianna laughs a little. I wish that were true, as I share very little with my father. Truly? I ask, a little shocked. Every moon goddess has a wrathful moment. Each has a little act that presents that. How else would our destinies be made without a thing or two going terribly wrong? She nods. My twin sister, Melody, is more like my father, she hisses out. I am guessing you don't like your sister too much? Nope, I hate her. Picking up on the verbal cues, I change the subject. So what are we going to do about her until the pack accepts her? Nothing, an advisor says with a simple shrug. All we can do is protect her and keep up her appearances at certain events. I am not talking about the pack, I am talking about us as in being mates. Everyone looks at me strangely while Adrianna sits beside me, trying to hide her crimson face. Is she embarrassed, or was she also thinking about what I was implying? I wanted to tease her, but that would most likely add to her discomfort. Oh, I didn't think of that. I don't know how we'll address that, but we will address it once we get there, the priestess says, finally realizing what I was implying. Well, we'd better figure it out soon. I can't wait to mate and mark her until the pack is ready. That is just unreasonable. They nod. And it won't help that I'll be stuck inside and by her side all the time. If anything, it'll only make it harder not to perform these acts, as we will be together a lot. Our relationship will only thrive in those conditions, I hint. Adrianna gives me a side glare, not amused whatsoever by my teasing. So I guess this weekend we will get some stuff together, because come Monday, I have a full schedule. We'll pick up some clothes and whatever else you want to keep you busy all day. Okay, you can join me at some of these meetings, but at some you will be expected to attend. Others can choose if they would like to accompany me or not. I am not pressuring you into those. Those meetings are ones I don't even want to attend, as they would put me right to sleep if it were a different setting and environment. At the moment, she can't attend her future Luna duties alone since I don't know how they react to her. I don't always trust my officials, as they can be quite questionable sometimes. Just knowing them, they will try and do or say something to Adrianna if I am not in their presence with her. They're sneaky. In which a handful of the meetings she is required to accompany me are, in fact, those Luna duty meetings. In all honesty, I think she would feel more comfortable with me attending these meetings with her anyway. She doesn't exactly know what she is doing yet and isn't aware of pack protocol and politics. Obviously, she has never been a Luna before, so she has zero clue about what is expected of her. I feel more comfortable attending them with her too. This would put her at ease knowing I am listening to the same meeting and back home, I could explain it better. I am not expecting her to sit up and study every law and protocol of the pack. That isn't what makes a great Luna, as those who do that could turn out to be the worst Luna. He does have a point, Adrianna points out. They know I'm to be their Luna. How will we hide the bond from the pack? I mean, right now we can, but once he marks me, the pack will know. So we are talking about being marked now, huh? I ask. Stop, she growls, but I knew how shy she was about this topic. I can't help it though, I have to tease her sometimes. It is bound to happen. I nod with a smile on my face. Indeed, it is. Truly, I was happy. I am happy she is coming to terms with the mate bond and accepting me. It's what I've been waiting for since I felt the bond in her holding cell. It's what I've been waiting for since my past life. My mate to finally accept me and hopefully, down the road, love me. In my past life, it was a one-sided relationship where I was giving all of the love, and she just took advantage of it. Yet, I feel different about this mate bond. Adrianna declaring this before my council gives me a good feeling. Things are finally turning over and going in the right direction. The older council gentleman and his mate sigh. He does have a point, his mate says. How will we hide it from the pack? I mean, they'll feel something when you two mate, but it won't be a completed Luna position in the bond. Yet, when you mark her, it will. We won't be able to hide it. The pack will know. They'll feel a sudden surge in power. Her mate nods. And as you know, the longer you take to mark her, the weaker the bond becomes, and more males will be attracted to her. They'll see her as eligible and neglected by the alpha. I growl quietly. I am quite aware of what will happen. More unmated males will try and stake their claim. I know, and I know we'll both become weaker the longer it takes to mark one another. But I can't wait around and allow myself to grow weaker while we wait for the pack to accept her. It's just impossible with the situation we are in. They nod, and Adrianna looks at the priestess. Is there a way to mask the mate bond or mark in the pack bond? I'll have to look into that. There should be a way to build up a wall and shield the pack from knowing the Luna position has been fulfilled in the pack. Yet, your mark will obviously be physically visible unless you cover it. So, there is a way to block the pack from knowing she is taking the Luna position within the pack bond? She nods. It is old magic, so there is no guarantee it'll work, but knowing Adrianna is of ancient blood, she'll most likely be the one successful in conjuring it. She nods. I have been successful in the past with conjuring old magic and spells. Hopefully, with practice, I'll be able to accomplish this one. Hopefully, this plan works because it's all we've got at the moment. Chapter 14. Princess Adrianna. Octavius kept to his word and took me out shopping on the Wednesday before the lockdown he was putting me in. Brooklyn joined us as well. Thankfully, I'd have a girl here, too. Octavius will obviously tell me I look good in everything because the man is so smitten with me. The car met us out front alongside another two, so potential threats didn't know which one we were in. Brooklyn entered the first one, while Octavius and I got into the second. Once we started to pull away, Octavius busied himself by looking through his wallet and texting. I don't want to spend a lot today, I tell him. I don't like all these gifts you are showering me with. His eyes focus on me, and he shakes his head. Nonsense. Just accept them. They make me happy, so shush. I'd happily go broke if it meant buying you the finer things in life. In all honesty, I didn't know how much longer I'd be hanging around. When will he turn on me and find someone better? Like my previous mate did. There is always someone better than I, and he made sure I knew that. I have trust issues, okay? When is he going to find someone better and kick me out? I don't want these things that are attached to him. He seems to notice the conflict taking place in my head and puts down his phone. What is going on in your pretty little head? He asks softly, slowly getting closer until we are breathing the same air. If someone were looking in, this would look like a very intimate moment. I shake my head. Nothing, I lie. Now we both know I am not taking that as an answer. I can see it in your eyes that you are thinking. So, please tell me. I bite my bottom lip. It's dumb, and it's nothing. He sighs and cups the sides of my face, tilting my head down to kiss the crown of my head and then my forehead. I'll get it out of you, but not now. I don't want you angry during our day out. I nod. He smiles. I'm considering this a date, FYI. His smile was contagious, and I tried to fight the one forming on my face. Goddess, I hate you. I know. The car comes to a stop, and I notice how quickly we arrived at the shopping center. Alpha, we have arrived, the chauffeur tells us. Thank you. I'll call you when we are finishing up, Octavius says, and helps me out. Brooklyn joins us and walks a few feet behind us once we enter. She wasn't trying to be obvious, but I think the pack wolves know who she is and who we are. I was taken aback when Octavius's hand wrapped around mine, and he started to guide me into a lingerie store. Octavius, I squeak. He grins and raises a brow, knowing very well what he is doing. Yes, my beautiful little princess. You need undergarments for daily wear and special occasions. Octavius. Stop. People can hear you. That is the point. Hiding my face, I follow his lead. And what size are you? In what? In everything. I sigh and tell him my size awkwardly. Not that I'm not comfortable with myself, I am. It was just weird. It made me uncomfortable standing in a lingerie store with my mate. Instead of shopping around with me, he left and went on his own to browse. Oh boy, I dread to see what he has picked out for me. Brooklyn laughs as I browse for myself. I was so thankful to have another girl here, especially in this kind of store and situation. I am just here for essentials. I am not here looking for anything for the bedroom. Octavius had other ideas and went off on his own to browse. He was looking for what I wasn't. I've never seen the alpha this happy before, Brooklyn tells me. Really? Out of all the hundreds of years he's been alive? I ask. She shakes his head. The only time he showed a little bit of happiness was when King Damon brought his parents back from the afterlife for him. Yet, that wasn't enough for him to stay happy for long. And why do you think I'll be any different? Maybe he'd get tired of me, too, just like he lost interest in his parents. Because you're his mate. Of course, the happiness you bring him will last him forever. He just wants love. His last mate, the one from his previous life, didn't show him that much attention. I see. And where is she now? I assume passed on. She shrugs. We don't know. He told us that when he was in the afterlife, he never felt her pass or heard of her arrival there. So it is believed she is immortal or something like that. Hopefully, she passed after he left the afterlife. Don't worry about it. Huh, and how would that be possible? The only werewolves that are immortal are this pack and the goddess and her family. Hybrid, she whispers. Figures. My mate's mate from his past life is a vampire werewolf. I just hope she doesn't know of his whereabouts or that the Death Alpha is the same person. I already am having a hard time accepting this bond in him. I don't need another female coming in. It'll only make it harder for me and make me doubt myself more. I don't need another situation like the one that took place with my ex. And yet I am quick to assume she is a vampire hybrid. She could also be a witch. She didn't say. I am just hoping it isn't a witch hybrid, as they can be sneaky and conniving. Knowing his ex, she'll be quite sneaky with him. She'll manipulate him and try to win him back and be his true mate again. That's why many females come back to their males when they find out they are powerful. Since most are power-hungry, and they know they can manipulate them. Knowing Octavius, I know his feelings for me, but he'd be happy to know his ex-mate has finally accepted him. That may blind him, and he could easily fall back into her grasp. Octavius found us in the store and gathered the items I had picked out and went to check out. Brooklyn and I sat on the chairs outside waiting for Octavius to come back out, and when he did, he had 2 more bags than I expected. What are these extra bags? I ask. He smiles brightly, basically beams. Gifts for you, he claims. I shake my head and he ignores my protests. Chapter 15. Princess Adrianna. By the early evening, Octavius had a good number of bags that we had collected from all the shopping. I was truly a little annoyed with the amount of money he was spending on me. He knows this, and yet he didn't care. Remembering Brooklyn's words about him truly being happy, I allowed this to slide. If he were happy showering me with gifts, I'd allow it. Shall we eat? Octavius asks, and we both nod. Wonderful. There is a great restaurant on the 2nd floor near the entrance. On the way up the escalator, a female calls out to Octavius. Octavius, she calls and runs up the escalator. Turning around, I notice the dirty blonde with a horrible highlight job. Rachel, Octavius asks in disbelief. How are you still alive? She nods with a smile. My father was a vampire. I'm a hybrid. Don't you remember? He shakes his head, and by now he realizes we are watching. He steps off the escalator, and we step to the side so we aren't in people's way. Rachel, allow me to introduce everyone. Rachel, this is my mate Adrianna and her guard, Brooklyn. Adrianna, Brooklyn, this is my mate from my past life, Rachel, he tells us carefully. I see, I say harshly and cross my arms. Octavius shoots me a questioning glance. So, how have you been? When did you move to this pack? A while ago. I didn't realize you were the alpha until recently. I live closer to the border in one of the smaller towns. And do you have a mate now? She shakes her head. You were my only one. My eyes, I could feel, were set ablaze as she tried to pursue him. Well, it's been nice and all, I cut in. But we have a dinner to get to. So, bye. No, it is fine. She can join us if she wishes, Octavius claims quickly. This man is so stupid. When you see your mate is getting jealous over an ex, you try to put an end to that. You try to reassure her. Brooklyn and I were a few feet ahead of them as they caught up with one another. Brooke could most likely feel the anger radiating off of me. When we arrive, the hostess smiles before asking how many, for I tell her, not trying to seem annoyed. Please follow me. She leads us to a private booth in the back, noticing the alpha is with us. Octavius was too smitten with her that he didn't realize how upset I was. Feeling bold, I ask Rachel, so what do you do for a living? She smiles. I am a death priestess. And you? Wonderful, I say with a clap of my hands. Then you should know exactly who I am. She shakes her head. No, I don't. Then you are failing at your practice. I am the Moon Princess. The next moon goddess. For a moment, her jaw drops, but she is quick to recompose herself. You're the youngest twin? Melody is working alongside your father. You're a twin? Octavius chimes in. I believe I already told him this. Not the point. I think you are lying about your work as a death priestess. I don't recognize you, as I used to join my father when he was summoned. He was summoned many times by many different priestesses in the death pack. Yet, you weren't one of them. She knew exactly who I was. She just wanted to degrade and belittle me in front of Brooklyn and Octavius. I was not going to allow that to happen. You know, Octavius has never mentioned you. Yet, I have looked into his past and saw how you wouldn't give him the time of day when you two were paired, I tell her. And what about you? Do you? She asks. I do. Her eyes glow, but they go back to their normal shade. I see, but he loved me. And you didn't. I hate this woman sitting before me. She is a threat. Threatening my wolf, my position, and my mate bond. I am not a force you want to mess with, and if it concerns my title and mate bond, I will not back down. She didn't care for her mate at the time, and now she does because she has realized what she has lost. She realizes that the love and attention he once gave her has been redirected to me, and she doesn't like that. I am a threat to whatever plan she had made up. The rest of dinner was quite awkward at the table, well, just for me. Rachel and Octavius were so focused on one another. It angered me that today was supposed to be our day, and he just let this happen. He let his ex ruin our day out, but I knew why. He just wants her acceptance. He's been chasing after it since they first met, and she rejected him. Now, all of a sudden, she acknowledges he was her mate and regrets it. Probably wishing she could take that rejection back so she could be in my spot. When the table is cleared, Brooklyn and I start to leave and notice that the two of them are not moving. I just sigh and take the bags with us. I wasn't going to sit here for another moment and watch my mate hit it off with another woman. In the car, Brooklyn joins me, so I am not alone. I don't want her in my home, I tell her. Copy that, princess. I won't let her. She isn't welcome in the fortress. I'll make sure to relay that to the night guards, she tells me. Who does she think she is? A wolf in sheep's clothing. Obviously. She wants your mate, and you just gave him to her. Let her have him. Did you see how he barely acknowledged me throughout the night? Disgusting. It is embarrassing that he is giving attention to another female, as I am right there. She sighs and rubs my arm, noticing my distress. Back at the fortress, I simply throw the bags into his bedroom and find an open bedroom for myself for tonight. Excuse me, I call out to a maid. Yes, my princess, she asks softly and bows. Do you mind preparing a room for me tonight? She cocks an eyebrow. Don't you sleep in the alpha's room? I did. We had a little bit of an issue tonight, if you can believe that. That is why he didn't return home with me. Her mouth flattens into a line, and she nods. I will let you know when it is ready. Please, take it easy on yourself. Once the room was ready, I locked it and didn't leave it once that night, not caring if he came home or not. Chapter 16. Alpha Octavius. So the Moon Princess and your mates? Rachel asks softly. I nod with a huge grin on my face. We are. Then why did she just leave? She gets overwhelmed easily, I say in her defense. She laughs. Funny, but correct me if I am wrong. Isn't she the next moon goddess and future Luna to your pack, and she can't handle a little dinner? Pathetic. I'd reconsider your decision on keeping her as your mate. She could cause some serious issues with her behavior. I shake my head. No, I am happy being with her, and she will be my Luna. No matter the likes of you or my pack. Your opinion means nothing to me. She nods her head. I see. After paying the check, we leave the restaurant and load into the last of the original cars left. How about you stay the night? It's getting dark, and you said you live by the border. You are quite far from home, I tell her. The woods aren't safe at night. I'd love to, but how will your mate feel about it? I shrug. I'll talk to her. She isn't this stone-cold-hearted female she showed you today. She's actually quite sweet and determined to be my Luna and be accepted by the pack. She is even learning about our traditions and culture. I didn't ask her to do this, but she took it upon herself, and I am proud of her for doing it. You are whipped. I nod with a smile on my face. And I wouldn't want it any other way. It is true I still have feelings for her, but you never stop caring for someone you once loved. Yet, I have found another whom I want to share my life with. My past life is my past, and now I've been gifted a wonderful female to live out the rest of eternity with. You can stay the night, and I'll have breakfast made before you leave. I'll have a vehicle arranged so you can return home tomorrow morning. When we arrive back at the fortress, it is very late at night, and I know Adrianna would be angry with me. We sneak into the house, and I show Rachel to an open bedroom, which is locked to my surprise. I simply brush it off and go to the next one. We were instructed by the princess not to allow Rachel into the fortress, a guard tells me from behind. Well, I hate to break it to you, but I am your alpha, and she'll be staying here for the night. What I say goes, I bark. A bedroom is readied, and once she is settled, I head to my room, which I find empty. Adrianna is not asleep in our bed, and her bags are just thrown in front of her dresser. I sigh. I understand she needs space, and I'll give it to her for just tonight. Apollo wasn't having it, though. He kept me up all night, pacing and worried. What if something happens to her? Apollo reminds me. She'll be fine. She is safe within the fortress walls. She just needs space, I advise. Now, please, go to sleep. That wasn't good enough for him since he kept me up all night with his intrusive thoughts. He didn't like that she wasn't beside us, where he could watch and protect her. At one point, he started to cry out for her, which gave me a headache. It didn't help that she shut us out, since her side of the bond was completely silent. I watched the sunrise that morning and dragged myself out of bed. I inspected my face, seeing the bags now formed below my eyes. While I was annoyed and tired, Apollo was somehow energetic and urged me to go downstairs. The downstairs had a tense atmosphere to it, and when I rounded the corner into the kitchen, I saw why. Adrianna and Rachel were watching each other like prey. Good morning, ladies, I say. Adrianna's head turns fast, her eyes glowing, indicating she was nowhere near pleased with me. To be completely honest, I've never seen her eyes or any wolf's eyes glow white like they are right now. She snarls lowly at me and approaches me like she is stalking prey. What is she doing here? I don't want this woman in my home. She hisses out and points behind her to Rachel. That struck me by surprise. She considers this her home? Excuse me. Rachel barks out, offended. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I hurt your feelings? Need I remind you that you're in my home and aren't welcome? Therefore, your feelings aren't cared for here. Her arms are crossed against her chest. And I am a part of your pack, therefore they do. She grins and laughs. You see, I did some digging and you are, in fact, not a part of this pack. So you are trespassing and should be seen as a threat. Not only did you lie to the Death Alpha, but you also entered the fortress when I instructed you not to. You disobey me, the Moon Princess. You should be seen as treated as an intruder. Actually, that is my fault, I say with caution. She takes in a steady, deep breath. You are on thin ice, Octavius. Thin ice. She isn't a pack member, so she just intruded into an alpha's home. She is an intruder and a liar. Need I remind you, Octavius, I outrank you. But she is an old friend. Surely we can work something out. Yeah, and it is her getting out. I will not have my authority questioned as your future Luna and Moon Princess, or my bond as your mate, put into question either. Pack members saw you two last night, being all cozy. It is all over the place, and it is embarrassing. She is not an old friend, she is your ex. The pack is questioning our bond, questioning my legitimacy. And it was in that moment, in her own way, that she confirmed she had feelings for me. Confirmed she accepted our bond. It broke me seeing what I have done and how I damaged our bond. She was hurt, and I was so ignorant that, and ignored her feelings. I was too caught up in my own feelings to acknowledge the pain I inflicted upon her. I want her gone, now, she orders. I sigh and attempt to hold her, to which she steps back and out of my hold. I promised her breakfast before she left. Did I stutter? I want her gone. She has entered our territory and has been masquerading as a pack member. That is against the law and a punishable offense. She'll leave after I give her what I promised. Fine, then I'll be leaving, she tells me boldly. No, you won't. Watch me, she challenges and starts to head for the foyer. I growl out and grab her upper arms and pull her into my body, holding her tightly. She isn't going anywhere. I don't want her to get hurt again, but I must make a tough decision here. I run the palm of my hand over Adrianna's hair and I sigh. Please leave, Rachel, I order. Excuse me? What happened to being a man of your word? She scoffs. I am remaining true to my word to my mate, so please leave. She huffs and sees herself out. I rest my chin on Adrianna's head and finally let out the breath I was holding. She seemed to relax, which indicated I had made the right choice. Chapter 17. Alpha Octavius. Although I sided with my mate, she was still unhappy with me. After Rachel left, Adrianna broke away from my hold and went back to what she was doing. I followed like a lost and sad puppy who just wanted her love and forgiveness. With all the commotion going on with her this morning, I didn't realize how beautiful she looked today. Her long hair was in a French braid. Her cream sweater was matched with a black miniskirt. She was taller too, since she was wearing heeled mini boots. Can you please talk to me? I whine. I got rid of her. She looks over her shoulder, internal conflict dancing in her eyes. She turns her gaze back to her cooking. If looks could kill, I'd already be 6 feet under. I am giving you time and space to figure out who you want to be with, she speaks coldly. I growl out. What the actual hell, Adrianna? Can you see that I want you? That I chose you? That I love you? She shakes her head. Octavius, isn't it obvious? I know that you don't. Rachel was your first love, and last night it dawned on me. I know I won't make a good Luna, and I'll make an even worse mate. I turn her around and look her in the eyes. Are you crazy? Have you lost your mind? You are going to make a fantastic Luna and mate. I love you. Rachel is in the past. I guess I just wanted some kind of acceptance, seeing her again. I needed closure. I realized that was foolish. I don't need her acceptance or for her to return my love from years ago. I have you, goddess, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. I've been waiting for you since I became the Death Alpha, since I was reborn. If I wanted her, I could have gone out and looked for her, but I didn't. I waited. I want you as my mate. She shrugs off my hold. This is why I'm giving you time to decide who you want. I don't want you to make a decision you will regret later in life. I won't be able to live with myself if you think you made a mistake choosing me over Rachel. I saw how you looked at her last night and basically dismissed me. You ignored me and completely forgot I was there. Last night was supposed to be about us. Instead, it blew up in my face and became about Rachel and you. What do you mean? Dinner last night when you two were all over each other. That thing you considered a date is what I mean. It's all over the news. Everywhere I look, you and Rachel are plastered on the front of newspapers, magazines, headlines, and breaking stories. I can't take another heartbreak, not right now. So until you make up your mind, I will be going home to my mother's realm. I will not allow it. You don't get to make that decision. I will return in 2 nights to either retrieve what things I have or to stay. I don't want to sway your decision-making. I growl again. What the hell has gotten into you? She ignores what I have to say and continues her little spiel. My mother will remove the bond if you decide to be with Rachel. She'll restore the bond you two once held and wipe your mind of what memory you have of me. This way, you won't feel the pain of losing a mating bond. The last thing I want to do is inflict any pain upon you. No, I snarl. That won't be happening because I have already chosen you. Adrianna simply slides by me and climbs the stairs to the room she was staying in last night. I hear it shut softly and click, indicating she has locked it. My shoulders slump and hang in defeat. What have I done? This is the last thing I want. I don't want her to feel like she has competition. I don't want her to think I have feelings for another and will choose them over her. I want her to know I accept our bond and want only her, no one else. Yet, I have made her feel all those emotions with me being so smitten with Rachel last night. I want her to know she is mine, and I don't need 2 days to conclude. I want her to be my Luna and mate. I want to spend the rest of our eternity together. There is no question about that. And yet, she feels like I am making a mistake choosing her. That I'd be better off with Rachel as my mate and Luna, but I don't feel that way. I feel like my pack would be better with Adrianna as my mate. I can't help but wonder, though, why she is feeling this way. Why is she doubting us? Is it because of her ex? Is this why she has trust issues? Curious, I decide to investigate further. Levi, I am going out. Can you please keep an eye on Adrianna? If she asks where I went, just tell her I had pack business to attend to, I tell him. Make sure she doesn't leave. Levi turned his head from the living room. Okay, but remember tomorrow is my son's marking and mating ceremony. I remember. And where are you going anyway? The Death Temple. I need to talk to King Damon. I see. I'm assuming it's about his daughter. Bingo. And so I went out into the crisp, cold morning and headed in the direction of the Death Temple. His temple was very similar to his counterparts and his wife's, but it was black. Black and a deep red instead of a pure white and gold. Onyx instead of marble. No skylight overhead. Instead, it was lit by torches. It was very in character and eerie. Behind me, I shut the door and started for the offering table where his oversized statue sat. Kneeling, I whisper and call upon King Damon for him to show himself. He appears with a black mist forming around him, coming up from the ground and not the heavens. The god of the dead stands before me, a smirk on his face as he looks upon me. So, you have finally come to me for help, he chuckles. Chapter 18. Alpha Octavius. The god of the dead stands before me, a smirk on his face as he looks upon me. So, you have finally come to me for help, King Damon chuckles. The god steps down, his red eyes and dark hair literally matching the color palette of the temple that surrounded us. He has high, sharp cheekbones, hollow cheeks, and a sharply angled face. Pale was an understatement of his skin tone. He was tall and well-built. Of course he was. He was once in my position. He was once the Death Alpha. His fingers were black and rose to his knuckles, looking as if they were flames. What have you done to my daughter? He asks harshly, making me flinch a little. I haven't done anything, Your Majesty. She believes there was a mistake made when we were paired, I tell him honestly. He looks at me, his smile turning into a thin line. Because there was. What do you mean? Sit, I will show you what I mean. He touches my forehead, and I am suddenly transported to an unknown location, my body translucent. I'm like a ghost. The sounds of babies crying echo throughout the room. In the hospital bed sits the moon goddess, and beside her King Damon. The god of the dead soothingly brushes back his wife's hair as the nurses clean up the babies. The 6 nurses in the room stand around the bed and 2 smile, handing the pups to the happy new parents. 2 beautiful baby girls bundled up in swaddles look up at their parents. One was swaddled in black and red, and the other in white and gold. The swaddles indicated who would go where. The firstborn Princess Melody is in gold, and the second-born Princess Adrianna is in black. Princess Melody would go on to train under her mother to become the next moon goddess, and Princess Adrianna would become a guardian of the underworld and assist her father. Yet it seemed like even their destinies were out of their mother's control since each princess represented their opposite realm. Adrianna looked just like her mother, with big, blue, kind eyes that held hope and wonder. Her older sister had dark hair the color of night and the red eyes of her father, who craved suffering and revenge. As the twins grew, you could see how different they were and how they only grew closer to their opposite destinies. Each one is being pulled to the other side, being called by it. They grew up like that, and eventually everything came tumbling down. Adrianna met her mate young, a handsome palace guard who was in the process of becoming the head of the royal guard. He'd eventually go on to become the general of the army of warriors in the goddess's realm. Melody and Adrianna grew and matured and were the perfect representation of their opposite realm. This is when the moon goddess realized she raised them wrong and let her intuition get the best of her. There had never been twins born to the moon goddess before, so she just assumed the firstborn would be the next goddess. Boy, was she wrong. Melody lashed out and showed who she truly was and where she truly belonged. The goddess quickly tried to fix the damage she had done, but it was too late. Each one had already completed their studies for their respective realms. Swiftly, she took Adrianna under her wing and once again began to train her, but as her successor. She sent Melody to the afterlife to train under her father. No, Melody spat. I will be the next moon goddess. It is my destiny. I am the firstborn, therefore I am the rightful heiress. The moon goddess shook her head, rejecting her daughter's claim. No, you are the spitting image of your father, and you have the same interests as him. The realm of the afterlife calls upon you. You are the product of the afterlife, and therefore, you will become a guardian of it. You aren't fit to be the moon goddess with these intentions you have been showing interest in. You are revenge-driven. You get angry easily and are envious of those around you. It is too dangerous for you to be moon goddess. And what about Adrianna? We both know she isn't capable of this lifestyle. She gets overwhelmed easily with the littlest bit of work, let alone caring for a whole race. The goddess looks at her eldest daughter in disapproval. Now, that isn't very nice. Your sister has come a long way since you two last crossed paths. She has overcome that and is as sharp as a nail. She'll be the next goddess, whether you like it or not. This display you are putting on for me continues to prove you aren't worthy of this position. You aren't mature, and you just crave bringing others down and watching them suffer. That isn't what the moon goddess stands for. She growls at her mother and dramatically leaves the grand hall and bumps into Adrianna's mate, Gabriel. What I saw next was nothing short of heartbreaking. Her mate is lying to her and then going behind her back to cheat and be with her sister. Having relations behind her back and lying about where he's been. The following scene that unfolded was her catching them in the act. Her mark was burning in pain and made the young Adrianna drop to the floor, screaming out in pain. Her parents rushed to her side, trying to soothe the pain and calm her. Her mark was burning her so badly that it was throbbing and bleeding. The vision fast-forwarded to 8 months later. Adrianna was excited. All the work she had done had paid off, and she was becoming the crowned princess. Her mother's heiress. Stop the coronation, Melody barks out the order. Adrianna's eyes widen, and she steps down, her gorgeous gown flowing behind her. Melody, she snarls. Can't you let me be happy for once? You already took my mate away, I won't let you take this. I wake up from the vision with a splitting headache. I rub my temples and watch the god. He sits on the offering table with a smirk on his face. I struggle to maintain my weight on my arms, my elbows giving out as I try to sit up. Oh goddess, I breathe. Now you know. Do what you will with this information, he remarks. What have I done? I made her feel like her ex made her feel. Her sister, her own sister, took her mate away. What happened after that? Adrianna went to Serenity, the moon goddess, and had the mating bond removed. Over a series of mental therapy sessions, it was completely severed and given to Melody. Serenity paired you two, thinking Melody would be the next goddess, but she was, in fact, wrong. You see, Melody was your original mate, but you didn't feel the bond yet since you two didn't meet. That made it easier to sever your bond from Melody and connect it to Adrianna. I could feel the color drain from my face. Did it hurt? Like a bitch. She passed out the first few times from the unbelievable pain. Sick as a dog in between the sessions, and sometimes wouldn't leave her room. Yet she didn't let that bother her and kept pushing through it. And she's willing to go through that again if I decide to be with Rachel. I am afraid so. This is why my wife decided to change who the goddess is and follow what the universe intended, instead of unintentionally going against it. She doesn't care about the pain she will have to go through, just as long as you are happy. But I want her. I want her so bad I breathe. But she doesn't want to listen. Then make her understand. Give her the time and space she has requested, and when she returns in 2 days, tell her that. Finally being able to get up without my legs giving out on me, I take my time returning to the mansion. This newfound information is still swirling in my head along with a burning migraine. I will just have to wait and allow her to make advances on her own terms. I don't want to mess this up. I don't want to be like her ex. Chapter 19. Princess Adrianna. Sneaking out the back way, I cast a spell to mask my scent so Levi couldn't detect me leaving. From there, I kept the spell cast once I exited the fortress and shifted into my wolf. I was running so fast that Border Patrol couldn't even question or catch up to me. Before me stands my mother's crumbling temple. Snatching the robe from the hook by the door, I kneel before her statue. "Please, Mom, let me come home," I mumble. "Please." And just like that, my body is lifted off the ground, and I become a simple orb of my light essence and float out. My mother guided me to the heavens before I broke through a barrier and entered her realm. Home. I was home in my mother's realm. In the goddess's realm. The heavenly aura that this realm held was soothing and calming. At the gates of the realm, I am returned to my human body and dressed in my goddess attire. It's a simple white flowing dress that has sleeves that come down to my elbows and flow out into bell sleeves. My hair is simple in waves, while 2 braided strands are pulled to the back of my head, and a platinum circlet is on my forehead. It has an intricate design with a moon on my forehead. A teardrop-shaped diamond hangs from the center of it and rests just above the bridge of my nose. "Mom," I cry out and take comfort in her open arms. She rubs my hair and kisses the crown of my head. "Oh, honey," she whispers softly. He, I stammer. She takes my face into her hands. "Let's talk inside." I nod, and she wraps her arm around my shoulder, squeezing me into her. At the opposite side of the hall, Dad enters from his realm door. Melody trails not too far behind him. She looked thrilled seeing me. Note the sarcasm. My heart pangs seeing my ex, but I push it off when I see the two exchange a kiss. Pain. Cheater. Betrayal. Liar. He saw me watching with a grin on his face, and he approached me. "Adrianna, how have you been, darling?" Gabriel asks. I roll my eyes. "Just wonderful," I say in a sarcastic tone. "I hear you are to be moon goddess soon." Small talk. "It seems you're about, I don't know. 50 years. I look at my mom, who nods, confirming the years. 50 years late on that news. "You were at my coronation, no?" He huffs out a breath and crosses his arms. "Now, if you do not mind, I would like to get settled. I am only visiting for a few days, and I already have a lot on my schedule for these few short days." "Why are you here?" I hear Melody ask. I look over my shoulder at my twin. "And that is none of your concern." Melody, my role model, my sister, my best friend, and now my enemy. She is dressed exactly opposite to me. Instead of a flowing white gown, she has a stiff black dress on. A crown made of tall obsidian thorns sits on her head. The dress is strapless with a sweetheart neckline, and her neck and shoulders are covered in jewelry and chains. Attached to the neckpiece is a black cape with a red velvet lining. Her makeup is dark, and her hair is up in a tight bun with her poker straight bangs. Black bangles with encrusted rubies jingle on her wrist. Gabriel is dressed in a formal general uniform with a bit of black and red to show his mating bond with Melody. Gabriel was handsome, keyword, was. He was handsome to me at one point, but that is only on the outside. He is a pig on the inside. His soft hazel eyes and blonde hair were so alluring to me when I was younger, but now I see that there is more to people than just their looks. Looks fool you, and boy did he fool me. Not all beautiful people are beautiful on the inside. It is just a mask to lure you in so they can eat away at you. I have noticed that since the last time I saw my sister, her eyes and hair have grown to darker shades than they were last time. I am sure mine have too, as we are both advancing in our skills and we are both on the right path now. Therefore, our powers are being used as they should be and furthering us in our fates. Like the dark magic that surrounds her can now be seen, unlike when we were mere pups. The light aura, I am sure, can be seen too. Now, if you don't mind, I am meeting with my tutor in a few moments, and I do not want to be late, I tell them. I was meeting with my cultural tutor, the one who had me learn about other pacts and keep a journal about them. Not only to help me as a goddess understand them, but him as well. I had plans for him to be my culture director when I became goddess. Sadly, that journal is long gone since Octavius burnt down the cabin. Luckily, I remember it and can just tell him the information off the top of my head. How about we walk you to your class? Gabriel offers. No, I am fine. There is no need, as my class is within the palace walls. I do not need nor do I want your company as I won't get lost. Hurt flashes in his eyes, but he shakes it off. Suit yourself. Melody and I just wanted to catch up and listen to your stories and learn about the other realms you've been exploring lately. Sure, they did. I knew he just wanted to talk about himself or somehow make it about himself. I know them. They both wanted to hurt me somehow. They have alternative motives behind this catching up. They want to get any information they can get out of me and use it against me. Melody will do anything to become a goddess again, and Gabriel is her little minion, so he will do as she says. Chapter 20. Princess Adrianna. The palace hasn't changed much since I left. I mean, it's only been a few weeks, so why would it? The palace is just like my mother's temples, but bigger, as it is a palace. Decorated in whites and golds, there are skylights everywhere. The windows are floor to ceiling with sheer white and gold curtains. This hallway contains the portraits of past goddesses. The opposite hallway, where my sister studies, is filled with past death gods and guardians. Besides that, there are tapestries and other artworks of beautiful creatures like unicorns and Pegasus. There is a white rug with gold borders right down the middle of the hallway and pillars on either side throughout the hallway. The pillars have gold thorn vines wrapped around them and water fountains come out of the walls between some. The palace was truly something to behold and was a work of art created thousands of years ago when the first goddess was made by the cosmos. At the time, werewolves weren't around, and she created the first creature of the night by observing the wolf characteristics. She grew to love these creatures and eventually combined man with the wolf. A true creature of the night and nightmares. The first ones were, we have since evolved from our original ancestors and aren't too scary. We have since shed the name of being creatures of nightmares. That is a vampire thing now. We are just simply creatures of the night, no fear attached to our kind anymore. I heave open the library door and find my tutor with his nose in a book. Now, I say this because he is literally on a ladder reading this book. Hey, I call, startling him a little. His eyes light up, and he stuffs the book back in its right spot and climbs down the ladder. Princess, Jarrett greets happily. I didn't know you'd be returning so soon. I would have been waiting for your arrival and not hiding in the library. His beauty has always been unearthly. His mate is lucky. Jarrett looks to be about my age with dark skin and dark amethyst eyes. His hair looked to be unkempt, which I assumed was because of the hours in the library conducting whatever research he was up to this time. He is, after all, the god of literature. I wave off his apology. There is no need to apologize. I didn't know I'd be coming home either. I knew exactly where to find you. We take a seat in front of the fireplace in the armchairs with exaggeratedly tall backs. So how has it been? Where is your journal? About that. The Death Alpha kind of destroyed it when he burned down my cabin, where I was staying. He smirks, mischief twinkling in his dark eyes. You knew, I growl out the question. I am surprised you didn't. We went over that chapter within the first week of your studies. I thought you were smart enough to connect the dots. I mean, yeah, I remember that. I didn't think I'd have another chance at a mate after Gabriel. He tuts and shakes his head. Your mother is the moon goddess, no? Of course, she is going to make sure her children, blood children, have happy endings. This is just tradition with you being paired with the Death Alpha. It happens every time a new heiress is born. Just this time around, your mother mixed the two of you up. There have never been twins born to a reigning goddess. It's unheard of. Why is that? I have been talking to your mother about this topic recently. We believe it is because your father was a twin in his past life. Therefore, he has the twin gene, and even in his new life, he carries it. I see. Enough about that. What can you tell me about the pacts and realms? The task I sent with you to research, so you had something to do on Earth. Well, the darker side of the realm is freezing. He chuckles. Well, that is why it is nicknamed the first level of hell. I roll my eyes, as it truly lives up to its nickname. For the following hours, we talk about my recent experiences in the darker side of the realm. He, too, seemed uncomfortable at the idea of watching an execution. He shifted in his seat at the details of the event. He jumped in his seat when I offered to show him that memory. That won't be necessary, he tells me, playing with the collar of his shirt. I could simply place my hand on his forehead or hold his hand and show him this memory. Also, I can call the memory into mind and transmit it to him through our mind link. It's as simple as that, but clearly, he didn't want to witness it. It has traumatized me, and it would surely do the same to him. I don't blame him. I had to witness it in real life and real time. So, tell me, Princess, what else have you learned about the realms? Jared asks, changing the subject. Well, I have learned about the laws and how the dark side of the realm can't pass to the light side without going through a checkpoint. Vice versa with the light side, too, I respond. So, just circling back on the Death Alpha. You do realize he passed through illegally to get to you? I nod. I do. Has it occurred to you why? I shake my head. You do realize this male of yours has been lonely all this time, right? Now that he has found his true mate after living alone for all those years. He won't rest until you are back in his arms. I am aware. I wasn't planning on staying here forever. But the decision you have given him is basically doubting the feelings he has for you and you for him. You are hurting yourself and him. Yet you seem to be hurting him more, declaring you are unfit for his love or even for him. He feels unworthy of you as it is. Just another stab with you doing this. Doubting his heart is true. You do realize he was hanging all over his immortal ex-mate, right? He nods. I didn't say he was perfect. None of us is. Octavius was simply seeking some kind of acceptance from his ex. Maybe this was his way of moving on? I do not know. All I know is that he has feelings for you, and the longer you are gone, the crazier he will become. Crazy? Crazy. He nods, clarifying, and continues. He is unaware of your whereabouts, and here in this realm, he can't contact you. He can't feel you or your wolf, no mind links, and no bonds. It's driving him to the brink as he can't see you, can't feel you, can't hold you. Sure, he seems like a cold, brutal man, but he holds strong emotions for you. This bond will surely be impossible to break if you choose to do so. It'll only cause both of you immeasurable pain or possibly passing if the bond is broken. And what about Rachel? It is his way of getting closure, so he may move on in his own way. I let out a huff, knowing my teacher is correct. He seems proud of himself as he continues to drink his tea and watch the fireplace. I hate it when he is right. Chapter 21. Alpha Octavius. When I returned to the fortress, not only was Adrianna sent missing, but so was our bond. I curse myself for leaving the fortress, as she saw me leaving as a perfect time to run away. Levi, I love the man, but he is the worst at following orders, such as keeping someone in the fortress. Couldn't he babysit her for 5 minutes? This isn't Levi's fault, it is mine. I should have been more open and honest with her. She most likely left and went home to her mother's realm. I have studied very little about her mother's realm, but I do know that in this realm, there are no connections to your mate if they are to enter it. It is believed to be for the safety of the moon goddess, so her realm can't be found and breached. So no one who threatens, challenges, or wants to hurt the goddess can enter. It's untraceable, which is smart on her end. When I head back downstairs, Marco, my gamma, has joined us. He sits on the couch beside Levi, and they seem to be having a serious conversation. What is this about? I question. Marco darts up, standing from the couch. Alpha, we have arrested more of the werewolves whom we are labeling traitors, he answers. What were they doing that you have arrested them? It seems like they were planning an attack on 2 different locations. One being the fortress and the other on the moon goddess's temple. Do any of the pack members know of Adrianna's absence? They both shake their heads. Good, let's keep it that way. I take a seat in a chair on the other side of the coffee table. Have you gotten any information out of them? No, we have not, but we have some interrogators working on it. Good, I want to know who they serve. Whoever they serve must be powerful and have somehow flown under my radar. Those who serve them is dangerous and must be found and punished for crimes against their alpha. They have disrupted the peace in the pack. Attacked the soon-to-be Luna, the maid of the Alpha, and the Moon Princess. He won't only have to deal with me, but the Moon Goddess and Damon, God of the Dead and King of the Moon. He shouldn't want to get on his bad side, as he decides his treatment in the afterlife. I can already tell you it won't be good. Besides that, he is conspiring to overthrow his Alpha, which is obviously a chargeable offense. I cannot wait for that day since we can finally live in peace and harmony, and Adrianna won't have to worry about the attacks. It is very disappointing, though, that your pack turns to another leader to serve as they no longer trust you for something that is completely out of my control. I didn't choose for Adrianna to be my mate, but I am more than happy to accept her and the bond. If they were in my shoes, they would want to keep their mate, as they are sacred. They would, just like I am. This leader has brainwashed them into thinking she is here to change our pack's culture and practices and align them with hers, which she has already expressed is incorrect, as she doesn't want to force her beliefs onto anyone who doesn't wish for that. I mean, for Goddess's sake, she even attended an execution, which I know she was strongly against. I would like to speak to these traitors. I finally come to that conclusion. Are you sure about that? Marco asks. Why is that even a question? Of course, I want to speak to them. I am the Alpha, and I would like to get to the bottom of why they have turned their backs on me to serve a new leader. This new leader is probably no leader. He is just hiding behind a computer screen. What he posts, he probably wouldn't say to my face or anyone else. Hiding behind a screen makes those who are weak seem stronger, as no one knows your true nature behind those white screens and black, hateful words. Of course. I will let them know you are visiting them. I go to the foyer and wrap myself in my cloak, my eyes lingering on Adrianna's for a quick second before I force myself out the door. I knew the longer I stood there, the more I'd want her and go to her instead of the prison where I am expected. By now, it was the most brutal part of the season, and my warriors were wearing their cloaks as well in the prison. They tip their heads in respect, and one shows me to the holding cells. I grin when I look upon the one male who is already beaten bloody. Makes my job a little easier, although I wish I had the pleasure of doing it myself. Hey, never say never. I may still get that opportunity if he doesn't speak. They tighten his restraints more to the wall as I enter and sit upon the wooden slate bed. Name, I state harshly. Nothing. Age. Silence. Enraged and feeling disobeyed, I rise from that bed and tower over him. When your Alpha asks you your name and age, you will respond. Do you understand? I was getting so enraged by the silence. Do you understand? I crouch down and grab where his jaw meets his neck and force him to face my wolf. You will listen to your Alpha. I drop his head and go to the cell across the hall that wasn't actually a cell, but a storage closet, and grab the silver rod with a sharp, pointed end. When I return, his eyes widen, and he pushes himself against the wall, trying to escape my torture. You didn't answer, so I will force it out of you. With the now smoldering end, I stab him with it, his screams of pain echoing off the walls of the prison. Let this be a warning for my next traitors. If you do not comply, you will pay. I thrust it in further, loving the sound of his cries. It was music to my ears. His oozing blood came out sizzling and boiling, only adding to the pain as it rolled down his body. I asked you these questions. Who do you work for, and how dare you attempt an assassination on my Luna? My mate? He was breathless, and tears were streaming down his face as his hands, which were behind his back, tried to break free and relieve himself of the burning pain. Useless, all of you. You are such a useless male in my pack. You are weak and shouldn't get to call yourself a male of the death pack because you sure as hell ain't acting like one. You are an embarrassment to the name of this pack, an embarrassment to what we are. An embarrassment to what we pride ourselves on, I spit. I removed the rod in one quick thrust, only to watch more blood ooze and bubble out. The wound was large and deep, and some blood around it had dried. It will most likely be infected in a matter of minutes, and I wasn't going to allow him medical attention. He lost that privilege the minute he sided with the enemy. I hand the rod off to a guard for cleaning and head down to see my next victim. I was not going to stop until I got answers. Chapter 22. Alpha Octavius. It has been a day since Adrianna left, and my wolf and I have been going crazy knowing she isn't home where she belongs. He was going crazy that he couldn't smell her. Her scent completely vanished once she left the fortress. That we couldn't physically hold her or see her and know she is safe and not in danger. We couldn't even feel her through the mind link or the bond since she was in her mother's realm. It was driving me mad knowing she wasn't in my grasp. That's when she is in her mother's realm. I couldn't even feel her bond with me. What kind of sick person does that? It's like a dead zone, no reception, no connection to my mate. As I rose for another day without my mate beside me, I got ready for the marking and mating ceremony I was expected to attend. The bed was cold on her side, and her scent was gone, not even a faint trace of it. As for Apollo, he was looking for any kind of opening or loophole to just feel her a little. I already made my decision, and I'll always choose her. Even if it means losing my position as alpha, it'll always be her. I'm in this with her until the end, and yet she can't understand that. I understand why she can't now do to her ex, but it still hurts. It hurts that she can't trust me, and it hurts that she didn't tell me this bit of information about herself. I would have protected her and made sure she never felt that way again, and yet here we are. Alpha, are you ready? A maid asks. Almost, I say, and straighten my suit collar. On the way out, I slid on my dress shoes and tucked my cufflinks in the inner suit jacket pocket to put on in the car. I was running late, so very late. Outside, the chauffeur was waiting impatiently for me to board the car. When I got in, before I even shut the door, he was off. The venue was a beautiful little building. They obviously couldn't do an outside venue as it was peak season, therefore, the most brutal part of the season. Inside, the venue was decorated with flowers, candles, and other appropriate decorations for this occasion. Personally, I didn't care as I was alone and wished I had my mate here beside me. I wasn't enjoying this, and if anything, I was jealous of Levi's son. I was miserable. I wish I were in his position right now and with Adrianna on that platform with me under that flower arch. It was terrible. Octavius, I hear a female purr and drag her finger across my shoulder. I look up from my drink and see Rachel. Rachel, I acknowledge. Here alone? Pity, she mentions and sits down beside me. Her hand crept up to mine, grazing the back of my hand. I quickly retract my hand and set it in my lap. Rachel pretends to pout, curling her bottom lip. Where is Her Royal Highness, Princess Adrianna? She had other affairs to tend to, I tell her. She is the last person who needs to know Adrianna isn't in this realm. During peak ceremony season? Sounds quite unsettling to me. Must be very urgent and important. She should be here making her first official public appearance. Wait, don't tell me. She actually dumped you because she realized what a piece of filth you truly are. How messed up are you truly? How broken you truly are with so much baggage. That you have commitment issues. I snarl at her. Because of you, I have all these issues. I don't have commitment issues, and she didn't dump me. You caused the ripple between my mate and me. Rachel, you seem to forget I was once your mate. I know your games and how power-hungry you truly are. How manipulative you are. A rumble rolls out of her throat, and her gaze shoots daggers. I'm sorry, did I hit a soft spot? Sensitive topic? Her eyes widen and change color. Alpha, I am truly sorry, but I thought you weren't happy with Adrianna, as she is your opposite. I mean, she could threaten everything you have worked for and change it to her liking. Seeing how whipped you are, you'd allow her to make these changes to your pack. You'd let her walk all over you until this pack was hers. Her picture of a perfect pack. I do no such thing, I snap. She is already embracing the traditions of my pack. She wants to be the Luna and be accepted by the pack. She has already shown interest by attending an execution. It's going to take more than one execution for the pack to accept her. It was actually 2 at once, but okay. I shrug. She rolls her eyes again. Still, I will not tolerate you slandering an alpha female who isn't even your Luna. Besides, how the hell did you get back into the territory? I warned my warriors not to allow you back in. She smiles. That is a story for another time, Alpha. I should have you dragged off the property right now, but I won't. I don't want to ruin my beta son's day. But please do remember, if I see you again, I won't hesitate to have you arrested and put you on trial. I'm sure my mate would love nothing more than that. She stands up, annoyed, and leaves from where we were sitting. After she left and the happy couple finally arrived, they were able to start the ceremonies. I, for one, was ready to go home as I've had enough festivities for one day. I was planning to leave after the marking ceremony since I didn't want to stay for the mating one. Personally, I didn't care for that, and it made me quite uncomfortable. I'll attend the morning after ceremony, but the mating ceremony is a little uncomfortable for my taste. When it's my turn to have my mating ceremony, I'm not going to allow anyone in the hall or by the door. They'll know by her scent and the sudden power surge in the pack bond that the process has been completed. It's weird having spectators when you finally claim your mate. It also brings out a protective side to me. I don't like the thought of an audience. Chapter 23. Princess Adrianna. The following morning, I got dressed for the day and headed out to the dining room for breakfast. I picked out a short, sparkly silver dress that had a puffy and flowing skirt with spaghetti straps. I put the top of my hair in a low bun that sat low on the crown of my head and placed my circlet on my forehead. Instead of heels, I wore a simple pair of flats since I didn't want to hurt my feet today. So far, only Mom was at the table and she was busy looking at her books. I took my seat, scooted it next to her, and looked over her shoulder. What are you up to? I ask. She jumps and stares at me. You scared me. I didn't even hear you. Sorry. So, what are you doing? Double-checking and going over the mates I have paired for the new generation. Just verifying and making sure they are perfect. Making sure no one was missed and making sure they are perfect. You know, the usual. Is that it? Nothing else. She shakes her head. Yes, that is it. Enough about me. How are you? What is going on with you and your mate? I just shrug. Not much. She turns so she is facing me. Not much? Why are you here then? Why did you call out to me urgently and upset? I know something is going on. I see I'll remember. I am not just your mother, but I am the moon goddess. I sigh. Fine, we got into a fight. He brought his ex home. What do you mean? Rachel is supposed to be gone. I shake my head. Well, clearly not. She is very much alive. She found us in the mall the other day and started flirting with him. I objected, and he didn't like that too much. I see. Great, now I have something else to do. Now I have to look into this case. Just great. Now I have to collaborate with your father. Heavens, he is so unorganized. Sorry. I offer a sheepish smile. This only interested me more. She not only lied to Octavius about being a pack member, but she isn't even supposed to be alive. Her destiny was decided years ago, and somehow she broke free of those bonds. How? You can't fight the fate my mother has written down for you in her book. It's literally inescapable. This furthered my interest in this mysterious female who has come in and disrupted my life. Now I want to disrupt hers and bring an end to it. How did she escape it, though? It was so interesting to me. How did she break free of it and stay hidden for so long? She told Octavius she was a vampire hybrid, I tell her. Mom's eyes widen. She is no such thing. She is lying. Oh, I am going to get to the bottom of this case, and when I do, she is going to wish she had kept to her path. Wish she had followed her fate and stayed in line. I grin. Every goddess has the wrathful act that defines her. Although my mother already has had hers, she still loves putting those in their place if they go against her. She loves putting those in their place when they defy her. I think Dad rubbed off on her a little. I became curious as to what she exactly is then. If she lied to us, she isn't a vampire. What is she then? The last possibility is a witch, which could explain her escaping her fate and slipping under the radar. Mom puts her book down and looks me up and down. She smiles softly to herself. My daughter, you have grown these past few weeks. No, I think I am still the same height as I was when I left, I tease. Her smile was still present as she shook her head. Haha, very funny. I mean, you have grown into a beautiful woman. I don't think the Death Pack or the Alpha has changed, but I think the experience has changed you. You adapted to your situation and overcame it. I nod, agreeing. I have, and I am too proud of myself. I have seen the danger in the world firsthand when the traitors attacked me. I have seen that anger and cruelty firsthand within this pack, and truly, it scared me at first. Now, it is second nature to me. I went through the same, but you face a new generation with a new drive and new tactics. Truly, you are going through a very different pack than I did. I do not doubt it. Mom did face the very same rebellion group, but not to this extent and at a different time. With a new age of technology and media, it draws more attention. They have a bigger audience and more of a voice on social media. They can have their voices heard by more than just a small group. They can now reach every corner of the pack. That is a pro and a con to technological advantages. Mom faced a smaller and easier rebellion group, as their voices couldn't be heard as far as that. It truly is a different time, and that is what scares me. Yet it doesn't change the fear she felt, doesn't change her experiences. It doesn't invalidate any of that. If anything, it is inspiring for me to keep my head up, and eventually, this will all be mine. I think you should talk to him, she states. What are our fates? Well, daughter, you have split not only yours, but Octavius's fate into a crossroads. I see in one that you return to Earth and live out your life as his mate and Luna. The other one isn't so pretty. You go back to Earth and still, with all his protests, you leave him. The pack has to deal with a grieving Alpha. I cannot see the rest as it hasn't been set, but I can tell you that it isn't pretty. A grieving Alpha is an angry Alpha. Which one do I choose? I cannot see that, but we will see which one you choose when you return. It is up to you. When I say the werewolf population is counting on you this time, I mean it. What I am seeing right now with him is only the surface. I sigh. What are you seeing? A grief-stricken Alpha whose only coping method is to inflict pain on others. Chapter 24. Alpha Octavius. Day 2, but it's been 3 nights since Adrianna has not been beside me when I close my eyes at night. Trust me, I've been losing it. I can't sleep at night, and I can't think straight. Apollo keeps saying she could be in danger, but we both know she isn't. She is safe with her mother. He just wants me to go to her, but I am giving her the space she desired so much. Maybe it is better if she takes some time for herself? This is all so much for her, and maybe it overwhelmed her. All these new emotions could have overwhelmed her and, therefore, confused her emotionally. Maybe with the time away, she'll be able to straighten this all out and get a hold of her emotions. I decided to sit out the morning after ceremony. Yay! They mated, we already know. I don't even know why they need to have this ceremony. Yeah, it's different when someone in power has it, but he's just the son of the beta. Truly, I didn't care if he mated or not. It isn't my business at the end of the day. You'd think I'd care right now because the more mated pairs the better. The more mated couples, the better the outcome for the mating season. Yet there won't be a successful season without the Luna, the mother of the pack. I stretch out and head to the bathroom, and once again get ready for a lonely day. This is the pain I have gone through since I was reborn. When I finally thought I escaped the loneliness, it came back for me. Truly, I think the lonely void and I are truly mates, as it keeps coming back for me. Swallowing me up whole, consuming my every thought and every breath. Mate, Apollo barks and is suddenly on all fours with his ears perked up and his snout up, pointing in her direction. I suddenly feel a surge and the return of the mate bond as well. It was like being shocked, my body pulsing with the electricity of the bond. It literally took my breath away. Adrianna has returned. I swing open the bathroom door to witness Adrianna entering our bedroom through the balcony doors. I knew she was in her mother's realm, but this only verified it. She was wearing her goddess attire when she entered. Not noticing I was watching her, she shut the door quietly behind her. Adrianna lets out an alarmed shriek, finally seeing me. "Goddess, you scared the life out of me," she confesses through her ragged breathing with her hand over her heart. I stood there in absolute awe, witnessing her in her goddess attire. Coming to my senses, I walk, which quickly turns into running to her. I almost knock us over with the impact of my embrace. I engulf her in my arms, basking in her presence, her scent. Our bond. Goddess, did I miss her? Adrianna, I mumble and pull back a little. She was in absolute shock, her eyes wide and her mouth hanging ajar. I hold her face in my hands and tilt her head and press a long kiss on her forehead. "I have missed you so much, I confess." She nods. "I know, that is why I have returned a little earlier than anticipated." My wolf growls in approval. "But I will be staying in a separate bedroom until this is settled." That makes us both growl in disapproval. "No, you will not. Octavius, let's be honest. Neither of us is ready for such a quick-moving relationship. Sleeping together after our fight is going to be quite awkward and uncomfortable, not only for me, but for you as well. Please, Adrianna. Please, stay with me. I won't touch you. This is for your protection, as we are seeing a rise in domestic threats and attacks." Her shoulders slump. "Hold on, this isn't about sleeping arrangements. This is still about our relationship, isn't it? What are you so afraid of?" She shakes off my hold and goes for the door, and I jump in front of her. "Octavius, please. No. Please, I beg, I plead. Please answer me. Please let me in, please don't push me away. Please don't do this. Not again. I don't know if I am strong enough to go through it again. Neither of us is strong enough to endure what we have had to in the past. I don't want to hurt her, and she doesn't want to hurt me. I am not doing anything. I am giving you a little more time and space to decide, so you don't make a mistake." "And what? Be with you?" "Because that's the conclusion I have come to. That is no mistake. There is no doubt in my mind about being with you. That's how I want to live out the rest of our eternity. That is how I envision us. Together." She shakes her head. "But do you really want to? Or did someone tell you to believe that?" "I do. I don't want to cause you any more pain. I want you so bad." "What do you know?" she asks with an edge to each word. "Your father told me everything you went through with your ex." She lets out a low snarl, her eyes flickering. "He had no right," she protests. I asked. "Okay. I needed to know why you were doubting me and having trust issues within our relationship. Now I know why, and I will never cause you that pain again. I don't want to remind you of your ex. I want nothing but to love you, and I'll wait for you. Even if it takes centuries for you to return that love, I'll wait. I will wait however long you require, because I love you. I always will." My hand caresses her cheek, and for a moment she leans into my touch. Our eyes meet and don't break contact. I could see her internal battle taking place. Her eyes glaze over, and a low sniffle comes from her. Her face was red, and it was clear she was crying now. The face of a broken, clueless, and hurt female looks back at me. "I'm sorry," she babbles. "I'm so sorry I put you through this. I don't know why I fought the mate bond. I'm sorry for the pain I have inflicted upon you. I'm sorry I doubted you and your feelings for me. I was scared." My arms curl around her as I hold her close. My one hand cradled the back of her head. For a moment, we stand there in each other's arms. Her sobs and shaking eventually subsided, leaving a wet stain on my shirt. I didn't mind. Truly, I knew she needed to get it out. I cup her face, brushing away the last tears with my thumb. A low purr leaves her throat as she leans into my touch. I lean down and claim her lips in a soft and sincere kiss. This was nothing like our first kiss. It was more like a promise, and it brought me nothing but joy and comfort when she responded. Her hands are resting on my chest as she struggles to gain more. Smiling, I leaned down more so she didn't have to struggle on her tippy toes. The kiss got heated, and her arms wrapped around my neck as we fought for control of the kiss. I scooped my princess up bridal style, but I never dared to break the kiss. I set her on the bed and support my body weight as I hover over her. I could faintly smell her growing arousal. "Octavius," she moans. "I got you, baby." I hum back at her and pull away. My wolf purrs out, witnessing the sight below us. Adrianna was sprawled out below us. Her face flushed, her lips a little swollen, and her hair fanned out. Her goddess attire only adds to her unearthly beauty. I was kneeling between her legs, and her one leg was propped up with her knee just grazing my hip. I lean back down and start to peck at her lips before trailing down from her ear to her collar. My mouth lingered a little longer on the spot on her neck that will bear my mark. Chapter 25. Princess Adrianna. Octavius dips his head back down and pecks at my lips before he trails down from my ear to my collarbone. I let out a soft sigh when he lingers on a sensitive spot on my neck. No doubt this is where he will lay his claim and mark me. I squirm under his gaze, a grin spreading across his handsome face. He leans down and claims my lips again. I quickly respond, kissing him back. The connection growing between us was unmistakable. One hand buried in the hair on the back of his head, and the other holding onto his back. My heart is pounding out of my chest. "Octavius," I mumble into his neck when he peppers my skin with kisses again. My body was pulsing with life. His hands slip under my body, and he pulls me up a little. I feel his hands fumbling with the back of my dress before cursing softly. "How do I get this off?" he growls in annoyance. I couldn't help the laugh that left my throat as I untied the bow on my back. He growls out in approval, loosens the laces further, slides it down my body, and tosses it aside. Chills erupted across my body with the sudden coldness biting at the exposed skin. The goosebumps heightened even further when I felt his hands slide down my arms. Warmth spread through me. His eyes roam my face and shoulders, taking in every inch of me. "I love you," he confesses again. I felt the same way towards him. Even after all the issues and hardships we've gone through, deep down I knew I had these emotions for him. There was no fighting them anymore. No denying the bond. We were both accepting the bond now. "I love you too," I confess. Everything stopped. He bites his lip for a moment before a bright and contagious smile takes over his face. I was about to carefully remove my circlet and place it on the nightstand so it wouldn't be damaged or broken, but he stopped me. "Keep it on," he growls out the order. In a frenzy, my fingers fumble with the hem of his shirt and struggle to get it over his head. Once over his head, I take a moment to drink in his appearance. His body was strong and toned, reminding me of the other gods. He had scars that varied in length and depth across his chest. His large arms were corded with muscles from centuries of training. "Do you like what you see, princess?" he asks huskily. I hum in response. He kisses me again, and the room, although it was just us, felt alive. It was clear we both were giving into each other and the pull of our instincts. Our bond could be felt throughout the air as it was pulsing with life, ready to complete and secure us to one another for all eternity. "I won't hurt you, princess. I promise I will never do that again," he vows. I bite my lip before nodding. "I know." For a moment, he backs off the edge of the bed to discard his own clothes. Returning to me, he stares into my eyes. Once again, he kisses me softly. "Are you sure about this? If you want me to stop, just ask." "I will stop if you want me to," he says. I shake my head. "No, I want this. I want you. Just tell me if you want to stop. I don't want to cross any boundaries." "I will understand." Feeling bold and wanting to reassure him, I prop myself up on my elbows and claim his lips, kissing him. He responds with equal force. "Do you trust me?" "Yes." He holds me close, and the knot in my stomach becomes tighter and tighter as the energy between us builds. "Octavius," I cry out, needing the connection. Without another word, his face nuzzles my neck. I knew exactly what was about to happen, and I wanted it. I wanted his mark on my neck. My head rolled to the other side to expose more of my neck to him. I shiver when I feel his canines extend and scrape at my collarbone. My hands dive into his hair as I pull him closer. "Goddess, Adrianna," he moans. The floodgate holding myself back finally opened. A wave of energy took over once I felt his teeth sink into my neck to claim me. It was hot, intense, and blinding. The bond snapped into place, sealing us together permanently. Once the intensity of the moment subsided, he stayed beside me as we caught our breath. For the next few hours, we continued to simply be with one another. We were tucked under the sheets, and I rested on his chest with his one arm around my waist protectively and his other serving as a pillow. I eventually fell asleep to the melody of his heartbeat and steady breathing. Chapter 26. Alpha Octavius. I felt a great sense of pride when I marked and claimed my mate. As I was holding Adrianna, I could feel our bond strengthening. Her face nuzzled deep in my chest. The sun was high in the sky though, so I didn't sleep. I couldn't sleep. I wasn't tired. As a matter of fact, I was energized and wide awake. Yet, I let my mate lie in my arms and sleep. Her scent was now combined with mine as mine was with hers. If that didn't signify she was mine, the mark definitely did. Apollo became as protective and possessive as ever. The pack didn't know because she surrounded herself within the pack bond with a wall, a tall and thick wall. The old magic her mother taught her to conceal her position within the pack bond worked. Only I knew she was Luna, and will be keeping it that way until it is safe to announce it. While she slept, I just lay there beside her, watching her, holding her. Apollo was extremely pleased with me as I finally completed the process and claimed her. Now he'll finally leave me alone about marking her, but about mating her, that will be a new issue. The restless wolf he is. For a while, it was bliss just lying there with my arm draped around her waist while she was using my other arm as a pillow and listening to her steady breathing. Keyword, was. I was in my own little world, and I didn't realize Levi was trying to mind-link me. I was so out of it that I didn't realize he was trying to get a hold of me. "What is it, Levi?" I growl. "Sorry to bother you, but an uninvited guest has welcomed themselves into the fortress. We need help," Levi tells me. "What?" "Yes, and he brought some extra company along with him, and he is heading towards your wing." Carefully, I slid out of Adrianna's grasp and hoped I didn't wake her before shifting into my wolf. I take one last look at her sleeping form before exiting our bedroom. I tip my head to the two warriors that were posted at my door. One being Brooklyn, so I'm assuming she is already aware of Adrianna's return. My large wolf stalks down the hallway in search of this uninvited guest and his friends. I let out a low snarl, and my hairs stand once I spot the intruder. His eyes were glowing in the shadows, and I could see he was ready to pounce. Not letting him make the first move, I lunge at him. My jaws grab him by the neck and pull him into the light. The light brown wolf lets out a cry, feeling how deep my canines were sinking into his skin. I release the wolf, but not before I throw him across the hall. His body slides to a stop. I stand over his body and snarl at him. He rolls onto his back under me and takes a quick swipe wherever he can land it. Which happened to be my eye. Darn it. He tries to push me off of him with his hind legs, but I wasn't budging. I wanted him and his group alive, but now? I swipe at his chest before getting off of him and pacing around him, waiting for him to regain his footing. My sight was messed up now. I wasn't landing attacks, and my dodging was screwed up too. I let out a huff, my body hurting and my eye throbbing. Fluid was weeping from it, and it was most likely infected since we were rolling around on the floor. Out of the corner of my eye, Levi finally shows up with backup. One person still in their human body simply shoots him with a tranquilizer. Levi quickly returns to his human body before coming to my side. "Alpha, your eye," Levi states the obvious. Growling, I return to my human skin. The injury was much more prominent and visible in my human skin. It hurt more, so much more. For some reason, it wasn't healing as fast as usual. The male that attacked me was high-ranking and possibly of Alpha descent. "We need to get you to the hospital, Alpha." It's going to get infected, and they might need to remove it, he explains. It isn't healing, therefore his scratch may have contained something else like silver or poison. I am well aware. I need to tell my mate first, so she doesn't think I left her. Alpha, that isn't a good idea. You may expose it to more germs. More possible infections. No, I hiss. I need to let Adrianna know first. Levi huffs in annoyance before summoning the man who tranquilized the wolf. He opens his first aid kit, cleaning my eye the best he could before covering it with a bandage. I head to my bedroom to find Adrianna sitting up with the blanket around her upper half. Her eyes were wide and scared. Octavius, she squeaks. Her eyes took a moment to adjust before landing on my injury. What happened to you? Oh goddess, get over here. I tread cautiously toward her and sit on the edge of the bed. I'm sorry about leaving you, I mumble. I must not have made a great first impression. Leaving you after we first bond and all. She shakes her head. Nonsense. I understood what was going on. I knew you needed to leave urgently and attend to important matters. No harm done. She carefully removes the bandage, making me flinch a little when the medical tape comes off. Her hands cut my cheeks, and one of my hands found its way to her hand on my cheek, holding it. She closes her eyes for a moment and starts whispering something I couldn't understand. A blinding white aura surrounds her, and her hair starts to float a little. When she opens her eyes, they are the same blinding white of her aura. My hand and jaw drop in surprise. I heard the sound of the soft click of the door closing, and I could smell some familiar scents enter. Her one hand remains cupping my face while the other goes to my right eye. It starts to glow white as well when she covers it. The sensation was something along the lines of warm but stinging. I grit my teeth, trying to hold in any noises of discomfort. Once the sensation stops and she pulls her hands away from my face, her white aura disappears and her eyes go back to normal. There, all healed, she confirms. But there is a scar. She traces it softly. I sigh, just another one added to my collection. Thank you, Adrianna. She nods with a smile, and now she finally notices the guests in our room. She awkwardly waves to them and pulls the blanket closer to her body. I remember she's unclothed and covers her body with my own, pulling her into me. They turn around, and I retrieve a robe for her so that she may greet our guests. So Octavius, you finally claimed her, Levi observes cockily. And marked, I proudly add. Yet, I can't feel her in the pack bond. Why is that? She has some spell up so that she can't be felt until the pack is ready. Understandable. The doctor was more intrigued by her healing abilities. He kept inspecting my eye and asking Adrianna questions, telling us he's never seen this type of magic used and healing someone with such a severe injury so well. Chapter 27. Princess Adrianna. I was honestly horrified seeing Octavius leave the bed. I knew what was going on since I could feel it through the bond. What scared me even more was the sight of his eye. I could feel the pain it was causing him because of our bond. Luckily, my healing abilities were enough to heal it completely with no complications. Well, if you don't consider a scar to be a complication, but other than that, it healed. It left me feeling a little drained, but I'd live. When everyone cleared out, and it was just Octavius and me, it was clear he wanted to be close again. He sat down on the bed beside me and pulled me close. I held his face, my thumb running over the new scar. Octavius softly pulls my hand away and kisses the palm of it, and then kisses the other. His lips find mine, and I return his kiss with matched force and passion. His hands grab at my hips and pull me closer to him. I sigh into the kiss, feeling the connection between us. My hands slide up from his chest to his neck, and then the back of his head, tugging at the ends of his hair. Goddess, did I love his hair. He wraps his arms around me, pulling me back onto the pillows. I let out a squeal at this action, but my heart was leaving my chest when his gaze locked onto mine. His eyes light up. He looked as if he were a wolf finally finding sustenance after months of hunger. My gods, you are so beautiful and so strong, he praises, his lips making their way down my neck. Octavius, I breathe. He hums, his eyes darkening. I love when you say my name, he confesses. Oh goddess, I was in trouble. We were lost in one another once again. Our limbs are tangling with each other. The mate bond between us was a live wire. We couldn't get enough of one another. We were obsessed, addicted to one another's presence and touch. We eventually had to come to a halt as the door rattled with a knock. Goddess, Octavius curses before stealing one last kiss before getting up to answer the door. He grabs a robe to cover himself before answering. The Gamma stood in the doorway, and it was clear on his face that he was horrified. I could tell he was stunned, interrupting the Alpha. This better be good, Marco. You interrupted me with my mate, he growls. Couldn't you have told me this like 5 minutes ago? Like, when we were all gathered in here. Marco quickly nods. Okay then, spit it out. I don't have all day. Your parents have arrived. What? They weren't supposed to be here until next week. Why are they here a week early? He shrugs. I do not know, Alpha. He sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose. Get them settled into their room and keep them occupied. I'll see them at lunch. It's well past noon, Alpha. Late lunch it is then. Yes, of course. I'll inform them of this and make sure they are ready by then. I'll inform the chefs as well of this change. Thank you, goodbye. He didn't let Gamma Marco finish, just shut the door in his face before turning back around and looking at me. He grins, but we both knew we could not continue since his parents have arrived and are expecting us at lunch. We have to get ready, and at this rate, we'll probably just be making it in time. I'm going to get a shower, I say, and his shoulders slump in defeat. I caress one side of his face and shake my head. We have to. Your parents are expecting us at lunch. It won't be a good first impression of me if we are late. He huffs. But, my love, he whines, cupping my hand on his face. He brings it down and kisses the palm tenderly before flashing puppy eyes at me. But nothing. I don't think they'd have a good outlook on me if I held up their son from seeing them. How would that look? He'd rather stay in bed all day than see his parents. He shrugs. I see it as a win. I pinch his bicep, earning a yelp out of him, and he starts to rub it. He shoots me a glance. You play rough, he states. But I like playing rough. He followed me to the bathroom and tried to join me in the shower, but I just laughed and shut the door. When I came out, he practically pounced on me. His arms wrap around me from behind and pull my back into his chest, attacking my neck with his kisses. Octavius, I whine. Not now. Please, he pouts. I promise I'll be quick. You say that now, but we'll be here until dinner. We both know that, and then your parents won't only be upset with me, but they'll be hungry. Let's be honest. I didn't want any more delays, even though I was more than satisfied this morning. It left me wanting more and addicted to everything about him. From his touch to his lips, I was truly addicted to my mate. He shrugs. They're immortal. They'll live, he remarks, his warm breath tickling my ear. I push him away playfully and head towards our closet and grab a black dress off the hanger. Thankfully, I heard him enter the bathroom. Moments later, he joined me. I could only shake my head and continue to ready myself. What are you wearing? I ask. I was nervous and I was overdressing. He shrugs and grabs a simple dress shirt and jeans. I was standing in front of the floor-length mirror, making sure I looked nice, but I noticed my affectionate mate coming up from behind me. His arms wrap around my stomach, and his head rests on my shoulder. His warm breath fanned my neck. I jump, feeling his lips brush over my mark. Octavius, I warn. I turn around in his hold and look at him. He smiles handsomely before kissing me quickly. Goddess, I can't wait to help you out of this later, he confesses. In heels, I was about his height now. Breaking out of his grasp, I grab his one hand and lead us out of the closet and to the hallway. I could easily feel how my mate was dreading this lunch. His parents stood from their seats once we entered, and they were clearly annoyed. Mother, father, Octavius greets. Chapter 28. Princess Adrianna. Mother, father, Octavius greets. Before me stands an old mated couple. Octavius was a spitting image of his father, down to the black hair and blue eyes. His mother, on the other hand, has graying brown hair with curls and soft brown eyes. Yet those brown eyes held an annoyed look. She crosses her arms. It is about time, she hisses. Very sorry, mother. We had an issue earlier. An uninvited guest, if you will, Octavius informs them. Octavius leads me to the head of the table and pulls out the chair for me that is to the right of his. He takes his seat at the head. I couldn't shake the feeling of the prying eyes staring at me. I know his mother was staring and disapproving of me. His father, on the other hand, seemed proud of his son. So proud. Who is she? She asks. This is my mate, Adrianna, he tells her nonchalantly. What happened to Rachel? We aren't mates anymore. Simple. I passed on and she rejected me. Therefore, the bond was severed. When I was gifted my new life, I was also gifted with a new mate. I liked Rachel better. You know I sent her here, right? Oh, did you know? And why is that? Because I want my son to be happy. I am, he says and rests his hand on mine. I smile a little. Very. His mother didn't seem convinced and shook her head with her lips in a straight line. And Adrianna, what position did you serve in this pack before you discovered you were mates with my son? He looks at me with wide eyes. I could tell he didn't want me to reveal the truth. Yet I had to. I'd rather take the blow now than deal with the consequences of my lies later. I actually don't hail from this domain, I tell her carefully. Oh, is that so? So why do you think you are fit to be Luna of this pack in this domain? She asks casually. Because I was hand-chosen for him, ma'am. I am the Moon Princess. My mother paired us. She thought we were perfect for one another. The goddess never makes mistakes, you know. You're what? She stands from her chair. Her mate is quick to soothe her and sit her back in her chair. That was quite the surprise, he laughs nervously. She huffs through her nose. Yeah, quite the surprise, and yet we haven't even heard of her. She bears your mark and smells of you, and yet there have been no ceremonies. Octavius nods. You are correct. Those ceremonies are just pageantry in my opinion. That is all. Yes, I marked and claimed her without performing an official ceremony, but it is for her protection. Why must I put my life on display if I'm the alpha? Aren't I entitled to a little privacy? Besides, my pack doesn't like her as they believe she is influencing me and will change the pack to her liking. Once the pack warms up to her, and we know she isn't in danger, then we shall have an official ceremony. Her safety is my main priority. Octavius has expressed this before. He hates these types of things. He'd rather do them his own way instead of doing it before the pack. He hates people in his personal business, and the ceremonies are a big intrusion. He'd much rather have our ceremony in private, just like we did. It seems to be a protective thing, in my opinion. It is much more intimate, since there will be no prying eyes. Either way, I like it that way. I hate being paraded around like some kind of object. It is frowned upon in other packs to do what we have done. Yet, the Death Pack has shown they aren't like other packs. Their alpha has shown he isn't your average cookie-cutter alpha and couldn't care less about tradition. In other packs, an alpha not caring about tradition would be frowned upon. This pack has always struck me as strange, and it has yet to let me down with that belief. The conversation ended after that, and we were met with the awkward silence that followed. Thankfully, the Beta and Gamma soon joined us and brought a new topic of conversation to the table. Truly, I was excited for the delicious food I could smell cooking in the kitchen. I was starving. I haven't eaten since this morning when I left my mother's realm. So, Octavius, his father starts up the conversation again. How did you two meet? We both look at each other awkwardly, and he laughs, rubbing the back of his neck. Well, you see, he starts. We met in a very unique way. You see, the prophecy stated she was here to take my power away, well, some of it. I had trackers go out and find her, so I burned down her cabin and took her hostage. I met her when she woke up that following morning and tried to attack me. Awkward was an understatement. Oh, I see. How did you feel about that, Adrianna? He asks. I side-eye my mate before laughing. Honestly, at the time, I was obviously horrified. I hated your son with my entire being, but with recent events, we have come to see eye to eye, confessing our love for one another. His mother just kept sending me dirty looks and rolling her eyes. I see, and that is indeed the most interesting and insane way of meeting your mate. Octavius laughs again. Indeed, father. Indeed, but fate brought us together. It works in mysterious ways, but I wouldn't want it any other way. We smile at one another, and he rests his hand on top of mine. That furthered the rage brewing within his mother. For reasons I do not know. Maybe because she wants him to be with Rachel or someone who hails from this domain. One she believes is worthy of her son, and I am clearly not in her eyes. I am not fit because of where I hail from, and that makes me incapable of running a pack that is opposite of me. She believes Rachel is worthy of her son, you know, the one who outed him years ago to the settlers. The very one who rejected him before his passing. Her son will not leave me because of what his mother believes in. I am now his mate, and the bond is completed, and she can't change it for the world. I love how angry I am making her, and Octavius seemed to be enjoying it too. His mother seemed to be controlling, and this was the one thing that was out of her control. It is driving her crazy since she doesn't have the upper hand on the reins. This was going to be a fun weekend. Chapter 29. Princess Adrianna. She hates me, I admit. Octavius shakes his head, about to reassure me, but is cut off by Levi's howling laugh. She does, he agrees. Levi, you aren't helping, Octavius growls in a pinched tone at his beta. Then he turns his head to me. She does not. He just shrugs. Blunt, very blunt, I add. He winks. Anything for you, Luna. Octavius was just shaking his head as he led us to his office. I've never been in his office before. It was an average-sized room with a few bookshelves on the side wall. Those shelves were packed with books and records. On the wall we entered through was a fireplace stocked with wood. It had a cute little sitting area in front of it with a couch, 2 armchairs, and a coffee table. His desk sat against the other wall. It was large and covered in papers. Beside it was another stack of books and a little waste bin. Behind the desk was a portrait. The curtains were drawn shut, and the lights were dimmed a little. Adrianna, Octavius calls from the little sitting area. Sorry, I reply sheepishly. I go to sit down next to him on the couch, but he pulls me into his lap. His nose was nuzzling at my neck. As a low purr leaves my throat, he responds with a deeper growl. His hold on me is tightening and pressing me further into his chest. Okay, can we talk about the situation at hand? Seriously, this is a serious situation, and you can't control yourself for just 5 minutes. Restless wolf, Levi barks. Octavius drags his gaze from where he was eyeing my mark. Sorry, I can't help it, he says innocently. Oh, I know. We are werewolves. We have the hearing of wolves. So, I can hear you very clearly. I felt the familiar burn of a blush reach the tips of my ears as I looked at the beta. Octavius rubs my arm. It is okay. It is completely natural. No need to be embarrassed. I'm not embarrassed. I'm just shocked he didn't hesitate saying that. They both laugh at me. I hate both of you. No, you don't, Octavius counters and kisses the nape of my neck. Anyways, we need to talk about your mother and this uprising, Levi starts. I sigh. His mom is sending Rachel to the pack to try and win him back. I feel like this is a part of a bigger plan. That his mother has bigger plans. That they want to somehow control Octavius. They are power-hungry, and she knows if she loses her hold over her son, she loses her power. Octavius most likely has figured it out and is ignoring it. I just don't understand why my mom would send Rachel. She knows how I feel about her. How she hurt me and how bad the rejection was. Her rejection led to our exposure and our passing. Why is she so friendly with the one who caused our demise? I don't know. I don't understand. I mean, in her eyes, she may see Rachel as a better mate for you than Adrianna. A traitor or someone they view as a monster. Even though it was her husband, Adrianna's father, who brought them back, Levi tacks on. Octavius huffs and plops his chin on my shoulder. If this were the old me, I'd still pick Adrianna. If it wasn't for Rachel, I wouldn't have had to end at the hands of those people. That horrible end. Yes, mine was bad, but Mom faced a terrible fate since she was female. Father and I were hung. I still don't understand why she would think she even had a chance, I mumble. Because she most likely thought she could make me leave you. That if she made it seem like I had a chance with her, that I would run back to her, but I am not. She is an idiot, and now that we are fully mated, that will never happen. If someone tries to destroy our bond, we'll probably both perish in the removal process. A shiver went down my spine. I don't know if it was out of fear or how deep my feelings for him have gotten, but goosebumps arose all across my skin. Our bond has become so strong that we'll both go if the other does, and it just does something to someone. That our bond is that strong that we'd rather pass on than live another day without each other. That is what we've become, and I don't regret it. Within these few short hours, our bond has become unbreakable. We grow powerful individually and bond every second we spend together. By healing him, I made our bond that much stronger. Well, it is clear we can't trust your mother. I point out the obvious. Octavius's grip tightens on my hip. She wouldn't hurt me. I'm talking about me, Octavius. I give him a pointed look. She won't hurt you. She knows if she hurts you, she'll have to deal with me. She knows if she hurts you, it'll hurt me. She knows where I have drawn the line. I will end her if she does something to you. I won't hesitate for a moment. Yes, I may be her son, but you come first. I simply nod. I know he'll fight for me. He's done it before. Even if it is his own mother, he'll do it again. Her life is in his hands. He decides when she goes. After all, he is the one who negotiated to bring her back from the afterlife. But she's your mother, Levi reminds him. Octavius shrugs. I don't care. She's been gone before. She can go again. And that is all in my control. I can raise my mother from the dead again, but as stated, if Adrianna goes, I'll follow. Therefore, I can't bring her back and vice versa. His hands were sliding up and down my hip to my waist. He was doing this unconsciously. Yet, I found it calmed me down during this situation that we have found ourselves in. Chapter 30. Alpha Octavius. I take Adrianna by the hand and lead us out of my office. The sun is setting, and I am truly exhausted from today's events. She seems to be overwhelmed as well. I wasn't expecting my parents to arrive so early, and I truly didn't expect that attack. I'd rather have spent the day in bed with my mate than face reality. Most newly mated pairs stay in bed for weeks with their mate, basking in the bond. Sadly, it seems we do not have that luxury. I guess because of our status in the werewolf population and the impending war on the horizon, peace is a rarity. We should get ready for bed. I'm going to get a shower, I tell her. Adrianna simply nods and heads to the bedroom without showering. When I get out and dry off, she is already sound asleep, but not where I expected. I would think she'd fall asleep in our bed, but she is asleep on the cushioned surface of the bay window. Her head hangs limp on her shoulder as her aura glows dimly. Hey, princess, I murmur softly and shake her. Her eyes open just enough for me to see their color. Yes, she mumbles, her voice heavy with sleep. Why are you sleeping here? Aren't you uncomfortable? She shrugs. Not really. Okay, then, why are you sleeping here? Our bed is literally 5 feet away. She yawns and stretches. I have to recharge. Recharge? I ask, not being able to help the laugh that escapes my throat. Yes, recharge, she snaps softly. I healed you this morning, so I have to replenish my strength. The moonlight gives me energy. You don't sleep here all the time. I can usually get enough energy from where the bed is positioned, but I used a lot to heal you, which requires me to be in direct light to recharge enough. I will have the room rearranged tomorrow then. She shakes her head. No need to. I only need it tonight. As I stated, I can usually get enough from our bed. By now, it seems her aura is glowing brighter. I sigh, scoop her up, and carry her to the bed. She doesn't protest, just gives in and cuddles into my body. You are lucky I have replenished my energy enough, or else I'd be fighting you right now, Adrianna remarks. Yeah, I know. I lay her down on the bed and crawl in next to her. So you get your energy from moonlight? She nods. Just like you get your energy from life energies being expelled from the dying. I get mine from the moonlight. It is my power source as I am the next moon goddess. That is where our power comes from. It is understandable since I am the Death Alpha. I get mine from those who are passing. Our power sources symbolize our titles and power. I will eventually become the god of the dead when Adrianna ascends the throne as moon goddess. Just like I can't use my divine magic freely, because if I do, it'll poison my bloodstream and only Adrianna or absorbing a life force will heal me. I have both dark and light magic, like Adrianna, but I can't use said light magic unless I want to deal with those consequences. Unlike me, she can use both types. She has used both when she was mistakenly thought to be her father's apprentice. I brush her hair aside as it falls in her face. She purrs softly and leans into my touch. I can tell by her eyes that she is drifting off to sleep. I gather her up and rest my arm on her waist, and eventually I drift off to sleep too. Princess Adrianna. The sun slowly comes through the bedroom windows, casting the shadow of the window frame onto the floor beside the bed. I stretch out my limbs and yawn. I resettle and look at the large alpha lying beside me. He is resting on his side, and his arm is thrown lazily over my waist. He looks so peaceful in his sleep, not the scary alpha he is when he is awake. I brush his hair aside and trace some of his scars and tattoos. My eyes fixate on the one I healed yesterday. When I go to trace that one, his eyes fly open and catch my hand. Caging my body with his, I couldn't help the squeal that left my lips. Luna, he purrs. Alpha, I respond in a playful tone. Good morning. Good morning, my princess. He dips his head and captures my lips in a toe-curling kiss. My hands bury into his already messy hair. I gasp when I feel his teeth bite my bottom lip, and he takes that opportunity to slip his tongue into my mouth. My knees squeeze at his hips when I feel his hands travel up under my shirt. It ignites my body, setting it aflame, feeling his calloused palms on my smooth skin. My shirt was almost over my head when he stopped. He stands up on his knees and turns his head toward the door, a low snarl leaving his throat. I heard the knock this time. I dramatically dropped my head on the pillow, annoyed that once again we were interrupted. Octavius gets off the bed and stalks to the door. Opening it, the beta steps in. This better be good, or else I will end you, he threatens. Oh, Octavius, we both know you would collapse under the pressure without me. Your bark is worse than your bite. Anywho, your mommy wants to have morning tea with our Luna, Levi informs him. I feel the color drain from my face. My palms become a little sweaty. I rub them on my pajama pants and get up. Just me? I ask nervously. Yes. She only requested you to have morning tea with her in the greenhouse. I look over at Octavius, who has an unreadable mask on. I don't trust this whatsoever. I know he wants to trust his mom, but sirens are going off in my head. Only me? After last night? No, I don't think this is a good idea at all. Yet, I'll do it for Octavius and try to form a bond with his mother. Chapter 31. Alpha Octavius. I don't like this, I growl, pacing the length of our bedroom while Adrianna disappears into the closet. I know you don't, but I can't hide in this room forever. She is your mother, Octavius. If I am to be Luna, I need to handle pack relations, and that starts with the former Luna, she calls out. She isn't just a pack member, she is a manipulative woman who wants her way. I don't trust her alone with you. Adrianna emerges wearing a simple yet elegant white sundress that flows to her mid-calves. It contrasts starkly with the dark aesthetic of the Death Pack Fortress, making her look exactly like what she is, a being of light. She looks angelic, and my wolf wants nothing more than to keep her here and ruin that dress. She walks over to me and places her hands on my chest, looking up with those big blue eyes. I will be fine. I am the Moon Princess. I can handle a conversation over tea. Besides, if she tries anything, I'm sure you'll hear about it before the tea even cools. I sigh, leaning down to rest my forehead against hers. Just link me if you feel uncomfortable. I'll come get you. I don't care if it's rude. I know you will. Now, stop worrying. You have a pack to run and traitors to find. I watch her leave the room, my heart clenching in my chest. Apollo was pacing in my mind, growling at the distance growing between us. I hated this. I hated that my own mother was a source of stress for my mate. Levi, I mind-link my beta. Yes, Alpha. Post guards outside the greenhouse. Discreetly. If they hear a raised voice or a distress scent, they are to intervene immediately. I don't care if it's my mother. Understood, Alpha. Princess Adrianna. My hands were shaking slightly as I walked down the stone path leading to the glass greenhouse situated in the back gardens. I clenched them into fists to stop the tremors. I refused to show fear. Octavius was right. His mother didn't like me. But I refused to let her see me crumble. The greenhouse was beautiful, filled with exotic plants that thrived in the humidity trapped within the glass walls. In the center, sitting at a white wrought iron table, was Octavius's mother. She looked every bit the Luna she once was: regal, composed, and cold. "You're late," she states without looking up from her teacup. I apologize. I was detained, I reply smoothly, taking the seat opposite her. She finally looks at me, her brown eyes scanning my outfit with disdain. "White. How fitting. You stick out like a sore thumb in this pack." "I believe contrast provides balance," I counter, reaching for the teapot to pour myself a cup. Octavius seems to enjoy the light I bring. She sets her cup down with a sharp clink. My son enjoys the novelty. He has been in the dark for a long time. Light is blinding at first, fascinating even. But eventually, it burns. He is a creature of the dark, Adrianna. He needs someone who understands the shadows, not someone who tries to banish them. I am not trying to banish his darkness. I accept him for who he is. All of him. Do you? She raises an eyebrow. You're the Moon Princess. Your very existence is the antithesis of this pack. You healed him yesterday, I heard. Used your divine light. Do you think that makes you strong? It makes you a crutch. I take a sip of the tea. It was bitter, Earl Grey steeped too long. It makes me a partner. A mate supports their other half. I would think you would know that. I know that a Luna needs to be strong enough to kill for her pack, not just bandage wounds. Rachel understood that. Rachel betrayed him, I state firmly, my voice dropping an octave. She rejected him. She left him to die. If that is your definition of a suitable mate, then I question your judgment as a mother. Her eyes narrow into slits. Watch your tone, child. You may be a princess in your realm, but here you are a guest. I am not a guest, I correct her, my aura flaring slightly, causing the air in the greenhouse to shimmer. I am his mate. I carry his mark. I am the future Luna of this pack. And unlike Rachel, I would burn the world down before I let anyone harm him. Including you. She leans back, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. For a moment, silence hangs heavy between us, filled only by the dripping of condensation from the plants. You have spirit, she finally admits, though her tone is still icy. But spirit doesn't win wars. And there is a war coming, Adrianna. My son needs a warrior, not a diplomat. I can be both. We shall see. She picks up a small silver bell from the table and rings it. A maid appears instantly from the shadows of the plants. Clear the table. I have seen enough. She stands up, smoothing down her skirt. Enjoy your stay, princess. However long it may last. Octavius is loyal to a fault, but even loyalty has its limits when the pack's survival is at stake. Don't make him choose between you and his people. He will resent you for it. With that parting shot, she turns and walks out of the greenhouse, leaving me sitting alone with the bitter taste of tea and her threats lingering in the air. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding, my shoulders slumping slightly. She was trying to get inside my head, trying to plant seeds of doubt. She wanted me to believe that I was weak, that I was temporary. I stood up, my resolve hardening. I wouldn't let her win. I would prove to her, to the pack, and to myself that I was worthy of Octavius. I wasn't just the Moon Princess, I was the Death Alpha's mate. And I was done playing nice. I mind-linked Octavius. It's done. Are you okay? His voice was frantic in my head. I'm fine, I tell him, a small smile playing on my lips. Actually, I'm better than fine. I'm ready to get to work. Work. Yes. I want to see the training grounds. If your mother wants a warrior, I'll show her a warrior. Chapter 32. Princess Adrianna. Since yesterday, the fortress has been on strict lockdown. When the poison hit my system during the attack, my mental barriers collapsed, inadvertently informing the entire pack of my status as Luna. Octavius and I agreed there was no reason to put the walls back up since the secret was out. We believe this exposure is exactly what our enemy wanted, to flush me out or test the pack's reaction. When I woke up the following morning, the space beside me was empty. Octavius was already gone. The sheets were cold, indicating he'd been gone for a while. I didn't know where he went, but assuming the urgency of the lockdown, it had to be important. Stretching out my stiff limbs, I grabbed my robe off the hook and headed downstairs. Levi had already set up a command center on the dining room table, surrounded by maps and laptops. "Where's the Alpha?" I asked Levi, pouring myself a cup of coffee. He woke up this morning with his veins and eyes completely consumed by black. Levi answered grimly, not looking up from his screen. "He went to the prison to replenish his energy." "When did he leave?" He shrugged and checked his watch. "About an hour ago." "And how are you feeling this morning, Luna?" "Shaken up, but I'll live." "Any word on the shapeshifter?" "No, but I do have more information on what we are dealing with." "Well, spit it out." "It seems she isn't a complete shapeshifter. She's a form shifter. She can mimic appearance, features, height, hair, but she cannot manipulate her true scent or replicate magical markings. Like the woman we thought was the Alpha's mother, she looked the part, but she couldn't fake the specific scent of the Alpha line. If she were a true shifter, she might have been able to. Also, they can't shift into someone else's wolf form." "What do you mean?" "They are werewolves too." He nodded. "Just a different subspecies. Say they took one of our appearances and went to shift, they would revert to their own wolf form, not yours. That's how they are usually discovered. So, this whole time, a shifter has been masquerading as his mother and possibly other pack members to tear us apart from the inside. It's terrifying, but knowing the limitations is useful. It explains the security breach. It wasn't a breach of walls, but a breach of trust. We let our guard down. A mother wouldn't see anyone as good enough for her alpha son, not even the Moon Princess, so her hostility made sense. We accepted the behavior because it fit the persona, allowing the enemy to walk right through the front door. I sighed, trying to piece it all together. How do we catch someone who can look like anyone? Clearly, they are 10 steps ahead of us. To catch them, we need to be reckless. We need to disrupt their plan by offering them exactly what they want. "You look like you are thinking quite hard, Luna," Levi teased, finally looking up. I glared at him. "Because I am." He laughed and shook his head. "I can see why the Alpha admires you so." A light snow flurry started during my afternoon walk with Brooklyn. We've been taking these walks lately so the pack can get used to me, approach me, talk to me, ask questions. It was Octavius's idea to help integrate me. Today, however, public relations wasn't the goal. Brooklyn and I were fishing. And I was the bait. We wanted to draw the shifter out into the open. Catch her when she is least expecting it and vulnerable. She can't shift out in the open where the whole pack will see her. It would expose her. The only catch is that we don't know whose face she is currently wearing. We reached a secluded path near the edge of the gardens. Suddenly, my limbs locked up. I tried to take a step, but my legs refused to move. I looked at Brooklyn, panic rising in my chest, and saw she was frozen mid-stride, her eyes wide with fear. I had accounted for physical strength. I had accounted for deception. I didn't know she could use mind control. The Moon Princess and her little guard, a voice purred from the shadows of the trees. "It seems I caught you in your plan." A figure stepped out. It was a pack warrior I didn't recognize. Or at least, the face was. "Your failed plan," she taunted, circling us. Brooklyn looked at me, an apology clearly written on her frozen face. I wasn't worried, though. Terrified, yes. But this was the only way to find the others. "Now, we are going to go to the prison, and you are going to cooperate," the shifter commanded. "And if we don't?" I challenged, fighting against the invisible hold on my mind. "Then you'll find out the consequences." The walk to the prison is a blur. I don't remember much of it, likely due to the mental hold she had on me. When I finally came out of the trance, the cold bite of damp stone registered first. I was in a cell. Huddled in the corner, shivering violently, was a woman who looked exactly like Octavius's mother. The real mother. "Here," I whispered, moving toward her. My cloak had been taken, so I couldn't wrap her in it. I did the next best thing and sat beside her, pulling her frail body into my arms to share my body heat. Who are you?" she murmured, her teeth chattering. "I am your son's mate. And don't worry, he'll be here soon." I know it, I told her confidently. She smiled weakly, her brown eyes lacking the malice I had seen in the imposter's gaze. I'm happy he finally found his mate. You seem like a wonderful young lady. I know you make him happy. I smiled with a nod, tears pricking my eyes at the genuine warmth in her voice. Can you explain to me what is going on? She asked. The woman who kidnapped you is a shifter. She took your face and used it to gain access to the fortress. She tricked everyone. I can only assume they wanted to get closer to the Alpha to dismantle the pack from the inside. Using your face, he let down his guard. Now I assume she has taken my face. But why can't I leave? If she is using your face. Because she needs to keep using it. She needs you hidden so no one questions the duplicate. However, I was curious as to why the guards hadn't come to check on us. I stood up and walked to the iron bars, gripping them tight. Guards! I yelled, my voice echoing down the corridor. Hey! Two warriors appeared immediately, their hands on their weapons. When they saw me, their faces went pale. How are you here? You just left. One stuttered, terrified. The Alpha is looking for you. Because she wasn't me, I stated firmly. Prove it, the other hissed, raising his spear. I sighed and pushed my knotted hair to the side, tilting my head to expose the fresh, jagged mark on my neck. The mating mark of the Death Alpha. It was something the shifter couldn't replicate. The guards' eyes widened, and they immediately fumbled for the keys, unlocking the cell door. Help the Alpha's mother. She needs to see a doctor immediately. I fear she might be getting hypothermia and is severely dehydrated, I ordered, stepping out and helping the older woman to her feet. Yes, Luna. I stayed close to Octavius's mother as we moved toward the exit, my heart pounding. I knew Octavius was somewhere close, dealing with the imposter. I just hoped he realized the truth before it was too late. Chapter 33. Alpha Octavius. The black veins that had been spiderwebbing up my arms and neck finally receded as I stepped out of the interrogation room. The traitor inside was no longer breathing, his life force now coursing through me, quieting the demanding hunger of my abilities. It was a gruesome necessity, but one that left me feeling revitalized and sharp. Mate, Apollo purred, but his tone was confused. Mate is here. But not here. I furrowed my brow, wiping a speck of blood from my knuckle. I walked down the dim corridor of the prison, nodding to the warriors standing guard. They looked pale, their eyes darting nervously. Alpha, one greeted, his voice trembling slightly. What is it? I barked, my patience thin. I wanted to get back to the fortress. I wanted to see Adrianna. The Luna, she just left. She seemed off, the guard stammered. I froze. Adrianna was supposed to be on a walk with Brooklyn, nowhere near the prison. Why would she be here? And why would she leave without seeing me if she knew I was here? I pushed past the guard and burst out into the cold winter air. The snow was falling harder now, dusting the gray world in white. And there she was. Adrianna was walking toward the waiting car, her back to me. She was wearing her cloak, the hood pulled up. Adrianna! I called out. She stopped and turned. A smile plastered on her face, the face I loved, the face I marked. But something was wrong. Apollo snarled in my head. Wrong. Imposter. I took a step closer, inhaling deeply. The wind shifted, carrying her scent to me. Or rather, the lack of it. Adrianna smells like vanilla, rain, and an overwhelming, electric ozone scent of the moon goddess's power. This female? She smelled like damp earth and stale perfume. She smelled like the woman who claimed to be my mother. My blood ran cold, then immediately boiled. Octavius, she said, her voice a perfect mimicry of my mate's. She walked toward me, hips swaying in a way Adrianna never did. Adrianna walked with grace and purpose. This woman walked like she was selling something. I was just coming to find you. We should go back to the fortress. I'm tired. Where is Brooklyn? I asked, my voice dangerously low. I kept my hands at my sides, fighting the urge to shift and tear her throat out right here. She waved a hand dismissively. Oh, I sent her ahead. She was annoying me. Strike two. Adrianna treated Brooklyn like a sister, not a servant. Come here, I commanded, opening my arms as if to embrace her. The imposter's eyes lit up with triumph. She thought she had fooled me. She thought the Death Alpha was so blinded by love that he wouldn't recognize his own soulmate. She hurried into my space, placing her hands on my chest. I missed you, she purred, leaning up to kiss me. The moment her skin touched mine, the confirmation was absolute. There were no sparks, no hum of the bond, no pull of the soul. It was just cold, dead skin. My hand shot up, wrapping around her throat before her lips could graze mine. I slammed her backwards into the rough brick wall of the prison exterior. You have made a grave mistake, I snarled, my canines extending, my voice dropping into the demonic timbre of my wolf. Her eyes widened in genuine panic, her hands clawing at my wrist. Octavius, what are you doing? It's me. You are not her, I roared, tightening my grip. You have her face, but you reek of deception. Where is she? I don't know what you're talking about, she choked out, her form shimmering slightly like a glitch in a video feed. Drop the illusion, Shifter, I ordered. Or I will peel this face off you myself to see what lies beneath. Just then, the prison doors banged open again. A guard came running out breathless. Alpha, the Luna. The real Luna, she's in the infirmary wing. She freed your mother. The Shifter in my grasp whimpered. My mother. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The coldness, the hatred, the sudden arrival, the preference for Rachel, it hadn't been my mother at all. This filth had been parading around as my mother, breaking my heart and treating my mate like trash. And now she dared to wear my mate's face? I slammed her head back against the bricks, dazing her. Take her, I barked at the guards who had surrounded us, weapons drawn. Put her in the silver-lined cell. Shackles. Muzzle. If she escapes, I'll kill every single one of you. I didn't wait to see them secure her. I turned and sprinted toward the pack hospital, my heart hammering against my ribs. She's safe, Apollo chanted. She's safe. She found Mother. I burst through the hospital doors, startling the receptionist. Where are they? Room 304, Alpha, she squeaked. I didn't bother with the elevator. I took the stairs 3 at a time. When I reached the room, I hesitated for a fraction of a second at the door, scenting the air. Vanilla, rain, power, and underneath that, the familiar, comforting scent of my mother. My real mother. I pushed the door open. Adrianna was sitting in a chair beside the hospital bed, holding a cup of water for the frail woman lying there. My mother looked terrible, thin, pale, with dark circles under her eyes. But when she looked at me, her brown eyes held warmth. Love. Tears. Octavius, my mother whispered, her voice cracked and weak. Mom? I breathed. Adrianna looked up, a tired but triumphant smile on her face. I found her, Octavius. She was in the cells. I crossed the room in 2 strides, falling to my knees between them. I pulled Adrianna's hand into mine, kissing her knuckles frantically to reassure myself she was real, before reaching out to touch my mother's cheek. I thought you hated me, I admitted, my voice thick with emotion. The things you said. That wasn't me, my son, she wept, reaching out a trembling hand to touch my hair. I have been in that dark cell since the day I arrived. I would never hate you. And I would certainly never choose that traitor Rachel over your true mate. She looked at Adrianna, her eyes filled with gratitude. Your mate saved me. She gave me her warmth when I was freezing. She believed me. I looked at Adrianna. She looked exhausted, her hair messy, dirt smudged on her cheek, but she had never looked more beautiful. You knew, I said to her. I suspected, she corrected softly. Brooklyn and I set a trap. It worked mostly, though I didn't account for the mind control. Mind control? I growled, checking her over for injuries. I'm fine, Octavius. Really? She cupped my face. We have the Shifter. We have your mother back. And now we know. We know we have a breach, I said, my happiness at the reunion already tempered by the Alpha's rage. And we know that whoever is leading this rebellion is powerful enough to orchestrate a switch like this under my nose. We will find them, Adrianna promised. Yes, I agreed, standing up and pressing a kiss to my mother's forehead, then pulling Adrianna into a crushing hug. We will find them. And for touching my family, for stealing my mother's life and wearing my mate's face. They will pray for death long before I grant it to them. Chapter 34. Alpha Octavius. I strode toward the hospital entrance, the fresh snow crunching loudly under my boots. Levi flanked me, carrying a bag of fresh clothes for both Adrianna and my mother. He had insisted on carrying them. Personally, I didn't care about the luggage. I just wanted to get to my mate. I needed to smell her, to hold her. The comfort her presence brings my wolf would be the only thing to calm him until I saw with my own eyes that they were both safe. The hospital doors slid open, and the nurses bowed their heads respectfully, quickly directing me toward the VIP elevators. A silent ride later, I was taken into a separate, highly protected wing where they were located. A doctor met me in the hallway, informing me that Adrianna had refused a full checkup, insisting she had no ailments and refusing to leave my mother's side. A deep part of me that should be dark and cold warmed at that. She was already acting like a Luna, putting family first. When I pushed open the door to my mother's room, the lights were dimmed. Mom was asleep, her chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. Adrianna, however, shot up out of her chair the moment she saw me. Her arms quickly wrapped around my waist, and I responded by pulling her closer, tightening my grip until there was no space left between us. I buried my face in her hair, inhaling the scent of vanilla and rain, effectively scrubbing the scent of the prison from my nose. You scared me, I admitted, my voice rough. She laughed awkwardly into my chest. Please stop putting yourself in danger. It is stressful and you are going to make me age quicker. I can't make any promises, Octavius, she responded teasingly, pulling back just enough to look at me. You are literally making me go gray and killing me. I think you'd look hot with grays. She rested her chin in the middle of my chest and flashed me an innocent, but not so innocent, smile. I only shook my head and claimed her lips. My hands tightened around her hips, lifting her slightly to pull her flush against me. Her hands roamed up my chest to secure themselves around the back of my neck. I kissed her softly, pouring all my relief and adoration into it. She responded in kind, practically melting into me. A weak cheer from the background made me freeze. Startled, I pulled Adrianna into my chest in a protective maneuver, whipping my head around. My mother was awake, watching us with a tired but amused smile. Adrianna buried her face in my jacket, hiding from view, though I could feel the heat of her blush radiating through my shirt. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Mom whispered, her voice raspy. I can go back to sleep if I was interrupting. I rubbed my temple, letting out a breath of relief, before wrapping my hand around Adrianna's and leading us to Mom's bedside. Levi entered a moment later, setting the bag of clothes down. Adrianna excused herself to the en-suite bathroom to shower and change, eager to escape the embarrassment. I took a seat on the edge of the hospital bed and took my mom's frail hand in mine. How are you feeling? I asked softly. I am doing fine. I am happy your mate found me. She is a very sweet young lady, Mom confessed, giving my hand a weak squeeze. I smiled, nodding. I am too. Truly, you deserve it. You deserve a partner like that. You deserve to be happy. My smile faltered. I am sorry this happened, Mom. I tried to protect those I love and failed terribly. Mom shook her head, disagreeing vehemently. You did not fail me. No, don't say that. I wasn't expecting that to happen either. She captured my mind and your father's. It was unexpected and shocking. That's what they do. They strike when we put our guard down. Your mate is very smart to catch it. But I did fail. I feel like I was blind. I couldn't keep you, Dad, and my mate safe. I let an imposter live in my home. She shook her head again. Adrianna put herself in harm's way for her plan. She knew what she was doing and was willing to accept the consequences. She saved me because of that. So don't regret or feel bad. You are doing wonderful as Alpha. How long do you think you will be here? Well, until I get my body temperature back up and I am rehydrated. Maybe a few days at least. I felt so stupid. I should have listened to Adrianna when she felt uncomfortable with the imposter earlier. I should have looked deeper and seen the signs that it wasn't my mother. She had no mark and no scent, basic things I overlooked because I was so desperate for her approval. I could have found my mother sooner and avoided Adrianna ending up in that dungeon, too. I could have nipped this in the bud, but I was blind. Adrianna peeked her head out of the bathroom, freshly dressed in clean clothes, her hair damp. She smiled softly. "Are you done having your heart-to-heart?" she asked. "We are just talking," I defended. Adrianna giggled before fully stepping out. "I didn't want to disturb you." I rolled my eyes at her, which earned a grin from both Adrianna and Mom. "Why don't you guys head home?" "I'll be okay. I have the best doctors looking after me." "You should go home and relax." "You had a long day," Mom urged. "Mom, don't be unreasonable." "I want to stay here," I responded. "I insist." "I am safe now and recovering. Please." I couldn't help but sigh. I knew that tone. There was no arguing with it. I took Adrianna by the hand. "I guess if you believe that you are okay without me being here, then I'll leave. But I'll be back first thing tomorrow." "I don't doubt it. It was nice to meet you properly, Adrianna, and thank you again for rescuing me. Good night, guys." I gave her a flat smile, feeling a little defeated, and kissed her forehead before leaving. Levi met us in the hallway. "We have a problem downstairs." "What kind of problem?" I asked as we stepped into the elevator. "Media circus." Outside the hospital, a swarm of reporters, photographers, and curious pack members had gathered. The news of the lockdown and the raid on the prison had spread fast. Thankfully, Levi had thought ahead and had a car waiting right at the emergency exit for us. As we drove out of the hospital bay, the noise was deafening. Questions were yelled as we passed them, flashes going off like strobe lights against the tinted windows. They were swarming the car, holding us up and creating a dangerous obstruction. "This is insane," Adrianna mumbled, shrinking back into the leather seat. She was clearly over the attention. "Is there any way you can get them cleared?" Levi asked from the front seat. "I mean, I can call on some pack warriors to make them move." "I don't know how that will go over with the press, though," I advised. "It might look like aggression." "Send 2 or 3. Not a whole unit. We just need a path," Adrianna stated firmly. "We need to get home. These people in the traffic have somewhere to be. It's creating hysteria." I mind-linked a nearby patrol unit. Within a few minutes, the road was somewhat cleared, and we were able to push through. Traffic, in fact, had only gotten worse since the public was being drawn to the hospital out of curiosity. They wouldn't be able to get in, but the spectacle was enough to cause a gridlock. What worried me most was this hysteria being riled up within the pack. Such chaos can, and most likely will, spiral out of control. The traitorous group within the pack was probably hoping for this outcome. They wanted to show I was unfit or that the Luna was bringing chaos to our doorstep. We had the shifter, but she was just a pawn. We needed to get to the bottom of this and capture the ringleader of the circus before the entire pack tore itself apart. Chapter 35. Princess Adrianna. When we arrived back at the fortress, it was immediately placed under heavy guard. Here we are, a week later, and the security detail doesn't seem to be going anywhere anytime soon. Octavius has been buried in press conferences, strategy meetings, and visiting his mother in the hospital wing. Sometimes I attended these events, and sometimes I didn't. It really depended on the day and the circumstances, specifically, the crowd in attendance. If it were just average pack members, I would go. But on days when the intelligence reports suggested high-risk members or agitators would be present, Octavius forbade me from attending. Those crowds were looking for a fight, not reassurance. Today, however, was the one day he wasn't booked solid. No meetings, no press, and his mother was resting comfortably. It was just us, a rarity lately. Yet, I hesitated to voice that thought, afraid I might jinx it. Knowing our luck, the moment I acknowledged the peace, chaos would ensue. I made my way to the kitchen, seeking out my mate. I found Octavius set up at the large island table, hunched over his laptop, the glow of the screen illuminating his tired features. "What are you working on?" I asked, walking up behind him. "Paperwork." A mountain of it, he sighed, rubbing his temples. I walked around the island and took the seat beside him, resting my head on his broad shoulder. You are working too hard. And you're a distraction, you know that? I laughed softly, batting my lashes innocently at him. I try my best. I'm processing the intelligence reports on these rebels. I have a lot of data to sift through because of the incidents with you and my mother. Maybe you should take a break. He chuckled, a low rumble in his chest. I've been putting this off for days because of breaks. Despite his protest, he pushed the laptop away and pulled me into his lap. His kiss was hungry and hot, a stark contrast to the cold administrative work he had been doing. His lips moved in sync with mine, and his hands gripped my hips firmly, grounding me. I could still taste the coffee on his tongue from this morning. I shifted in his lap, seeking closeness, seeking relief from the tension that had hung over the fortress all week. I groaned into his mouth as I felt his reaction beneath me, the hardness forming against my thigh. Octavius, I murmured, my head falling back as his lips trailed down my jaw to the sensitive spot on my throat. His fingers were already working on the buttons of my cardigan, the cool air of the kitchen kissing my exposed skin. In the heat of the moment, we didn't hear the sirens start to blare outside. We only realized the world was ending when the kitchen doors were thrown open with a bang. This better be good, Levi, Octavius growled, shielding me slightly with his body. You have a knack for interrupting at the worst possible moments. Alpha, I'm sorry, but this isn't a drill, Levi exclaimed, his face pale and frantic. Our southern borders have been breached. They aren't just probing the lines, they are marching in as we speak. Octavius froze, his eyes darkening. Why can't we have one day of peace? Just one? That's all I ask for. We moved quickly. While the sirens signaled the non-combatants to flee to the underground shelters, the warriors began to run the opposite way, headfirst into battle. Octavius grabbed my hand, spinning me around and cupping my face in his large palms. His eyes were frantic. I need you to listen to me, Adrianna. I need you to run. Hide. I need you to go with those who are going into the shelter. I don't want you on the battlefield, Octavius pleaded, his voice cracking. I can't lose you. No, I stated firmly, my aura flaring. I can't hide. This is my fight too. This is not your fault at all. You are the future goddess. You need to be safe. I am the future Luna of the Death Pack, I corrected him. And I do not hide while my pack bleeds. He rested his forehead against mine in defeat, realizing he wouldn't win this argument. He claimed my lips in a quick, desperate kiss. It felt like a goodbye. In case we get separated. I love you. I am so happy I was able to spend this time with you. You are the best thing that has ever happened to me. I'm so lucky to have you as my mate and my Luna. I know my soul is safe with you, even now as we head into hell, he confessed. We won't get separated, and we won't die, I promised fiercely. Just in case. I needed to get that off my chest. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. And I love you too, Octavius. But we will have many more I love yous, because we are going to live to see tomorrow. Then you can show me all the ways you love me. With one last look, we stepped out the back doors. We shifted in mid-stride, clothes shredding as fur took over. I could hear the thunder of paws behind us. The call for battle had sounded, and every able-bodied wolf who didn't have a pup to watch over answered the call. Levi appeared beside my white wolf, his gray form sleek and fast. I was sandwiched between him and Octavius, whose massive black wolf led the charge. We ran hard, eating up the miles until the smell of smoke burned our nostrils. When we arrived at the southern border, the sight broke my heart. The small town that secured the pass was gone, burned and leveled. Smoke rose in thick black plumes, choking the sky. I spied a figure on top of the hill that overlooked the ruined village and nudged Octavius's mind. He let out a low snarl, finally laying his eyes on the leader of the attack. The man wasn't in wolf form. He stood tall, but he looked sickly, gaunt, with pale skin that looked almost translucent. Behind him stood his army. They were wolves, but wrong. Their fur was patchy, their eyes wild and glazed, foaming at the mouth. They looked sick, infected, yet they stood with unnatural strength. They had destroyed a whole town in a matter of minutes. Where is she? The man yelled, his voice magically amplified to boom across the valley. Octavius looked down at me confused. You know who I am talking about, the man screamed, his voice cracking with desperation. Where is my mate? And that's when it all clicked. The female shifter. The one who had impersonated my mother. The one who had kidnapped me. She was mated to this male. He had used his mate's power to infiltrate us, making her a pawn in his game. Now she was our prisoner, locked in a silver-lined cell, and he wanted her back. This was the male who had attacked Octavius the morning we mated. The one whose scratch wouldn't heal. Fine, the man roared when we didn't immediately respond. He raised a hand, and the line of sick, mutated wolves tensed. You don't want to give her to me? Then I'll rip your pack apart piece by piece until I find her myself. Chapter 36. Princess Adrianna. His pack of warriors moved first. They came barreling past us headfirst, full force, none hesitating or questioning their allegiance to their alpha. Remember what I said. Don't stray too far, Octavius barks through the mind link. I roll my eyes mentally and let out a huff. I know. Within seconds, we are in a full-on bloodbath. The world echoes with the sounds of bones breaking, skin ripping, teeth clashing, and howls of pain. The sounds of destruction are everywhere. My heart broke when I felt, through the pack bond, a light go out, a life gone. While Octavius tried his best to conceal me and fight off wolves coming after me, I knew he couldn't do it on his own. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw one running toward us. I wrapped my jaws around his neck as he ran by, slamming him to the ground. I stood over him, snarling, and ripped into his neck. My soul broke. This is against my nature. I am created to give life, not take it. And with every life I took, I lost more of myself to the bloodshed and warfare. It was weakening me in a way. My white fur was now stained blood red, crusting over. These so-called wolves, although they looked sickly, were just as strong as we were. Some were even stronger. It made me wonder what circle of hell these creatures crawled out of. I was so distracted looking for my mate that I didn't see the one barreling toward me. The wolf was a light gray color. Its jowls were dripping with blood and saliva, most likely a mix of its own blood and the warriors it fought. It grabbed me by the scruff and slammed me into the hard ground. I let out a whimper of pain. Surely I broke some bones. I tried to use my hind legs to kick the wolf off of me, but it was useless. He was so strong and wouldn't budge. If I were going to go out, I might as well go out swinging. I went for a front leg in hopes of weakening him, but he didn't even flinch. What were these wolves on? I was growing tired of dodging his jaws' attempts to close around my throat. And the worst happened when I dodged right into his bite. My neck was surrounded. I knew he was smirking as he bit down deeper and deeper around my windpipe. Black dots danced on the edge of my vision, and I quietly started accepting that this was my end. It was my end, and I'd never see my mate again. I should have listened and gone with the females and the pups. I should have stayed close to my mate. Why can't I ever listen to what's best for me? I felt the blood running down my neck and pooling under me when a breeze came through. Most likely coming to whisk my life away. No, it wasn't a breeze. It was my mate. Octavius bulldozed the wolf off of me and quickly ended its life. I found my balance, but collapsed from shock and blood loss. Octavius slinks over to me, his front leg injured and probably broken too. His nose nuzzles mine in comfort. I look into his eyes, seeing the relief in them, but they widened when a whistling sound ripped through the air. Thwack. My eyes widened when I realized what that sound was. An arrow protruded from his left side, the arrowhead sticking out to the right. No. 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 I quickly go to my mate as he shifts into his human form. I felt sick. My vision was dancing again, not black, but red. I was angry. It went straight through him. Adrianna, Octavius mumbles, dropping to his knees. I shift and drop to my knees, collecting him into my lap. No. You can't die. You can't do this, I mumble, my hands hovering over the wound. Levi quickly came to my side. Don't take it out. It's tipped with poison. It'll only make it worse. He'll bleed out if it is removed. What am I going to do? I sob. I can't let you die. I can't lose you. I could feel the weakening of the bond. I could feel fiber by fiber being torn away like a fraying rope. It hurt so much. Levi, he's dying. I yell, my voice hoarse. I was becoming desperate. He's going to bleed out regardless of the arrow being left in. The doctor is on his way, Levi informs me, joining me on the ground. I shake my head, my hands applying pressure to the wounds. His blood runs through my fingers. He was losing too much blood too fast. It would be too late by the time the doctor arrived. I love you, Adrianna. Take care of the pack. I know they don't accept you now, but they will after this. I promise, Octavius mumbles, his eyes losing focus. I will find you again in the next life. I let out a strangled sob as I feel his light go out and the bond snap. That sob turns into a scream that makes my vocal cords go raw. My body started to weaken as well, my flame growing fainter and fainter. I was dying with him. A force leaves my body as I let out that strangled scream. A force of air surrounds me and expands outward. There is a ringing in my ears as I look around. No one is moving. The battle has paused. Leaves hang suspended in the air. Time has stopped. Just Octavius and I were moving. Well, I was. I gathered him up and laid his head on my lap. My shaky hands rest on his face as I look down at him. Tears were streaming down my face and dropping onto his skin. I can't lose you. I won't live in a world without you. I can't. I won't. I don't want to be Luna without you. I don't want to be the moon goddess without you. And you won't be. I hear a familiar voice. I look up to see Mom. Mom, I cry. Dad. Mom and Dad walk through a portal of light and enter my time-frozen world. Listen to me, Mom says, her voice urgent. He isn't dead yet. He hasn't crossed through the gates to the afterlife yet. He is on his way, though. You need to remove the arrow and mark him. What? Mark him, Dad reiterates sternly. You know, put your teeth in his neck. Hurry. What will that do? It will strengthen the bond and help him heal faster. By marking him, the bond will reform and pull him away from death's door. My door, Dad chuckles to himself with that remark. My hands shake as I grab the shaft of the arrow. I slowly remove it, flinching at the wet flesh sound. I toss it aside. I lower my head to his neck and extend my canines. Come back to me, I whisper. My teeth sink into his neck, marking him. Chapter 37. Princess Adrianna. The moment my teeth broke his skin, a jolt of electricity surged through my jaw and rattled my very bones. It wasn't just blood I tasted, it was raw power. It was the essence of death and the spark of life colliding in a chaotic, beautiful explosion. I poured everything I had into that bite. My love, my fear, my light, and my desperate will for him to live. The bond that had snapped only moments ago didn't just reattach. It slammed back into place with the force of a freight train. It was deafening in my mind. The silence of the void was replaced by the roaring, demanding presence of Octavius's soul. Under my hands, his body convulsed. A gasp of air, sharp and desperate, tore from his throat. I pulled back, my chest heaving, blood smearing my lips. I watched as the black veins that had been spreading from the arrow wounds began to retreat. A golden light, my light, pulsed from the new mark on his neck, chasing the poison out of his system. The wounds on his torso knitted together with unnatural speed, steam rising from his skin as the magic worked. Good girl, my father's voice rumbled, sounding satisfied. I looked up, tears still blurring my vision. My parents stood there, their forms beginning to fade as the temporal barrier weakened. He will live, Mom said, her eyes soft but her expression stern. But the battle is not over. You have claimed him, Adrianna. You have claimed your place in this pack. Now, defend it. Send that abomination back to the shadows, Dad added, gesturing vaguely toward where the enemy leader stood frozen in time. He has cheated death for too long. With a final nod, they vanished. The bubble of silence popped. Sound crashed back into me like a physical blow. The screams, the clashes of steel, the growls, it all returned at full volume. Doctor, we need a... Levi was screaming, reaching for Octavius, but he froze when he saw me. He saw the blood on my mouth, the fresh, glowing mark on Octavius's neck, and the arrow lying on the ground. "He's alive," I choked out, collapsing forward onto Octavius's chest. "Adrianna," Octavius rasped. His voice was weak, but it was there. I looked down. His blue eyes were open, hazy but focused on me. You marked me. "You were leaving," I sobbed, a laugh bubbling up through the tears. "I anchored you." He tried to sit up, but I pushed him back down. "Rest. The poison is gone, but you lost a lot of blood." "The pack," he grunted, his alpha instincts fighting the exhaustion. "I got it," I said. And for the first time in my life, I truly meant it. Something inside me had shifted. Maybe it was the fear of losing him, or maybe it was the final acceptance of the bond, but the timid princess who hid in her mother's realm was gone. In her place was the mate of the Death Alpha. I stood up. My legs were shaky, but my spine was steel. I looked out across the battlefield. The sick, mutated wolves were still tearing through our lines. The enemy leader, the pale man on the hill, was staring at us. He had seen Octavius fall. He was expecting victory. Instead, he saw me rise. I closed my eyes and reached deep into the well of power that sat in my core, the power of the moon. Usually, I used it to heal, to soothe, to hide. Today, I would use it to burn. "Enough," I screamed. My eyes snapped open, and I let the leash go. A shockwave of blinding white light erupted from my body. It wasn't a soft glow, it was a supernova. It rolled across the battlefield like a tidal wave. To Octavius's warriors, the light was warm, energizing. I saw them stand taller, their wounds closing, their strength returning. But to the enemy? To those sick, twisted creatures that smelled of rot and wrongness? The light was acidic. They howled in agony, shielding their eyes, dropping to the ground as the purity of the moonlight burned away the dark magic fueling them. Their unnatural strength evaporated. The enemy leader on the hill screeched, throwing his arm up to shield his face. "No, she is weak. She is nothing. I am the Moon Princess." I projected my voice, the sound echoing with divine authority. "And you are trespassing in my home." I raised my hand, and a beam of concentrated light struck the ground at the leader's feet. He scrambled back, falling in the mud. His confidence was shattered. He looked at his decimated army, then at me, glowing like a vengeful star, and then at Octavius, who was now sitting up, supported by Levi, alive and glaring death at him. The cowardice took over. "Retreat," he screamed, scrambling to his feet. "Fall back." He turned and ran, disappearing over the ridge. The remaining mutated wolves, those who could still move, turned and fled, tails tucked, whimpering into the woods. The silence that followed was heavy. My light faded slowly, leaving me gasping for air, my knees buckling. I expected to hit the hard, cold ground, but warm arms caught me. "I got you," Octavius whispered, his voice stronger now. He was holding me up, even though he should barely be able to stand. I buried my face in his neck, right over the fresh bite mark. "You're alive." "Because of you," he murmured, kissing the top of my head. "Because of you." Around us, the Death Pack warriors were gathering. They were bloodied, bruised, and exhausted. They looked at the fleeing enemy, then at their alpha, and finally, their gazes landed on me. There was no suspicion in their eyes anymore. No doubt. They had seen their alpha fall, and they had seen his mate bring him back. They had seen her light save them. Levi stepped forward, wiping black blood from his sword. He looked at Octavius, then bowed his head low toward me. "Luna," he said, his voice filled with a newfound respect. One by one, the other warriors followed suit. Some dropped to a knee, others bowed their heads. "Luna," they murmured. A ripple of acceptance moving through the ranks. I looked up at Octavius. He was beaming, his pride radiating through the bond so strongly it almost knocked me over again. "Told you," he whispered. "They just needed to see you shine." "I think I'd like to go home now," I whispered back, my adrenaline crashing. "And maybe sleep for a week." "Agreed," Octavius said, scooping me up into his arms despite my protests about his injury. "Let's go home." Chapter 38. Princess Adrianna. My body shakes with racking sobs as I look down at my unconscious mate. My hands tremble as I cup his face, my thumbs brushing away the dirt and blood smudged on his pale skin. My tears stream down my face, hot tracks in the freezing air. Why isn't anything happening? Why isn't he waking up? I ask my mom, panic rising in my chest like bile. She looks down, concern etched into her ageless features. Time is still frozen around us. Snowflakes suspended in midair, the screams of battle silenced, and I don't know when it will resume. Hopefully not anytime soon. I can't be sitting here like this, vulnerable, while the war waits for a heartbeat to restart. This should have worked, she murmurs, turning to my dad. He hasn't crossed into the afterlife yet. I would know, Dad offers, his voice calm but serious. His soul is tethered. Give it time. I turn back to him, pressing my forehead against his. Octavius, please don't leave me, I whisper. My finger runs across the fresh mark on his neck. The skin is hot to the touch, pulsing with a golden light that fights against the black veins of the poison. I don't want to live without him. We finally found each other. We accepted our circumstances, the light and the dark. We have come to love each other and stay by each other's side through hardships that would break lesser wolves. I couldn't lose another mate. I don't know what I'd do. I don't know how I'd survive the silence. Please come back. I was practically begging, my voice cracking. Suddenly, his body jerks. A sharp intake of breath rattles his chest. Octavius? I ask, breathless. His eyelids flutter, revealing those piercing blue eyes. They are hazy at first, then sharpen as they land on me. Adrianna, he mumbles, his voice thick. I let out a cry of relief and quickly claim his lips in a desperate kiss. I pull away only to allow him to sit up. He winces slightly, touching his side where the arrow had been, but the wound is already closed, leaving only a silver scar. Where are we? He looks at our surroundings, his eyes narrowing at the suspended debris and the frozen warriors. On the battlefield. Octavius looks around at the frozen world and then back at me, a realization dawning on him. Did you? I shrug, wiping my tears. I might have accidentally stopped time. He smirks, his canine peeking out. Fuck, I love you. A throat clears behind him. Octavius stiffens and turns around to see my parents standing there, watching us with amused expressions. Thank you, Mom. Dad, he says, dipping his head in respect. I assume I have you to thank for the second chance? Thank her, Dad says, pointing to me. She anchored you. How? Your neck. He reaches up with shaky hands and brushes the fresh mark. His fingers linger on the punctured skin. Although he is smiling brightly, his eyes darken with a sudden, overwhelming intensity. Possessiveness. You marked me, he whispers, his voice dropping an octave. Why did you have to do it on the battlefield? I want to take you to bed right now. My face heats up. Can he wait to say that when my parents aren't around? Yes, they know it's natural. They are gods, after all, but it doesn't make it any less mortifying. He comes back from the dead, and his first thought is that. I swear this man has no filter. It was the only way to save you, I mutter. He smiles again, a genuine, blinding thing, and pulls me into him. It's a tight, bone-crushing hug that tells me he was just as scared as I was. I know, he whispers into my hair. I'm just teasing. He places a kiss on the crown of my head. If we're okay, are we allowed to resume time? Mom asks gently. The balance must be maintained. I nod. Yes, and thank you again. Mom smiles softly, takes Dad's hand, and they step backwards into the portal they came through. The shimmering rift closes behind them. And just like that, the world crashes back into motion. Boom. The silence is shattered instantly. The fires roar to life, the wind carries the cries of pain, and the clash of steel resumes. Octavius pulls me up with him as we assess the chaos. Levi is immediately at our sides, his sword raised, ready to defend a fallen alpha. He freezes, his eyes widening as he sees Octavius standing tall. For a moment, he is shocked, but he recomposes himself quickly. His eyes find the fresh mark on Octavius's neck, and the gears turn in his head. He snaps out of it, clearly figuring it out on his own. Alpha. Luna, he breathes. He is alive. I am, Octavius confirms, his voice strong. The enemy leader. He is calling for your surrender, Levi says, breathless from the rush of adrenaline. He demands you hand over the Luna immediately. Octavius looks down at me, his jaw clenching. Why do they want her? She is being seen as the plague to the darker part of the realm, seeing that she is the next moon goddess. They believe her light weakens the death pack. This again. Take me to him, Octavius commands. I look up at him, horrified. Octavius, you just woke up from dying. Octavius puts his hands up to silence me. Relax. I have a plan. I'm not surrendering, nor am I handing you over, he soothes, his hand squeezing mine. Let's go. And so, Levi leads us up the hill, cutting through the chaos to the peak where the pale male sits waiting for us. He is perched on a boulder, looking down at the carnage with a satisfied smirk. He stands when he sees us hiking up the summit. His smirk falters for a fraction of a second when he sees Octavius walking, but he recovers quickly. Alpha. Princess, he says. His voice sends chills down my spine, and not in a good way. It sounds like dry leaves skittering over a grave. Who the hell do you think you are, coming onto our territory? I ask harshly, my aura flaring. He smiles again, revealing yellowed teeth. You do live up to your reputation, princess. And what's that? That you are straightforward. And entirely out of place. Why have you come here? Octavius growls, stepping slightly in front of me. The man's eyes dart to Octavius. I have come here for the reason you believe. I am here to claim the alpha position and imprison your Luna. You have ruined the dark side of the realm for far too long with that woman by your side. The Death Pack needs a worthy alpha, and you sure as hell aren't worthy if you bow to the light. And why am I not worthy? Do you not know your history? Our history? The next moon goddess is always Luna of the Death Pack before she ascends. It brings balance, Octavius lectures, his voice calm but deadly. The man stays silent for a moment, his eyes twitching. Well, clearly that needs to change, because she has ruined everything. I am awaiting your surrender. I also would like my mate returned to me. Well, that's too bad, Octavius says, rolling his shoulders. Because neither of those things is going to end in your favor. The man steps forward, trying to loom over us. I truly wasn't afraid of him, but I could smell the fear radiating off him. It was pungent, like sour milk. While he tried to stretch himself to look taller and more intimidating, I wasn't fazed. In fact, I was the opposite. I knew just by breathing that he was terrified of me. Octavius steps between us, closing the distance. He towers over the pale male. Be careful not to overstep, or I'll be the one sentencing you to death right here and now, Octavius growls. Oh, I won't. I just wanted to get a look at the female you are risking everything for, he sneers. Octavius moves faster than the eye can follow. He grabs the man by the collar of his shirt and lifts him off the ground until his feet are dangling and he is gasping for air. Surrender, Octavius barks, his alpha command lacing the word. No, never, the man chokes out. Octavius shrugs. Okay, then I'll let you die up there from suffocation. He tightens his grip. The man starts clawing at Octavius's hand, his face turning purple. He kicks his legs, but Octavius is immovable, a statue of pure rage. Surrender, Octavius repeats, darker this time. The man's eyes roll back slightly. Octavius throws him to the cold earth with enough force to create a spiderweb of cracks in the frozen mud. The man gasps, coughing violently. Surrender. Octavius roars, the sound echoing across the valley, silencing the fighting below. Broken, bleeding from his mouth and utterly defeated, the man looks up. I surrender, he mutters. Louder. I surrender, he screams. Withdraw your warriors, Octavius orders, looking down at him with disgust. You all will pay for the death of my pack members. There will be no trial because there is no need for one. The pale man raises a shaking hand, signaling his troops. Within moments, the battlefield goes silent. The clash of war fades, replaced by the sounds of the aftermath. First responders, nurses, doctors, and anyone who can walk rush onto the field with stretchers. We momentarily have a medic check on us, but Octavius dismisses them. The injured need more attention than we do. Go. He turns to Levi, his face hard as stone. Gather up the enemy warriors and bring them to the cells, Octavius orders, his voice carrying the finality of a death knell. They will be executed tomorrow morning at dawn. Chapter 39. Princess Adrianna. And so, the moon set on an old era and the sun rose to a new one. The pack gathered in the Death Alpha's throne room. Our thrones sat upon the dais, imposing and regal. They were made of dark, polished marble with plush velvet seats. Octavius's was pure, abyssal black. Mine, however, had a streak of white quartz running through the dark mineral, symbolizing the light I brought to his darkness. I would like to thank everyone who fought beside us yesterday, Octavius's voice boomed, echoing off the stone walls. I would like to thank those who lost their lives in the fight. I offer my condolences to the families who lost their loved ones. Their sacrifices were not in vain, I assure you. We were able to secure the southern border and contain the threat. Today, we will execute those responsible for this attack. The pack roared in approval, a sound like thunder rolling through the hall. I turned my head and smiled at my mate. Truly, I was proud of what we had gone through and what we had become. He noticed me staring from the corner of his eye and returned the look with a softness reserved only for me. He stood and continued, yet I can't take all the credit. Our pack would likely have fallen if it weren't for our Luna and her strength. She brought me back from the brink. Truly, if it weren't for her, who knows where we would stand today as a pack, as a society. He offered his hand and pulled me up to stand beside him. His smile was genuine, and his eyes told me exactly how proud he was. A gentle kiss was placed on my forehead in front of everyone. Thank you, he whispered against my skin. I smiled and shook my head. Is the Death Alpha thanking me? Are you okay? Did I bring the right male back from the dead? I teased quietly. He growled playfully, low enough that only I could hear. I sure hope so. I'd be uncontrollably possessive if you marked another male. I know. He pulled me closer, tightening his grip on my waist. I am proud of what you have become and what we've accomplished together. You truly made me stronger and helped me change for the better. Alas, I must resort to old habits and execute these enemies. I wouldn't expect anything less, I assured him. It is what this pack stands for, and they signed their own death warrants when they entered our territory. We walked down the aisle and to the exit, where we donned our heavy cloaks and headed to the platform erected in the courtyard. A line wound around the platform, consisting of the high-ranking traders responsible for the attack. The leader and his mate, the shifter, were already kneeling on the wood when we arrived. I couldn't help the smirk that spread across my face, finally seeing the shifter with her true face. She looked plain, ordinary, nothing like the powerful women she tried to mimic. Reunited at last, I sneered as we passed them. I highly doubt my father will allow you to stay together in the afterlife, considering what you two partook in. She threw me a dirty look, but I just laughed. They held no power over us anymore. Octavius and I climbed the stairs to the top of the platform and stood in the area designated for us. You don't have to watch, he told me softly. It is fine, I offered, standing tall. It doesn't make me uncomfortable anymore. Justice is necessary. He nodded his head once, removed his dagger from his belt, and made his way to the pale male leader. Levi followed close behind, moving toward the shifter. There was no speech. No final words. Just a swift movement of blades. There was a synchronized thud as two bodies dropped, hitting the wooden planks. And so started the long process of executing the offenders. Octavius and Levi weren't the only executioners. The Gamma and a few high-ranking warriors eventually joined in. They came up to speed up the process as there were too many, and the sedatives keeping them manageable were wearing off. It was noon by the time the last execution was finished. The crowd started to disperse once the final body dropped. A cleanup crew arrived immediately to dispose of the remains. I watched the group of executioners walk away to a nearby well to wash the blood from their hands. I finally felt Octavius's arm come around my waist, guiding me off the stage. You did better than last time, my love, he commented. I rolled my eyes and laughed. I've had time to adapt to this life. I'm growing used to your wrath. He grinned, raising a brow. My wrath? You know what I mean. No, I don't actually, he said, looking mock-offended with his hand over his heart. I rolled my eyes again, which resulted in him sweeping me off the ground and carrying me bridal style back to the fortress. The bad times were finally behind us. We could just live now. We could finally laugh and enjoy these moments together. No longer did I have to watch my back for potential attacks. He plopped me down on our bed and frantically untied my cloak. His was already thrown on the floor. His hands fumbled with urgency while his lips devoured mine. Octavius, I murmured in between breaths. He hummed in response, his hands running down my ribs. I felt the cold air hit my back once he unzipped my dress. I love you, I told him. I could feel his smile against my neck. I love you too. I jumped when I felt his canines drag across his mark on my neck. It sent chills down my spine but made my core turn molten. My hands found the hem of his shirt, and I pulled it over his head. My hands ran down his sides until I felt the fresh, raised skin on his torso. I flinched as if I'd been burned, my fingers hovering over the new scars where the arrow had pierced him. Adrianna, he warned softly, sensing the shift in my mood. I'm so sorry I didn't listen to you yesterday, I whispered, tracing the scar. I should have gone with those who were unable to fight. None of this would have happened if I just listened. You died because of me. His thumb cupped my chin, guiding me to look at him. His blue eyes were fierce. Stop that. You saved me. You saved our pack. Don't you dare beat yourself up for not listening to me. If it wasn't for you, who knows what would have happened? We might have lost the war. I lived because of you. Do you understand? I sighed softly, searching his face for any sign of resentment, but finding only love. I understand. Good. He smiled down at me and kissed me again, slower this time. We spent the rest of the night tangled together, skin to skin, safe in each other's arms, letting the silence of the fortress wash over us. We had survived the fire, and now we were forging our future. Chapter 40. Princess Adrianna. I woke up the next morning, finding the other side of the bed cold. Well, I wasn't entirely alone. I blinked the sleep from my eyes to see 2 or 3 females waiting at the foot of the bed, their hands clasped politely. I sat up, pulling the duvet up to cover my chest, looking around in confusion. What's going on? The Alpha asked us to prepare you, Luna. One responded with a warm smile. Prepare me for what, exactly? What is he up to? And why didn't he involve me in this plan? Before I could ask another question, a silk robe was handed to me. The women ushered me into the bathroom where a steaming bath was already waiting, the water milky with essential oils and surrounded by candles. I was pampered like never before. My body was scrubbed until my skin glowed, exfoliated, and moisturized with scented creams. When I finally stepped out, they dried my hair and styled it. It was an elegant half-up, half-down look, with the length curled into soft waves cascading down my back. 2 loose strands were left to frame my face. Then came the dress. It was a breathtaking white gown, fitted tight against my torso until it reached my knees, where it flared out slightly in a mermaid silhouette. A sheer, asymmetrical layer of fabric draped over my shoulders, short in the front and flowing long in the back like a cape. It was encrusted with thousands of tiny crystals that caught the light, making me look as though I was wearing starlight itself. Seriously, what is going on? I asked, looking at my reflection in awe. They simply giggled and attached teardrop diamond earrings to my ears. You look ready, Luna, one whispered. They escorted me out of the bedroom and down the long, stone hallways of the fortress. Warriors lined the corridor, bowing their heads as I passed. They were protecting me, yes, but there was a ceremonial air to their presence. As we approached the heavy double doors of the throne room, my suspicions began to solidify, but I didn't want to get too far ahead of myself. Brooklyn was waiting at the doors. She smiled brightly at me, grabbing the iron handle. Good luck, Luna, she whispered, giving me a playful elbow to the ribs before heaving the door open. I stood in shock at the threshold. The throne room had been transformed. Overhead, long ribbons of white and gold hung from the high ceiling, creating a draping, ethereal canopy. White flowers wrapped around the dark obsidian pillars, softening the room's hard edges. Candles lined the aisle, leading the way to the dais where a pristine white rug had been laid out. And there, standing in front of our thrones, waiting patiently, was Octavius. He looked devastatingly handsome in a tailored black suit, a single white flower pinned to his lapel. On his head, he wore the dark crown of the Death Pack, encrusted with onyx and rubies. My eyes drifted to my own throne, where a matching crown sat, gold, but set with diamonds and rubies to match his. I finally found my stride, my heart hammering against my ribs as I walked down the aisle toward my mate. At the base of the stairs, I picked up the front of my dress to ascend. Octavius immediately stepped forward, offering his hand to help me up. "Thank you," I breathed. "Of course," he murmured, his blue eyes scanning me with intense adoration. "You look breathtaking. And you don't clean up too bad yourself." He laughed, a genuine, deep sound that echoed through the room as he threw his head back. "So this is where you were this morning?" I teased. "You could have told me. Then it wouldn't be a surprise, now would it? Besides, your family is here too." I looked to the front row. My dad waved enthusiastically, and my sister sat beside her mate, looking bored but present. Octavius motioned to my mother, who grinned and ascended the stairs to join us on the dais. My eyes wandered to the opposite side, where Octavius's parents sat. His mother, discharged a few days ago, looked healthy and, for the first time, genuinely happy. "I will be officiating this mating bond," my mom announced, her voice carrying the power of the goddess. "I will be using the traditions of the Dark Realm to unite this bond." I fought a smile as Octavius and I turned to face each other. Our left hands were brought together, and my mother produced a black silk ribbon, wrapping it intricately around our joined hands and tying it firmly. "Today is the start of a new era as we bring life and death together once more," Mom spoke. "Bringing Alpha Octavius of the Death Pack and crowned Princess Adrianna of the Moon together as one. I truly take pride when a mating bond works, and you two were no different. Surely you had your hardships, but you didn't give up on each other. What is a relationship if you aren't willing to fight with and for one another? In the end, you fought for one another, and I'm truly grateful to see that." Octavius was smiling brightly down at me as my mother turned to him. "Today, we all bear witness to this bonding and mating of an Alpha and Luna. I now ask the Death Alpha to vow his life and love for his Luna." Octavius squeezed my bound hand. "My beautiful mate, where do I start? You are fearless. So fearless that the moment I met you, you didn't fear me, you fought me. I knew then you were my mate and that you'd make an excellent Luna. We went through many, many hardships and dark times, but we endured and made it out on top. I love you, and I'm happy you are my mate and Luna. I'd do this all over again if I had to. You make me work for it, fight for it. Usually, everything is handed to me. I admire that about you. I vow to be your mate and love you until the end." "I love you too," I murmured, tears pricking my eyes. "And now," Mom continued, looking at me, "I ask for the Moon Princess to vow her life and love for her Alpha." I took a shaky breath. Well, shit. I wish I had been informed of this so I could gather my thoughts. The pack erupted in laughter, easing my nerves. I looked into his eyes and spoke from the heart. "Octavius, you were there for me every step of the way, even when those steps weren't clear. You defended me from our enemies and those who sought our demise. Truly, I never feared you when I first met you, but I've come to love you. I've come to love you in the hardest of times. And heaven knows you were persistent. I'm happy I get to spend the rest of eternity with you, even though you can be annoying. I love you. I vow to be your mate and love you until the end." And now, Mom announced, "You two will mark each other again as Alpha and Luna. Alpha Octavius shall go first." He grinned brightly and pulled me tightly against him. His face nuzzled my neck, his tongue darting out to swipe across the existing mark. He kissed it tenderly, and then I felt his canines sink into the sensitive skin once more. My free hand gripped his bicep as he bit down, my tied hand squeezing his tightly. My body stilled from the sudden shock of the connection renewing itself before he retracted his canines and licked the wound closed. And now I ask for the Luna to mark her mate. I looked up at him. You might need to lean down some. He chuckled and shrank slightly. I found the mark on his neck, barely healed from the battlefield. I laid a soft kiss on it, feeling his body shiver under my touch. My teeth sank into the mark again, and I felt the warmth of our bond spread through my body like liquid gold. His hand tightened on my waist as I retracted my teeth. I now declare you Alpha and Luna of the Death Pack. The ribbon was undone, and Octavius moved to my throne to retrieve the gold crown. With gentle hands, he set it down upon my head. My Luna, he whispered. He pulled me in and kissed me. His soft lips moved in sync with mine in a hot, hungry kiss that threatened to make me forget we had an audience. Later, Mom reminded us loudly. I couldn't help the laugh that escaped my throat as Octavius huffed, annoyed, and pulled away. He took my hand and led me down the stairs, out of the throne room, and toward the dining hall where a feast was laid out. The room was decorated in a similar style, but now blacks and golds were worked into the mix, symbolizing our union. The rest of the pack followed behind us into the hall, and we celebrated the rest of the day. For the first time, there was no fear, no looming war, and no secrets. Just us, our pack, and forever. Chapter 41. Alpha Octavius. Breathtaking was an understatement. Adrianna was truly living up to the goddess title she will one day inherit. It was unearthly how beautiful she looked. I truly didn't deserve her, and I knew she felt the same about me. We had accomplished so much together, even when the world was against us. I am so proud of that. And today, I will proclaim my love for her to the world. She gave me a sheepish smile, sitting next to me at the head table. She had shed the sheer fabric she wore over the dress a few minutes after we settled down, leaving her shoulders bare. You did wonderfully, I reassured her, leaning close. It would have been nice to have some kind of heads up, Adrianna mumbled, looking slightly annoyed. It was a spur-of-the-moment kind of thing. I didn't want to wait any longer to declare you as my mate before the pack. I am proud of you. I think it's a great ending to these past 2 days, I defended, shrugging nonchalantly. She sighed, defeated. I guess you were right there. I know I am. I buried my face in her neck and nipped at the mark again, making her jump and sweat at my arm. Stop that. Later, she hissed, though her cheeks flushed pink. I pouted. Why does everyone keep telling me that? That I have to wait that long is unfair. I am the Death Alpha. She only rolled her eyes and shook her head. I am an impatient man when it comes to her, it's true. I acknowledge it. I am a starved man, hungry only for her and her alone. I truly will never tire of her, and I know that for a fact. I'll be right back, she said, pecking my lips before leaving me to go see her mom. I smiled, watching how her face lit up when she saw her parents. However, that smile dropped when her sister approached the table. So, this female was my original mate. It is an honor to meet you, Alpha Octavius, Melody said, bowing quickly. Melody, was it? I asked, keeping my voice flat. She stiffened. Yes, she responded, smiling with bared teeth. What can I do for you, Princess Melody? She batted her lashes and looked at me through them. I like it when you say my name. My wolf purrs in your presence. I stared at her, unimpressed. What a pity. As you can see, I am no longer on the market. I am your sister's mate, and you won't be stealing me from her. How ironic, though. You could have had me if you didn't steal away her original mate, I stated as I swirled the red liquid in my wine glass. She didn't like that response. Her upper lip curled. Are you denying a princess? I guess I am. But we are on an even playing field here because I am your sister's mate. Aren't I technically the prince consort now? The future god of the dead. By now, Adrianna saw this interaction. She broke away from her mom and came back to the table. She rounded the table and stole another kiss from me before sitting down, placing a possessive hand on my shoulder. I couldn't help the smirk that spread on my face. Adrianna was being jealous. I loved it. How can we help you, Melody? Adrianna asked, her tone clipped and annoyed. She was just leaving. Isn't that right? I threatened softly. Melody huffed, annoyed, and turned on her heel, heading toward her unknowing mate. Adrianna placed her hand on top of mine, squeezing hard. "I know she tried to steal you away from me," she said softly. I nodded. "Yet, here I am. We've been through too much. I won't throw that away for a fling." "I know. I strongly dislike my sister." "You can hate your sister. It is okay to feel that emotion after everything she has done." "You are entitled to feel that way," I said, leaning in to whisper in her ear. "We can kill her if you want." She hit my chest playfully. "What?" "We are the Alpha and Luna of the Death Pack. We can't just commit such crimes." "Can't we?" I grinned. Luna Adrianna. The party came to a close sometime during the late evening. Octavius led me back to our bedroom, which was lit by dozens of candles, filling the air with heavenly scents. With a soft click of the lock, we were finally alone and could spend our night together officially as a mated couple. I placed my heavy crown down on the dresser, and he followed suit. I should probably get used to the weight, as I will be wearing it often. "Can you?" I asked, turning my back to him and directing him to my zipper. He smiled darkly and unzipped the dress quickly. I turned to face him, my hands landing on his cheeks as I leaned in to kiss him, the dress pooling at my feet. His hands roamed my body until they encircled my ribs. I stepped out of the dress as he led us to the bed, barely breaking the kiss or stopping to breathe. My fingers fumbled with his dress shirt, and I made my way to the belt buckle. Gods, I am so lucky, he confessed as his lips drew down my jaw to the hollow of my neck. The back of my legs bumped into the bed. Octavius quickly discarded the rest of his clothes and joined me on the mattress. I don't think I will ever get tired of admiring that body of his. His eyes roamed over me as I lay beneath him, worshipping every inch. "You are so beautiful," he whispered against my skin as he kissed his way down my body. "May I?" I nodded quickly, watching him remove my underwear and toss it aside. He followed, discarding his own. I jumped, feeling his cool thumb circling me. My eyes shut as I let out a soft moan, my hands already searching for his hair so I could drag my fingers through it. "Octavius," I moaned when he gripped behind my knees and set them on his hips. Impatient, I teased. "Very. No one will interrupt us tonight." "They know better," he growled out. My mouth opened, but no sound emitted when I felt him enter in a swift, claiming thrust. My body arched off the plush surface of the bed as his rhythm didn't slacken. His hands wrapped around my waist as he continued his forceful movements, staking his claim. Gods only know how this man makes me feel. My legs tightened around his hips as I practically begged for more. I needed more friction. I could feel my high coming. That knot in my stomach was coming close to coming undone. I was at his mercy, a puddle of pleasure beneath him. His harsh breathing filled my ears as he became more erratic, losing complete control. "Octavius!" I cried, feeling my climax slam into me. He followed shortly after, riding out both of our releases until we were breathless, collapsing into each other's arms. I smiled at my mate, glad this was the rest of our eternity. Happy we found one another, happy it was him I'd be with. Finally at peace and no longer having to worry about losing one another. We were finally content with the life we were making. Chapter 42. Luna Adrianna. Morning arrived, filtering through the heavy curtains. I was curled up safely within my mate's arms. Octavius was already awake, his eyes watching me, waiting for me to stir. Finally, a morning where we wouldn't be interrupted. A morning where we didn't have to question if we'd see the sunset. No more confessing our feelings while thinking we were about to die. It was just a morning where we could live in the moment with one another. No worries, no wars. Finally, peace. "Good morning, Luna," he greets, his nose nuzzling the sensitive skin of my neck. I moan softly, blinking my eyes open to meet his gaze. "Good morning, Alpha." "I could stay in bed with you all day," he yawns, tightening his hold on me. "Then let's stay in bed," I propose. As tempting as it is, we have guests waiting in the dining room for breakfast. The elders are here to confirm we completed the mating process. I roll my eyes and just curl further into his body heat. "Let them wait longer then." He laughs, the sound rumbling in his chest, and wraps his arms tighter around me. We could finally have alone time together without the worry of the pack falling apart. They could wait a little longer. We deserve this, after all. Are you happy, my princess? He asks softly into my hair. Of course I am. And are you, Octavius? More than words can explain, he whispers, pressing a kiss to my forehead. Sometimes I wondered if this was real. If this were a dream, and I'd wake up and find myself envious of my sister stealing my mate. But this was real. He was real. I used to have nightmares, but now I'd be awoken by my mate reassuring me. That's when everything would come back to me, and I'd calm down knowing I'd never be alone again. I am relieved we finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. That we can spend this eternity together. My ex taught me what a relationship shouldn't be, but Octavius showed me what qualities I should look for in a mate. He showed me how I should be treated. After last night with my sister, he confirmed he was mine. Mine and mine alone. It also showed my sister's true colors, that she would try to take anything away from me that made me happy. But she failed. Octavius sighs and sits up, leaning on one elbow. He grins down at me. What? I snap playfully. He laughs again. You were just so cute when you were all cozy. Alas, we have to get up. I sigh and roll into the pillow, hiding my face. I yelp, feeling the cold air bite my back as the duvet moves, but it is quickly soothed with a few warm kisses placed between my shoulder blades and down my spine. I look over my shoulder to see him smirking. Get up, princess. I have a surprise for you, he tells me. A silk robe is laid beside me as he disappears into our massive closet. Sighing once more, I pull on the robe and a pair of socks since the floor was freezing. I join him in the closet where I see garment bags hanging on a rolling clothing rack. What is this? I had a few new dresses commissioned for you. You are the Death Luna now. You need to look the part. For me? Really? He nods. Go ahead and take a look at them. Opening every single garment bag reveals another beautiful dress. Some are elegant and slim-fitting, others frilly for events like balls, but each is unique. My eyes were drawn to one in particular, the one that looked like a death goddess. It was the one I chose to wear today. It was a solid, silky black dress with thin straps and a generous neckline, featuring a slit on each side of the gown. The back was open, exposing most of my skin. On the dresser in the middle of the room sits an open velvet case. A dark onyx crown with tall, sharp peaks sits nestled in the bedding. A matching necklace, earrings, and rings sit beside it. I believe these are befitting for the occasion, he says softly. I decided to pass on the matching necklace. Instead, I chose another. It was a simple gold chain choker with a long chain that trailed down my back. At the very end of it was a teardrop-shaped onyx dangling, resting right in the dip of my spine. Fuck me, I heard my mate mumble as he beheld me. How does it look? You are truly befitting of your position, he breathes. You were meant to be mine. I am so fucked. I smile to myself in the mirror as my mate comes up behind me. Well, no duh. Of course, I was meant to be yours. We were quite literally born for each other. Well, you were reborn. He simply rolls his eyes and encircles my waist from behind. How am I going to get through breakfast with you looking like this? I shrug. Not my problem, I tease, flicking his nose playfully. The dining room was filled with our pack members when we arrived. They all sat in stunned silence, but not in an uncomfortable way. It was a silence of admiration. There were whispers from the elders as we walked by, most likely scenting our completion. We took our seats in front of our thrones, Octavius being ever the gentleman and pulling my chair out before sitting in his own. What came next, I couldn't prepare for. Yes, we are werewolves, and it is natural, but it is still uncomfortable. Mortifying, even. The eldest female of the pack steps up and stands before our table, a wide grin on her face. I am happy to announce that your Alpha and Luna have completed the mating bond. They are now one and equal. It is my pleasure to announce your fully bonded Death Alpha and Luna, she says cheerfully. While the pack roared in excitement, banging their cups on the tables, I sat with blushing cheeks. My mate, on the other hand, sat with a proud smile on his face. His hand was placed on top of mine and squeezed it reassuringly. You are so cute when you blush, he teases through the bond. Shut up, I growl back. During breakfast, many came up to offer congratulations, apologies, and some even offered gifts. Octavius explained this was normal, to offer gifts to the newly mated pair, but I had never heard of this tradition. This must be new, or just a tradition I missed when I was studying this realm. It caught me off guard, but in a way, it showed that the pack was accepting. They were ready to move forward. And so was I. Epilogue, 5 years later. Luna Adrianna. It's been 5 years since the attack on our southern border. 5 years since I brought Octavius back from the dead. 5 years since we mated and became Alpha and Luna of the Death Pack, an equal partnership. And it has been a wonderful, peaceful 5 years. Our pack has adapted to their new life. Many were welcoming and open to praising the moon goddess again. Some weren't, but they weren't hostile about it. My mother's moon temple was finally repaired and ready to reopen to the pack. Alongside her temple, we erected a new god of the dead temple, as my father's temple was destroyed during the battle. Now there was an equal balance between life and death, light and darkness. I was happy with how far we've come as a pack. Proud, so proud. Now that the hate group was gone, the people were more welcoming to me, more understanding and open. Many apologized, realizing they had been brainwashed and told I was horrible. They were angry for reasons they couldn't even recall. I forgave them, obviously. And today was a new milestone for this pack. We were opening the temples to the public. A big opening ceremony was to take place, followed by a celebratory lunch. Octavius, I whine when I hear the bathroom door open. Later. We have to get ready, he calls out. His head peeks into the shower, pouting slightly. You always make me wait, he huffs. Before I can utter another word, he is in the shower with me. His hands grip my hips from behind, pulling me closer to him. We are going to be late, I say, breathless. Let them wait, he murmurs, his hot breath on my neck. To say we were late was an understatement. I was able to dress in my goddess attire, and he followed in a simple black dress shirt and slacks. Once again, we wore our crowns. I've grown used to the wait. I embraced it, welcomed it even. Our pack waited eagerly for our late arrival, and I was just as excited to see them. My mother was also waiting with a knowing grin on her face. Nice of you two to finally join us. I see you two are settling in quite nicely, she teases. It's been 5 years, Mom, I basically whine. And I don't think I'll ever tire of you, Octavius whispers in my ear, sending goosebumps down my spine. Mom smiles proudly. I love seeing when my pairings work out. Especially when it's my own children. I deal my favorites the hardest hands. You know this, and you two deserve this happiness. I only shake my head at my mother and turn to my pack. Good morning, my family, my pack, I start, projecting my voice. Today, we witness the start of a new stepping stone for our pack. A new approach and adventure. I just want to express how grateful I am to call you my pack. We've come so far, and this is only the beginning of that journey. Octavius steps up beside me. And today is only the start of that journey. Today, we are opening a new God of the Dead temple, but we are also reopening the restored and renovated Moon Goddess temple. This project was overseen by Luna Adrianna. And to unveil the new temples, we have the gods themselves here for it. My parents step forward and greet the pack. The sun was now overhead, creating the perfect atmosphere for this opening. Many used to shy away in the presence of the moon goddess. Now, they stood in awe and excitement. I welcome you all to enjoy our new temples. Our new space for praising and giving offerings to our gods, I announce. With that, the doors to the temples fly open, and a gentle breeze fills the area. I hope we can enjoy these spaces for years and generations to come. Octavius and I stand in the middle of the two temples as we watch people file in and take in the new buildings. His hand rests on my waist, and mine on his chest. His smile is bright and full, the same smile I've come to love over these years. Truly, I'll never tire of seeing it. He may be the alpha of death, but his smile lights up a room, even if he doesn't want to acknowledge it. You know, we did pretty good with this accepting thing, he teases. We? It wouldn't have been possible without me. You'd probably still be this horrifying alpha everyone feared, I respond. He smirks. Who's to say I'm not still that terrifying alpha you've come to love? It's too bad if you don't, because you're stuck with me for all of eternity. The rest of the day was filled with celebration of the new temples and the bright future ahead of us. We had so many more milestones and years ahead of us. I couldn't wait to see what the future had in store. All I know is that I will face it with my mate beside me and my pack supporting our decisions. That's all I could ask for the love and support of my mate and pack. The end.